And welcome along, and welcome to day 2 of the Farming Simulator League Grand Final Group Stages. I'm here with Mr. Kerminator live. Hey, Kermit.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
Are we awake yet?
We haven't even actually said hello to each other like normal because we both came in for the sound check at different times.
No, this is the first time. This is the first time we spoke to each other this morning. So, how are you doing, Kermit? I hope you had a good day's sleep. Would probably be the best description.
I fell asleep at like 2 p.m. my time yesterday. I was sleeping so good. I woke up. It was dark out. I was like, it's like 11 o'clock. I'll just go ahead and get up. And work will start in a couple of hours. And no, it was 5:30 p.m. and dark out.
I think we're going to go ahead and have the the guide to the FSL in a moment.
Yeah.
So that I didn't get caught out yesterday. I asked how long it was going to be, and I've been timing myself. I think we're going to do that in a minute. So we cut across to that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a very exciting day's worth of play here. It's gonna be good. I know that last night I signed off with I'm gonna stream again in an hour and a half, and I really didn't.
You know,
welcome to the tutorial of the Farming Simulator Tournament client. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players on both sides. Once the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Vehicles with different properties and perks that give you and your team additional powers can be selected here. First, the team captain bans the vehicles which won't be available for both teams in the upcoming match. Afterwards, they can select a specific team perk that'll give their team a certain advantage, and they might secure a harvester or baler as well. After this stage, the captain can pick his own tractor and player perk. This stage will be repeated for the other players as well. A little twist in the pick and ban phase are the limited amount of points a team can spend, so make sure there are enough points for every player to be able to pick and choose wisely. More details about the vehicles and perks can be found on our stat sheet, which is linked on fsl.giants-software.com. Before we let you play, however, let's have a short look at the map for some orientation. Compared to last season, it got a little facelift. It features more hills in the terrain, and there are 2 separate fields now. We've also added additional hidden paths to the silo, and the barn zone looks much smoother altogether. To reach the bale barn, you will still have the 3 dynamic bridges linked to those of the other team. But take care, they are tricky. As a safe way, you can always use the static ditch crossing instead. As soon as the game starts, every player sits in his or her selected vehicle and is looking for the randomly spawning harvesters and balers on their respective pods. Make sure to claim them before the opposing team does so. If a team is able to secure all harvesters or balers, the game ends in a rush, unless you secured one of them during the pick and ban phase earlier. Once you have your garage together, you have 15 minutes to win the game. So, how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than your opponent. You get these points for delivering bales at the barn. To increase the value of the bale, you can sell the grain you harvested on the field at the silo. This increases your multiplier and decreases your opponent's. But be aware, there are special events happening during these 15 minutes of game time as well. At minute 12, 8, and 4, special drops will appear somewhere randomly on the map. Each of these 16 random drops has a different impact to either of the teams. So make sure you pick the one which fits your current tactic or goal the most, and be prepared to adapt. Excited? Then gather 2 friends and form your team on our website, fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Enjoy and happy farming.
All right, there we have it. That's a little bit of a rundown of how the Farming Simulator League works. Alex, yesterday was crazy marathon day of Farming Simulator League games, and we're in store for another marathon here today.
We are. I have adjusted my expectations of when we're going to finish today based on yesterday. Oh man, that went on another 4 hours beyond where I thought before
Yeah,
we were
well,
gonna
I
end
mean, we
based on our
have,
previous finals.
normally we're dealing with 8 teams in a day, which we did yesterday, but then you add in the double elimination, and all of a sudden you're adding on extra matches into that, and of course best of 3 as well throughout. And man, it was a heck of a day, though. Things were happening very quickly, and
It was.
we had some surprises. LSA Esports, I think, is the surprise of yesterday, making it through to next month's quarterfinals for the World Championships, the number 10th overall seed. And they were able to knock off Ultra in the second game that they played in and secure their spot. It was absolutely amazing.
And it giving Vultra a really shaky start to these finals, actually.
Yeah.
They were...
Vultra were one game from going out.
We were worried they were going to make it through.
Yeah. They were one game from going out, and then against Lendner in the losers bracket there. So, yeah, it was, not really what we expected. I think Group A was just about what we expected with Bednar and Trelleborg making it through. But, yeah, Vultra and LSA, the other 2 teams that joined them. And then we've got 4 more spots to secure today. And, I mean, today we've got some really, I would say, more so than yesterday, close-knit groups. Teams that are not that far apart in the table. Maybe except for exception of this one, Kawana, pretty decent team that is we've seen in these tournaments before, but Cortiva at one time was the first place team in Season 3. It's been a while since we've really got to see them on the stage like this, because they've been having to face off against Trelleborg a lot, getting knocked out in the qualifiers.
They had that unlucky run. I think it was sort of 2 or 3 tournaments where they came up against Trelleborg in the opening stages before we got to the finals, and lost out to them. And it hit their points hard. Gave Vultra a good opening, which Vultra took full advantage of, and meant they ended up down at 3. There was a chance at one point they could have ended up lower. Which was interesting. I think they were lucky to hold on to their place by the end of the season.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare, because, they've not really been to a high-pressure situation in a while. They've been playing in the qualifiers, but we've not seen them in many quarterfinals and beyond in tournaments. So now Cortiva, the 3rd overall team, here they are facing off against Kawana Gaming, who are the 14th seed. And I'm interested to see how Cortiva handle this, because, they're in the top 3, but at one point they were number 1 and, cruising, and the momentum has kind of dwindled a bit. So it'll be interesting to see, back in the limelight again, how they can perform.
Cortiva's season has been very much like John Deere's, only not quite so extreme. They had a really strong start and then seemed to have tapered off at the end. Both those teams are 2 teams who we saw in the finals a lot earlier in the season, and then just didn't in the later stages.
Right.
As you say, it'll be easier to see how Cortiva handle a situation like this, where we are in a little bit more high pressure games, and sort of everything is on the line. And looking at the setup, we got 2 very similar setups coming into this game. I'm trying to see where the ideal combine is. I'm guessing it's off to the top right. And looks like we got a slightly better start from Kawana here, who have got the ideal combine and the Kuhn Baylor, which is a really good start for them.
Very good.
Oh no,
Very good
that is the
70.
Massey baler they've got because Cortiva have got the Goon baler.
Oh, Damien jumping. I don't think that was that intentional.
I
Guess it was.
I don't think they want that combine. They want to grab as many combines as they can. Yeah, they've got both ideals. They are going to use them. While Cortiva Rablix is right in there.
Hello, everyone, by the way, on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch today. Thanks for tuning in with us. Hope you're all having a good one. And if you missed yesterday, it was a heck of a fun day, and we've got another marathon of FSL action ahead of us today. This is just the first game of many. We're just getting started as you have a look at Kawana Gaming's Bath headed in for the first Bale bonus.
We are at 13:54. This should be quite a good one, especially if he does the flick. Don't think so, though, coming in at that speed.
Oh,
and
look
it
at this.
Looks like a very similar
reverse
time.
Yeah. Oh, 127
Oh, wow.
for both teams.
Do you know what? That's the first equal first Bale we've had this weekend.
Yeah,
all
it's
those
the first
games
equal Bale I've
yesterday.
seen in a while. I love that
That's
camera
actually-
shot. Thank you, producer. Like you can see, like with the silhouette, the ghost mode on, that they were
yeah.
like almost an opposite mirror image of each other pulling up there.
Trying to see where they're going with this case. Okay, so they've got this case tracked on the case pillar and immediately going out to making bales. We didn't see that a lot yesterday either. Lots of teams just sort of filling up their grain cart at this point and not going out and making bales once they came out of that first bale.
Yeah. You are correct. I really don't know what to expect from these teams, you know? Oh.
But I think Kawana Gaming have a little bit more time. They've got both of those ideal combines. They're going to take longer to fill up. As a result, they do have time from that to go and create a few bales. And yeah, they've already got themselves in a good position. They've got 3 more bales than Cortiva have, and that is an advantage straight off the bat. This is some good gameplay from Kawana here.
Yeah, not too bad so far. For Kawana on the season, by the way, 60 circuit points, which was good for 14th seed coming in. And they've made the quarterfinals twice. So we've seen them on a Sunday event in the past 2 times, but they have never advanced beyond that stage. So a win for them here today would be probably the biggest moment of their season. Not to mention that if they were to knock off Cortiva, they'd be giving themselves a really good chance at getting to the quarterfinals, which would be massive.
Yeah, they definitely have an uphill battle here to get past Cortiva.
Yeah, Cortiva, meanwhile, 2 tournament wins, 2 tournament runner-up positions, and finished 3rd 1 time. Interesting enough, Cortiva never made it to the quarterfinal stage and then got knocked out at that stage. When they've made it, they've advanced at least into the semifinals. So very interesting from them. And of course, we were saying we haven't seen them in a while because they were getting some unfortunate draws in the qualifiers. And so it's been a minute since we've seen Cortiva in action on an official English broadcast, at least.
And Rablix dropping some early. Yeah, that is an early drop of their grain, isn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty early. Only 10.5 in here.
And look at the amount of grain that Kawana have. Wow, 42,000 liters at this point.
Wow. I wonder if they're going to do a grain chain type delivery. Seems like they might be headed in that direction.
There was no grain multiplier at 12 minutes. That does mean that this would be a really good time for that to drop and cause a whole load of problems for Cortiva.
Oh man, we saw some teams get some airtime yesterday, didn't we? With some good moments throughout.
Man.
Some pretty close games. One just absolutely bizarre game that needs to be written off, I think, at this point.
Oh,
with Diatka and
we kind of went through that whole game going, what are they doing? What are they doing? Why? This is insane. Why have they only made 6 males?
Yeah, Diatka versus Vultra. Oh my goodness.
And he came away from it and went, I feel sorry for them now because they obviously had connection issues and couldn't select what they want to do.
Yeah, right. How about that defensive game? We had our final game of the day between Vultra and Lindner, where Vultra did the rush of the, well, almost a rush if they hadn't reserved a harvester. So Lindner were left with 1 combine and pretty much forced into bringing back their Lindner load-up strategy. Vultra, I think, were like, I dare you to do this against us because we know we can handle it. And it was just, it was I've never seen a game of FSL played like that. I mean, it was
we've never
crazy.
had a standoff like that in
I mean,
FSL
it was a
before.
standoff for like 6 minutes or so, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it just was insane. Players acting like they were going to put Bales in, trying to wait for the other team to do it so they could get the counter points. It was just wild.
So here we go. We have Cortiva dropping off their second load of grain into this. And they have not taken, so again, this is a point I had yesterday. They've not taken any advantage at all of this 3 times multiplier. And if the grain multiplier comes up now for Kawana Gaming, that is going to be bad for Cortiva. They do not have the grain to match under that multiplier. And
it is not,
lucky.
though. They did
not
get
the grain
lucky.
multiplier. But I'm waiting for a team to lose because they don't take advantage of that 3 times multiplier and aren't doing the mid, aren't taking advantage of that 3 times. I find that a little bit crazy.
Yeah, that happens
really
a lot. We talk about it a lot too, and we're also wondering why teams still seem to be in love with Archimedes, even though it maybe doesn't make much difference in the end of the day, as teams think it do.
The only time I could possibly see Archimedes making a difference is if you're doing something like this that Kawana Gaming are doing at the moment, and you're trying to unload fast because of the because you only have a certain amount of time to get it out in the grain multiplier.
Right.
Otherwise, I mean, if you're just going to take 2 loads in the overloading wagon to the sell point, then it makes no difference. You could say Vultra caught them in a lid trap in that game. Oh, God. Belden, it's too early for that on a Sunday morning.
Oh, goodness. I'm almost sleep deprived enough to laugh at that, though.
It's energy drink time. Right.
Energy. Game 1.
Nico putting the first couple of bales in for Cortiva, and here's where that not happening earlier makes no sense. Because it is 2.0 to 2.0. It is now bale for bale delivery. And somehow
Cortiva have gotten the advantage
Cortiva
back.
have 4 more bales.
Yeah, it started off with Kawana with the advantage, and now it's flipped the other way. And with 5:40 to go, Cortiva with the 60-point lead. It's taking a pretty decent position. That means Cortiva actually delivered 2 bales with the 3 times multiplier. Yeah. Which is something else that we've been crying out for.
He put it in with the 2 times multiplier just now.
Well, that would be.
He could have delivered
so he put
2
in 4. Did he put in 4 instead of the catch?
He put in 3 bales on the 2 times multiplier.
Yeah, that's the math. I can't math this sleep deprived in this early in the morning. Thank you. That would be the correct multiplication of points at 20 apiece.
Oh, jeez.
Well done.
Oh, man.
Good. Glad to hear you have a good time, Penn Baker. We're glad you're here. We're glad everyone is here on Twitch and YouTube and multiple Facebooks. We're on the Farm Sim League Esports and on Farming Simulator Facebook, on the Giant Software Twitch channel, and also on the FSL Esports YouTube channel. It's
lots of people
live.
coming in on Facebook this morning. And hello to the people over on YouTube as well. Morning, Rumble Strip.
All right, we're seconds away now from the super drop, and Cortiva are looking pretty good now. At the beginning, it seemed like Kawana started off with the advantage, but Cortiva definitely closed that gap and are kind of in a commanding spot here. Let's see what the super drop is going to be, though, because that could change things. Well, it's Bale Withering. For Cortiva, 1 Bale would be deleted. For Kawana, I think it may have been 2 the other way around. So it might be more beneficial for Kawana to go for. That would close that gap. It would take it from 28 to 24 bales to 26 to 24. So they would only have a 2 bale disadvantage. But it's so far away, I don't expect either team to go for it, really.
And Damien doing some great work stacking here, actually. That's some really clean stacking we're seeing from him at the moment. Nico coming in and similarly being very efficient.
I'm just very happy to be watching Cortiva again. It's been too long.
Yeah.
I've missed seeing Cortiva. Of course, Rablix was part of the World Championship team for Trelleborg last season and now plays for Cortiva as team captain. And it's neck and neck, 387 to 387 at the moment. But if it's going to go bale for bale and both teams get all of them delivered, it's going to go to a Cortiva. Might come down to a mistake, some bales dropping off the belt or something like that.
I will say this first game has gone incredibly quick. I can't believe we're at the 2.5 minute mark already.
Yeah, it's wild.
Where did this game go? And it's really interesting. They are absolutely matching each other, bale for bale right now.
Yeah, 507.
It's 507 to.
It's just the problem for Kawana is at some point, if this is how it keeps going, they're going to run out of bales to score. Cortiva just has to make sure they get them all in, and they're taking the first of the best of 3 here. Here comes another load of 14 in as well. Plenty of time to unload these and get them stacked with the skill of Nico and Richie coming in now with this load on the Anderson loader.
I think the advantage we're seeing at the moment is due to Cortiva having that Kuhn baler. I think that's what's given them this bale advantage. It's not a massive bale advantage. Well, no, it is still a massive bale advantage. They've got 2 extra bales out on the field, and they are 100 points ahead. That's, yeah, that is not looking good for Kawana at this point.
Yeah, it's a 100-point lead for Cortiva now. Minute 15 to go. And that lead just keeps climbing up.
Oh, God,
Cortiva going to go for the combo.
Oh, he managed it.
We countered it.
Kawana
yeah, Cortiva were close.
To block the combo and therefore got an extra 30 points.
The only thing I will say is like great job countering, but he used 4 bales to do it with.
He did.
Where 1 would have sufficed. So he lost points by putting all 4 of those.
That.
Yeah, you only really need to put 1 in for the counter. But what had happened, I'm sure, was he had already picked them up to stack them and then was like, oh no, I need a counter, and there's no time to really set them down. So you got to do what you got to do. That might close the gap a little bit. Kawana, though, has 9 bales outstanding, and I don't think all 9 are at the barn. So
nope.
Even if they get all of these in, yeah, here comes a couple in now. They might be putting those into the bottom.
Nico does have bales there waiting.
Oh, and those 2 fell off for Kawana as well.
Yeah,
so that
I
doesn't
think
help.
This is all over Kawana at this point. There are not enough bales there to close that gap. And they can't even get them all in.
Well, okay. Hello, Neuron.
No?
My mind is blown. I love that this is a competition. Within at the end of our first game, we get that first comment of the day like that. I always love to see newcomers come along and be flabbergasted that Farming Simulator League is a thing. Yes, it is. We're coming to the end of season 3. So we've been around for a couple years. It's been evolving and going to continue to grow and evolve. And we have a lot of fun doing it, don't we, Alex?
Oh, absolutely. I love this. It's so much fun. And every single time it is different and we see new things and we just, it blows our mind. And sometimes it melts our brains.
Sometimes. If you are a first-time watcher, the audio right now is not desynced. You're seeing Klaus and Steven doing the German language broadcast live from the studio in Germany, and you're hearing myself and Virtual Farmer, aka Alex, on the call live from our homes in the US and the UK, respectively. So thanks everyone for being here with us. And that was just the first of many games to come today. And I thought, honestly, at the beginning, it looked like it was going to go Kawana's way. Some of the luck went their way early, and they were kind of out ahead of Cortiva. But then all of a sudden, that Bale advantage flipped. And when you play like for like and you don't get any sort of drops that, kind of affect the outcome, then Bale for Bale is what it comes down to. And Cortiva just were able to get more bales pressed, more bales delivered, and that's what won them the game.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that getting that Kuhn Baylor made such a difference that it gave them that 5 bale advantage at one point, and to me that's worth. How much is that Baylor to actually get it? To reserve that, because if that's a single point's worth of reserve to get that,
it's
Baylor,
2 points to reserve, 1 to ban.
2 points.
Yeah. That's why most teams are going away. Most teams are going away from reserving a Baylor now. But why not drop Archimedes, and that's gonna get 1 of the points back at least for you, and then find a point from somewhere else, and then you can start to reserve it again. Because it does seem, like it's a useful Baylor to be using. It's
you could drop using quite such a powerful tractor.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want the Fent, which has similar statistics and goes faster but requires double the horsepower, then the Kuhn is definitely the way to go. So it is interesting that we've started to discover
if you can get the Steyr or the Valtra to go with it.
Yeah.
Of the care wheel tractors, because that Valtra rarely gets banned.
Yeah, that Valtra though is 5 horsepower short of what's required. Is the only bad thing.
But it would still run it well enough. Is
right.
the thing. It wouldn't really slow it down. The Steyr would be preferable, obviously, but yeah, it just
we've seen the Steyr banned a bit this weekend for sure so far. That might be why.
Beyond that, looking at stuff that is, the New Holland T6 and 175 horsepower, only 2 pick points. I'm just saying.
He's just saying, folks. He's just saying.
I'm just saying. It's there. It would pull that Baylor.
Bobman on Facebook says, I can't believe this is an actual thing. There's the second one of the day. I'm loving seeing this.
Yeah. Are you mad?
Well, I am mad, but that's not why. Let's not get into that. I am here at 2 a.m. after all.
I think Cortiva have proved why you want to reserve that Baylor and drop Archimedes.
Yeah. Do you think, speaking of Cortiva, do you think it's actually somewhat of an advantage for them that we've not seen them around on official broadcasts recently? I feel like they might be flying under the radar a little bit. We saw Valtra struggle a little bit yesterday, our 2nd overall seed. Trelleborg, our number 1 overall seed, of course, were Trelleborg, and they didn't seem to have any problems at all. Smooth sailing for them into the quarterfinals. But Cortiva, our 3rd overall seed, we've not seen them in a while, and kind of feel like that might be an advantage for them.
Possibly. I would say no disrespect to to Kawana Gaming, but I don't think this is the match to really test how good Tiva are at the moment.
Right. So I mean, that's a good point. It's a fair point.
I think if Kawana was to beat them, that would be a clear indication that Cortiva was having trouble.
Right.
The expectation here for me very much is Cortiva will go through and Kawana will move into the losers or the runners up bracket. So yeah.
Oh dear, Feldon. If Virtual Farmer says it about the New Holland with any more vigor, he won't just be saying, he'll be super saying.
Oh, Sunday morning dad jokes.
That's a very topical niche joke that only some of our audience will get, I'd say.
Oh, man.
Well done. I'll give you
Although
credit
in all fairness,
for that one.
I get it, and I've never watched that show.
Yeah, well, fair.
But I'm enough of a geek to. Just a thought has been bugging me. Why didn't Giants do a Clarkson map for the FS22? It would have brought a lot of new players to FS. Trouble is, that would also require a lot of licensing for a TV show on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
That will probably cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we didn't have to go pay a celebrity for Elm Creek, whereas we would in that situation.
I've been trying to think. I've been trying to go through my head and go, what would be a great thing to have as an here on Twitch as a Prime Gaming loot item? Clarkson's farm map as a Prime Gaming loot item. What an awesome idea that would be.
Yeah, not a bad
Just throw
shout.
that out there. Amazon could use it to advertise the second season of Clarkson's Farm. Anyway, moving back to some FSL. I know nobody can say anything to me on that.
I honestly, I wanted to respond, but I still haven't had my full cup of coffee yet, so I was so mesmerized by the wheat on screen, just watching the teams go along.
I also freely admit, if it was me and Silver sitting here, or Mr. Sealy P, or anybody who doesn't work for Giants, there would be speculation there. Whereas, as you work for Giants, there's a certain amount of can't say anything about.
I do have to say, I've watched the series, and I thought it was pretty entertaining. I don't think it was as entertaining personally as the BBC Historic Farm series that I watched. That was really fun to watch, all of those different scenarios.
I will say, I think Clarkson's Farm has done more for British farming than almost any show on our screens for a long while. Which is interesting.
Right, well, it approaches it in a more lighthearted way.
British farming, which is interesting. Right, so Nico is switching back to the Pace Combine. Just try to see. So neither team is running two ideal combines this time, which is interesting, as both of them reserved one, which means they've left it on the podium.
Sometimes if it's like the furthest one away, it teams can't seem to find it easily, and so they just kind of skip over it. So maybe that's what's going on there. I'm not quite sure. So it looks like I think we're only live on the Farming Simulator Facebook now as far as our Facebook streams go. So hopefully people have found their way over, but we're still live on YouTube and Twitch and at least one Facebook. I think that's pretty good. We've got 10 and a half to go in this one.
We go down fairly well across all three chat.
Right. Not surprised.
No, me neither.
Yeah, Neuron, you've never seen the BBC Historic Farm series. It's really cool. They go back to different periods of time in the UK, and they kind of live out the life of a farmer for a year, I believe. I think some of the different seasons are like different lengths, but they do like Tudor Farm and they do Wartime. Wartime Farm was probably like my favorite of all of them, just because it was farming in a unique scenario. So there's a lot of war stuff mixed in as well, and that's when you see women for the first time, out in the fields helping out, because the men were off at war, and there's a labor shortage. So it's a really cool way of showing how everyone worked together. And I think it still stands as the record of most like crops produced in a single like period of time in the UK, and it was as important as like the war effort itself to feed the people.
No, it's because my grandfather my maternal grandfather, he was a farmer during the Second World War. And farming was massively important, to the point where there was no draft for farmers. Farmers were so important that they weren't called up war effort, because the war effort for them was feeding
I think Churchill called it the front lines of freedom or something like that, because it was just a very important part of it. So very interesting stuff in all of those series. The Tudor Monastery Farm was a good one as well, and for some reason I'm just drawing a blank on the other period. They did Victorian Farm and Edwardian Farm. There we go. That was the other.
We have a bit of a thing for the Victorians over here.
Oh yeah, it's a great
sort of
set
a
of
certain
shows,
reverence,
because it shows you like old ways of farming too, and how life was for the farmers and their families. So they actually go and live in like an old historically appropriate building and on a farm, and try to simulate that life as much as they can. It's really cool.
I'm going to make a bad early 2000s joke right now. Hey, FS Club, there is no party like an FS Club party.
What's up, FS Club? Why are they driving on the crop so much? Combine will take longer to fill. This is all about speed. Some of the like this tractor you're seeing now with the narrow tires won't slow down when it's driving through the crop. So you can't really like waste time in the FSL if you can avoid it. So if you can cut straight through, there's more than enough wheat out there to harvest. You're never going to harvest it all. So teams will pick and choose where they're going to be harvesting it from. And then the rest doesn't really matter. I know some people come in and they're like, why aren't they harvesting in straight lines, and they're missing a bit. It's all about speed and not so much precision in the Farming Simulator League.
I should point out, Kawana Gaming right now need to get their butts to their silo, because they've only got 65 seconds. Because the grain multiplier dropped. But it looks to me like they didn't do the double harvester thing this time. So
yeah, bad timing. But
that's
here we have
crazy.
We have a situation though here where it was slightly in their favor by 0.1 times on the multiplier. So they might end up getting a 2.1 to 2 advantage like we saw in one of our matches yesterday.
Oh,
there it is.
Yes, they are.
So they're going to get 2 extra points per bale compared to Cortiva. So this might make things interesting the rest of the way. The problem is they're still trailing in the bale count.
Cortiva not quick enough. Got those first two bales in, but not quick enough to avoid them going in for only 19 points. So every single bale that Cortiva are going to put in are going to be at a 2-point disadvantage.
Hello, Queen, and everyone else. You guys just came from FS Club stream, it looks like. Welcome, everybody. Hope it went well.
Hope you had a good one, FS Club.
Belden, you're not the only one that said that about the vintage packs. I'm not sure what that would look like in the future, but as you know, like, we're always listening, and 22 is going to be a huge moment for us as a company. I think it's going to be really well received. I think we've put together a really awesome game, but as I said yesterday, self-publishing for the first time with 22 is really more of just like a stepping stone. 22 is just the first part of awesome things that we're going to be doing now going forward in the future as we continue to grow as a company. And you guys have made us successful and are a huge part of that. So thanks for loving our game so much and spreading that love to your friends and family and people that create content all over as well, inspiring people to get into the game, teaching them how to play, and the awesome mod community as well that just keeps things interesting and fresh beyond thousands and thousands of hours of gameplay. You guys are awesome, so thanks for that. And yeah, this is just the beginning, really. I'm excited that we're only about 8 days away, not long now at all, before Farming Simulator 22 is out to the public, and even less before you can see some of your favorite creators that have been blessed with early access, like Mr. Virtual Farmer here in chat with me. That
well, I will say thanks to you guys for listening. I mean, FS22. There's in the lead up to FS22's announcement, there was an awful lot of me going around places and saying, Giants is listening. You know, keep an eye out. It will become obvious. Giants watch and listen and take in all this feedback. And one of the great things about FS22 is all over the game is evidence that you guys have been listening to what the community's been saying. And I think nowhere is that more obvious than the amount of vintage equipment we're getting in FS22.
Right.
I've never seen the base game come with so many old tractors. You know, we've got 4 or 5 classic tractors in the base game, and previously it's been a couple. And then on top of that, we've got places like Zetor and the model kit I've got with the Porsche in it, where we've got classic tractors coming out as included and given away elsewhere as well. So yeah, it's really good to see so much classic equipment.
I love that just
available around and about.
Because there's like a minute delay or so on the stream due to competitive reasons. You're saying this, and then Rocker TV official has a comment in chat that says the fact you guys are including vintage tractors in the base game too is a major and much needed step forward. So that could have been more on point from you, Alex. Yeah. But yeah, well, we're glad that you guys are happy. You know, we are listening. It's going to be one of those situations where everything that's said is not possible. It doesn't mean that we don't want to do it or we don't like the idea. But we also have to, you know, think about what's possible when we approach game development. It doesn't mean that it won't be impossible forever, you know, as we continue to grow. So keep giving that feedback, especially let me say in a constructive way. You know, there's a right and wrong way to do it, but we love the feedback, and we hear so many things because you guys are so passionate about the game. And you guys care about seeing it become the best thing it can be, and that's how we feel about it too. So yeah, even though the multiplier advantage, going back to the FSL we're looking at now, even though the multiplier advantage is in Kawana's favor, Cortiva have a nice little lead because they just have more bales again with 1:15 to go. It's a 98-point lead there. It was briefly, at least for Cortiva, closing that gap a bit now. Now the bale count has evened a bit, but it's still in Cortiva's favor. So I don't know if Kawana are going to be able to pull this off.
It's a 100-point advantage to Cortiva with the bale count even. That's not looking good for Kawana with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And
I just think that somehow Kawana have just been unable to press the same amount of bales. I don't think Kawana have played a bad set of games at all. In fact, they've been really smooth, not a whole lot of mistakes.
Doing some great stacking and yeah, it's
Cortiva
still
just a little bit faster.
80-point difference.
Cortiva maybe just a little bit faster on getting bales pressed and a little bit faster on getting them stacked, and that's, I think, going to make the difference here. 784, 758. Cortiva are going to have to put some in the bottom.
Oh, that's close.
Wait.
Oh, and it's not. Oh, no, it's close. It's close. And Kawana can get one mail in. They've not got it. It's gone to Cortiva.
Wow, that got closer than I expected, but well done.
That was.
I feel
as you say, the bail just was not. The bails were not there for Kawana at the end, and you can see the difference. One bail in the bottom that would have closed it to just 3 points. So one extra bail in at the bottom, but also 3 bails less pressed or 3 bails less delivered for Kawana, which that would have done it. They needed those extra bails.
Well,
and
the good news is,
there.
like, you know, in normal situations, you'd feel bad for Kawana there because they didn't play 2 bad games, but their day's not over. It is double elimination, so Cortiva move on in the winners bracket. Kawana will drop into the losers bracket for double elimination. We'll see them play later on. And their chances,
I would
if
say,
they keep playing like that, they've got a decent chance to get that second spot.
I was going to say, against both Aston and Crona, they have a decent chance playing either of those teams if they play like that. So I'm not prepared to go out against Kawana out quite yet. They are in with a good chance still of getting through these to the grand finals, even though they've not managed to win that first game against Cortiva. So
they played really well though. I mean, it was 2 really just smooth games. It was similar tactics, similar play. Just Cortiva no tiny bit errors. Better. Yeah, no obvious errors at all.
No, the only error that I could possibly pull up is in that first game where they countered with 4 bails, where they would have been better off just countering with 1 or 2. But beyond that, they did a really solid game. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Take a look at that game and the next one. See you then.
Welcome back. The Season 3 Championship group stages continues. Group C action going on right now. We'll have Group D later on today. We just saw Kawana Gaming get get knocked out into the losers bracket by Cortiva, but two pretty solid matches from those two teams. Not a whole lot of mistakes, as we were saying. Here in a moment, we'll have Crona taking on Astragon. That's our 6th seed Crona versus the 11th seed Astragon. And Alex, what do you think of that first one? You know, I think it was a little bit closer of a contest than we saw in our first matchup yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I was impressed by Kawana Gaming, actually. I thought, as I was saying before the break, I think they played a really, really solid game there. I think they were slightly unlucky, especially in that second game. Would not have taken much for them to have beaten Cortiva in that second game. It was like 13-point difference at the end of it. A single bail into that top slightly earlier, and they'd have won it. And yeah, so have a look at the replays here, and you can see Cortiva are like clockwork, just bringing those bails in on a regular basis. But Kawana are there; they've got their bails coming in. They and they put them in perfect position for their stacker.
Yeah, lovely.
And both stackers did an awesome job getting them on his track. I think we had 2 bails fall off the conveyor all game, and it was Kawana right at the end of the first game.
Yeah, you're right. I believe
did
it
not
was.
go their way. It's these two here just at the end fell off. But the score was not close. It was not a mistake that cost them the match. Whereas in the second game, Kawana missed their first bail, and that's why they had a slight disadvantage in the first bail. That first bail miss, I think it was like a 10-point disadvantage they had.
Yeah, it would have made it a lot closer.
They'd got it in. That would have just been a bail in the bottom that they missed at the end. And look at that.
Goodness,
how long that took them to get that in.
So it was 11 points. And it still wouldn't have been enough, but it would have been really close. Wow.
And they lost 13. And so there's having said that they had a solid game, I think in that second game they had a couple of small problems that cost them it. Having said that, Rablix missed as well. So it could have been a lot worse.
Right. Yeah. I was impressed with how close the two teams were, really. And it goes to show that, you know, the teams that were here this weekend, you're talking about the 16th seeds. One of them was advanced via a play-in tournament. The other 15 scored some circuit points throughout the season and were able to secure their place. So Cortiva, a team we hadn't seen in a while, they looked pretty smooth, but at the same time, like, Kawana played them really close. So as the day goes on, we've got Crona and Astragon also in this group. It'll be interesting to see who Cortiva will go up against for the chance to get into that first spot from the group for the quarterfinals next month. But so far, so good for both of these teams, really. I think Kawana even should, be happy with that and carry some confidence into the losers bracket, because they've got a good chance even of making it. So they got to just keep their heads up and keep plowing along, as you would say. And that was definitely not an intended pun, but it works yet again, even though there's no plowing in the FSL. It's still topical.
I think the team that they might have the biggest issue facing have been one on the rise, and that's Crona. They are actually a really strong team, and their 6th place position overall in the season, I don't think fully reflects that. They had a cracking end to the season. I don't think they actually took a tournament, but they got through to the final a couple of times. And
three
they were having a great
third place finishes. They've been to the quarterfinals and gone out in that stage 5 times. They've advanced past it 3 times. They've never made it to a final itself. But pretty strong team. And then you have Astragon, who have 2 quarterfinal appearances, and then once they advance beyond that. So I honestly, on paper, you would give this to Crona, but I have no clue really what to expect.
No.
it'll be interesting to see who comes out with the better strategy and who will get the chance to play Cortiva.
I think based on Kawana Gaming's play there, these 4 teams here in this bracket are a lot closer together than than I initially pegged it to be.
Right.
I think this is going to be a tough one to call today, even with Cortiva having made it through in this first game. That was especially with that second or the first match. That second game showed that there is every possibility you can beat them.
Yeah.
And I think someone like Crone coming through, if they beat Astragon, I think that they can do that, and I think Astragon could as well, especially if they beat Crone. So I don't think anybody in this group is safe yet. Even Cortiva, who have won their first match, they could still get beaten and could still go out.
I think these groups, our next group especially too, like the competition is maybe a little bit closer in the table overall than we saw yesterday. But even yesterday, I mean, we saw Vultra get upset in the winners bracket. The first chance for Vultra to secure their spot in the quarterfinals went awry, and LSA Esports beat them to it. Vultra able to bounce back in the losers bracket and advance anyways, but that was definitely a surprise yesterday. So I think we're in for a few more surprises today. I want to say hello over to Weatherman on YouTube. He said hello to both of us, Alex. Hey, Weatherman, and everyone else on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. You haven't missed much. You've only missed the very first set of matches between Cortiva and Kawana, and we're about to get ready to be started with the second match of Group C here today. So a lot more still to come throughout the day of FSL.
And we are going to be going into our second match today in a moment. As we've been saying, Astragon versus Crone. It is an interesting setup. They are 6th and 11th. Both teams, good teams. They've both had again a good second half of the season. I'm not sure how Astragon's first half of the season went so much.
Right.
But certainly Crone have been one to watch the second half of the season, even though they haven't made it to a final. We've kind of got them in the second half of the season. Gone. We can't count them out. They've been a good team. So
right,
be interesting to see what they do.
They played Bednar pretty close at Hero Fest when Bednar came out victorious during that event. They played them in the quarterfinal stage and played them really close in the first game, and then Bednar kind of pulled away in the second. Bednar were just on fire that weekend. It was crazy how well they were playing. And then they went out against Trelleborg in the quarterfinals of a couple of tournaments before that, the tournament in August that was at the studio in Germany. And, I mean, considering they were playing Trelleborg, pretty decent scores. Trelleborg just that cut above, but that's to be expected most of the time when you see them. So it's this one's hard to predict for me. I don't really know what to expect. It could come down to, just who is going to have the smoother game, who has less errors committed, and potentially a little bit of luck with the drops too. I'm not sure what to expect though. I guess we will find out very shortly.
I'm fairly sure that Crone hold one of the records for the FSL. I can't remember which one it is, and I'm trying to pull up the details now. But
maybe they used to. I don't know so much anymore, and some of those are not listed right because it hasn't updated Trelleborg in the records for first bail, and now Diakerfleur. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Diakerfleur have most points and most bails. Trelleborg has first bail, and Lindner has the most grain in the season 3 records.
There's the sheet I'm looking for. I have got it here, chat. I do have it here. Honest.
Thanks for the kind words, Weatherman. Much appreciated. We appreciate all your guys' support. Alex and I have a blast doing this, but it wouldn't be as fun without you guys in here, helping us out as well with your comments and chat and getting excited for the games, cheering on your preferred teams, or maybe you just enjoy every match you watch, regardless of who's participating. And you guys have helped with the success of the FSL and, of course, Farming Simulator as a whole. We appreciate you and all the kind words and even the feedback we get yesterday, because, at the beginning of yesterday, we didn't know exactly what was going on, and we got it sorted. So we appreciate stuff like that too. If you've ever been a live streamer or content creator of any sort, you'll know that your audience is your best source of feedback, because you may not be aware of this audio issue or that video issue, or a giveaway link or things like that. So we appreciate everyone letting us know stuff like that, because without you guys giving us that feedback, we wouldn't be as aware, because these days are crazy, especially this World Championship with these amount of games in one day. These last 2 days have been pretty wild. And we'll see if I pass out for another afternoon nap again later today. Yeah, waking up at 5:30 p.m. and thinking it was going to be like 11 or midnight, and it was not even close. That was wild.
I hope you got the day off tomorrow.
Yeah, I do. So, I mean, we're at Giants. We're only supposed to work 40 hours a week. We're not one of those video game companies that forces crunch and overtime, even with 22 on the horizon. Really great company to work for. I feel blessed. Because of that, when I do the FSL tournaments, it basically becomes like an extra PTO day, and I can choose to either like save it for later or use it straight away. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be off tomorrow and resting up and getting ready for the rest of the week leading up to launch. There's going to be a lot going on, of course, with Farming Simulator 22 right around the corner, and people like you, our ambassadors and partners who have early access, will be starting to share content out on Friday early in the morning. For me, I'll still be asleep. So Friday's going to be a wild day too.
This is the start of 2 very busy weeks for me.
I bet. What's the first thing you're doing, Alex?
The first thing I'm doing. So I get access at 8 a.m. next Friday. By 9 a.m. next Friday, I will be live on Twitch.
Well, like, what's the first thing you're doing in the game? Like, when you're live?
I don't know. I've told my chat. So what I've told my chat is that it is going to be very much led by them. So what they want to see in the game is what we will be looking at on Friday.
Cool.
Friday afternoon next week, because there is so much equipment in Farming Simulator 22. The only way I think I could do a garage tour is live. So I'm going to switch over to YouTube and do a live garage tour
cool.
on Friday afternoon. So I want to let the final fact sheet drop before I go and do that. And so yeah, after the fact sheets drop on Friday, I'll go do live garage tour.
Yeah, we had
everything.
I think it was during like a crazy moment of FSL action yesterday, but Richard Dower was in chat on Twitch and saying that by his count there was 494 pieces of machinery, and I'd be interested to see like if that's the actual count. I believe that Richard, I believe Richard has counted it properly. But it's interesting.
It was a question I asked in a live stream about a week or so ago, and I'm going, I know there's over 400 pieces of equipment. I wonder how many there are actually listed on the site. And he went through, and during my stream, he went and counted them all and told me it was 450, and that was before last week's reveals.
I just want to talk about a comment on Facebook. The audio is not desynced. You're seeing the German guys, as you see on the screen on the right. It says remote casters as well. At times that'll show up on screen. So you're hearing us, the remote casters. You're seeing the German language broadcasters on screen in the studio. And we're going to see some highlights now here for Cortiva and Kawana, as there's just a slight delay in getting our next matchup up and running. But yeah, so we've been saying all along over 400 pieces of machinery and equipment, but at this point, we need to start saying nearly 500 pieces of machinery and equipment.
I fully believe it could be over 500 by the looks of this.
So we've been saying 400 this time, but you guys what you guys aren't seeing is like there's still stuff being added, and it's stuff even that I've not been aware of, and it's wild. It's really like we've always had a good bit of equipment in the last couple of versions of the game, at least as well, But like this one is just taking a huge leap forward, and whether that's down to us self-publishing or whatever it is, I don't really know, but it's just really starting to take off. And there's even been stuff listed on that equipment list on the website that hasn't been announced via a fact sheet, just due to the amount of time left and the amount of machinery left. There's just not enough time to get it all out
and
there.
as I was saying yesterday, there are pieces of machinery that haven't been announced in either place that we've seen elsewhere at the moment. The example I got of that is the Polish streamer showing off the JCB telehandler, which I am very, very happy to see. Is has not come out on the fact sheet and has not come out on on the website yet. So there is still more machinery that we haven't seen yet, which is just fantastic.
Right.
It's so much in this.
All right, we're just about ready to get underway now, I believe, with Crona and Astragon. So nice little sidebar, though. Gave us plenty of... It's not like we don't have plenty to talk about with 22 around the corner, that's for sure. And Felden, just before we get into this one, Felden says, torn about early access. I want to watch stuff, but at the same time, I want to go in completely fresh for myself. And I understand that, too. I've been in that situation before. So, feel free to... avoid as much as you want or watch as much as you want. And the good thing is it's, even though some people will be doing early access content on the 19th, you're talking about, depending on where you are in the world, it's not that far between then and when the game comes out officially for everyone. So like the Giants eShop version, I know, for example, unlocks at midnight Central European time. So if you're in the US like me, you actually have a good portion of your Sunday evening that you could play the game, even if you want to go to bed at a normal hour.
We're going to be celebrating that release on the Sunday. We're going to go right up to the release and go, hey, and probably do a countdown, I think, to the release. Because I think that'd be a pretty awesome thing to do on that Sunday.
All right, Astragon versus Crona. So what's at stake here is the winner will play Cortiva for a chance at securing a quarterfinal spot, and the loser will move into the loser's bracket and have a little bit tougher road to get there. More games overall that you'll have to play. But yeah, it looks, what we've come to expect, the ideal harvester reserved alongside Transport Company. We've got one telehandler banned here, and an interesting set of 3 tractors banned between these two teams too. Very interesting indeed. Got the Case Puma and Under Pressure from Jackaroo for Crona, which is about the standard piece of kit to deliver first bail and to bail with throughout the rest of the match too. Seeing the same setup pretty much for both teams, although Astragon have not picked Archimedes yet, but they might be saving that for their final player.
Why?
What's up, Gamer Dragon? Morning.
Yeah,
morning, everyone.
Those bans don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that equipment ban.
Nobody. We've seen that Massey Ferguson used once. Nobody's used the Vulture all weekend. Nobody's used the JCB all weekend. The telehandler maybe, but I don't know if either of these teams are known for using a telehandler. And the trouble is that because the 2 telehandlers are so identical, if you ban one, they just use the other.
Right.
So yeah, there's not a lot of sense in those bans.
Yeah, no news, Weatherman, on how Season 4 of FS22 or FSL will work. Rather, we don't know whether it'll be on 19 or 22 really yet. It's just pure speculation at this point. If we announce something, well, we will announce something, but it won't be until early next year, I would imagine. So nothing to share at this time, though. As you guys could understand, we're focused pretty solely on these championships and wrapping up Season 3 when it comes to FSL, and then with Farm Sim, of course, focus is all on getting 22 launched smoothly and as best as possible.
So we got some lineup for first bale here. Bam Bam doing the cutting with, who was that behind it? Philip going behind it. And Jackaroo bringing in the first bale for Crone. How much is he going to get on this? 352. This should be a pretty good first bale if he does the flick. He's not. Oh, he has stopped really nicely. 127 point first bale for Crone. Astron coming in now with theirs. Oh, with a beautiful flick for 120 points.
They needed that nice little flick there too to close that gap and not, let it get even further away from them. So nice bit of work there by Philip or Astrogon.
Phil, did you say that? Somebody did use the Manitu forklift yesterday.
I think that's the joke here.
Yeah, I think that's the joke.
But yeah, Rumble, eventually, season 4, we don't really know how to predict how COVID is going to behave, if it behaves. Up to this point, it doesn't know how to behave. But, Alex and I would want to get in-person events, especially ones we can go to again. Although the travel is a lot further for me. The long-term goal, really, I think, for me is to see it grow in North America, and those would be the events that I would then be taking part in just because the time matches up better. But, that's more of a long-term goal. So more short-term, if Season 4 starts early next year, it'll come down to travel restrictions and the state of COVID and how the world's operating at that time, I guess. But, in an ideal world, of course, we would be there in person. We'd be doing these events with the players there, with both the English and German casters there. But this is just what we have to deal with at the time. So, yeah, I would love to, and I'm sure I will one day, but I can't really predict when that's going to be, sadly. Good morning, DJ Merlin.
DJ Merlin says my mic sounds not bad considering I had a Windows update last night and was therefore slightly worried this morning.
Not too bad.
Oh, man. Both teams, yeah, we've got Bale Multiplier and Bale Drop. Neither team is going to go for that at this point. It's not worth taking their time out for this from what they're doing. And neither team has really done many extra bales at the moment. Single bale advantage for Crone, but I think that's partly due to... Oh! Crone did go for the bale pickup. And as a result, Astrogon do need to respond and have done so. I am slightly surprised by that. But a single bale is a single bale. And yeah, they needed to make sure that that advantage did not go unchallenged. Both teams lining up now at the 10-minute mark. And Astrogon are dropping their grain. Crone are not.
Let's see if they actually take advantage of this, though. Yeah, they must be bringing the harvesters in, from the look of that.
Yeah, looking at that positioning from Crone, they're bringing the harvesters in. So now we'll get to see, will that pay off? Will the grain multiplier hit at 8 minutes? If it does, I think that Astrogon are going to be in trouble.
Rocker found it, the Walkabout Mother Bins. Yeah, it's a very interesting company, Walkabout. The owner is from Australia originally, but it is a company here in the U.S. So that's why you got like the kangaroo with the American flag like overlaid on it, logo. I learned that little bit from a farmer who actually knows the people from Walkabout because they were going to get a demo of a piece of the equipment. But yeah, those things are wild. We talked a bit about it yesterday. I don't want to do too much FS22 talk on the stream today because this is about FSL. But yeah, that thing had to be built from the ground up because it's not just like they could take the previous knowledge they had of building trailers into that, because it's a complete monster of a machine and required some special attention. So our developers and artists had a fun time getting that one into the game. So I hope you guys enjoy it for some side of the field dumping if you're You're working on big fields, especially because you're going to need a big field to fill those things. We got 9 minutes just about to go in this one. And I'm just waiting on Crona here. Like, they've got the bale advantage, but right now the multiplier definitely against them.
They really have the bale advantage. They've got 8 bales on the field. I know that they're trying to just press as many as possible, but they've got a 2.9 multiplier at the moment. Right. They've got all of that bale advantage. Just throw a couple of them in. You know, take the baler down there when they get near the cell near the barn, and throw a couple in. If they
Here comes one of the harvesters now for Crona into the silo area. So they're going to be wanting to deliver grain soon. I think they're going to wait to see if they could potentially get a grain multiplier here with the 8th minute drop before they start emptying this. Here comes Marshall Maiden here. And it's silo closed and speed up. So actually filling it up and then hitting silo closed on Astragon could be a stroke of genius here.
Or just
for Crona, or if Astragon were to get it as Crona are selling, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Astragon really needs to get that silo closed, give themselves a massive advantage, and go and drop bales. It's too late now.
Crona are grabbing it. They've both grabbed it, so it's going to stay at 2-2 then. So that actually works out better for Astragon because Crona could have taken the advantage with this amount of grain. Look at that. It's 2-2, and they still have 2 full ideals that they're emptying now into the horse.
Do Astragon have any grain? Is the question. And Astragon have just dropped their trailer off. There must be grain in that trailer. Otherwise, they are just at a massive disadvantage overall.
Morning, Manda. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. We're just really getting started. This is our second matchup of the day, and we have 10 total in a day, I believe. We got 5 games in each bracket, so there is a lot more action still to come today. 167 to 160, Crona in the slight lead. The silo closed drop is going to be ending in about 20 seconds for Astragon and 25 seconds for Crona. So it's going to be interesting. Crona definitely, I think, have the grain advantage here, at least at the barn. Astragon could probably even things up in that multiplier. Marshall Maiden getting back over.
And Crona have made a mistake. They've blocked their access to the silo with the combines.
Yeah,
and it looks like Astragon are going to unload first with their remaining grain.
There we go.
Well,
corrected by Marshall Maiden.
All out of position. And here we go. Dueling grain unloading. Slightly later because both teams have closed silo. That could have gone really badly for Crone had Astragon been able to close off
and we're even.
Them from unloading quicker.
We are completely even. Yep. So it's going to come down now. Like Crona have an 8-point lead. They have the bale advantage. So if it's going to go bale for bale the rest of the way, this is going to go to Crona. Astragon need to make sure they score every single bale they have, and they need to hope for a couple of mistakes here and there from Crona. 247 now to 180, so even up on the bales now, but a nice little lead for Crone.
Oh, and Bam Bam's unloaded that one, and it's gonna fall. He's gonna run out and grab another. He'll get costly. That in later, but that's not good.
Yeah, and where are the Anderson loaders right now is what I want to know. It looks like for Crone, theirs is off in the distance there. They may have just been picking it up, to be honest. So much work was put in by them of getting the grain to the silo and then getting the harvesters there. And then, of course, silo closed hit and they had to take the tractor away and get back to baling for a little while. So just a little bit of disruption here and there, too. Has slowed Crone down, which is good news for Astragon, but they also need to get these bales in via the Anderson loader in a big bunch soon. Multiplier switches, the super drop does nothing. Both teams at a 2-to-2 multiplier. So kind of an unfortunate super drop there. Both teams will be ignoring that, I would imagine. They'd be silly not to.
And now Astragon coming in with a full Anderson trailer. Nothing there for Crone at the 3.5 minute mark, other than the 3 bales that STR has just bought in. Seems they're behind on getting bales picked up with their loader. That is not a good situation for Crone.
Yeah, they've got to get all the bales in to win. But yeah, Astragon are looking good, and they actually, you know, if they can get all of these in now, they're definitely ahead. Like you said, they've got more here at the barn already. So Bam Bam just needs to focus on getting all of these on and not having them fall off. Saw one fall off moments ago for Astragon, so they need to avoid something similar happening.
Unloaded on the off that Anderson trailer a little bit close together. The ones at the end were a little bit further apart, but those first 2 were really close, and definite risk of those getting.
And Crone SDR gets trying to bring 3 in. He's and he's gonna get stuck on the bridge if he's not careful. That bale has stopped his progress. Ooh. Oh my goodness, he got through just in time, but he had to sacrifice a bale. Had to leave a bale behind. Now Crona are getting the Anderson loader unloaded at the barn. Meanwhile, though, Astragon are back out gathering more. So this is going to be close at the end, I think. Even though Astragon were kind of trailing in the bale count, they've gotten their bales in faster, and they have a nice little lead now with under 2 minutes to go.
And Astragon are going to be able to get another full Anderson loader back. I don't think Crone can. Crone are going to have a partial Anderson, and that is going to make a big difference to the final scores here. STR now trying to load these bales up as quickly as possible. I think you're right. I think this is going to be a close one. Yeah. Oh, and Astragon not risking it. They've bought in a partial loader, a partial bale trailer.
Yeah, they only had 14 outstanding, and they had a couple here. I mean, the thing is there's only a minute 10 to go, and you know, you'd rather get these 8 into the top of the barn than stay out there and bring 14 in and put them into the bottom, really. So not a bad idea, especially because they're leading, but that lead has dwindled now with under a minute to go, 6:30 to 6:07.
Crone bringing in another set of bales now.
I don't think
that's not enough to win it, and Helmaiden having a problem unloading them as well.
Crone took a slight lead there for a moment, but then it went back in Astragon's favor, and now further ahead Astragon. 11 bales to 9. I think Astragon have flipped this, Alex.
The
bales are just not there.
Look at that timing!
Oh,
Coming
well done by Philip.
With the baler.
Risky.
Now this baler holds 3 bales. Does he have 3 on the back, or does he just have 2? I think he just has 2.
Ooh, those might fall. Is that going to stay on? Ooh, they might just. They've stalled on.
And this is close. 8 seconds left, and there's only 1 bale there for Crone. It's not going to go in. That is it.
Astragon takes the first one. Hello, Fowler Fellow, and everyone else.
Morning, Fowler
that was
Fellow.
a good one. That one, you know, when the 8-minute drop hit and it was silo closed, it looked at that moment like it was in Crone's favor. And then the silo closed hit, and it just kind of, I think, distracted both teams. But it distracted Crone more, I believe. And then Marshall Maiden went around the wrong side to hook back up to the Horge, and that killed some precious time.
Hang on, I think Astragon won that on first bale.
You're not wrong, probably.
They delivered exactly the same number of bales. And the difference was that Ashton delivered more in the bottom.
Right.
So those should have been lower points. And somehow delivering the same number of bales with more in the bottom, Astragon ended up with 22 more points.
Wow.
So I can only, because they were never ahead in the multiplier throughout that game. That's got to be first bale. I think they won that on first bale.
Well, what do you know?
Wow.
Nicely done.
It'll be interesting going back and seeing the replay of that later and seeing if that was the case. But I can't see any other way that Astragon got more points than Crona on that with those stats at the end.
Yeah, that was a good game, though. I think that, just based off of that, I can't really say that Astragon's going to go out and win this next one and advance right away. I feel like these two teams are pretty evenly matched, and it just came down to a little bit of disruption and distraction about the 8-minute mark to the 4-minute mark. Crone somehow just lost their way and just struggled to get the bales in early enough to really, stretch their lead that they had at that point. And Astragon starts to pull away, and then it tightens a little bit more, but Astragon able to hold on in the end. That was a pretty good matchup between these two, so I'm looking forward to the next one.
I think it's going to be a good match. I think we're going to end up with a close match, the second one. I mean, that was a close match. I think we're going to end up with a close one on the second one as well.
We've had really close matches and really closely competitive teams. Like, they're very closely matched, and it's been a very fun day from that perspective so far, because there's not really been any single match yet where a team has run away with it for one reason or another. It's just come down to the minor little differences.
Glendis, they got thank you very much. There's the difference. They got a Bale-tastic. I missed that. So that would be why. That's where the extra points came from.
Wow.
It would
50 points for a Bale-tastic in a close game is a huge boost.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Here we go again. Astragon does win for best facial hair in the FSL, though, I would say. Like, that guy in the middle, legendary.
That is very impressive.
Is that Bam Bam, their team captain?
I think that might be Bam Bam.
Seems a fitting name for a man with a beard like that.
I was trying to put it in the same order as the names up the top, but there's no guarantee.
I know you can see it on the website for teams that have pictures, so I'm about to go look now. Let's see. Here's Astragon. That's Bam Bam.
That's Bam Bam.
Bam Bam. AKA Stefan. And then we've got Virex and Philip, our other testants here for Astragon. But yeah, Bam Bam with that goatee. Legendary. Almost as legendary as Boris's facial hair was from like the FarmCon videos. There was so much feedback from that we saw on the community team. I loved it. You guys are hilarious with stuff like that. Like, people were like, all right, you've announced the character creator, but can we have Boris's beard though? So like, he's our head of publishing too. So he is, part of those decisions. And so we need to push him internally a bit more. Be like, when are we getting your beard in the game as some DLC?
Please tell me that's going to be the surprise I get in the character creator on Friday. I'm going to be scrolling through and I go, there's Boris's beard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Boris is a cool guy, and of course his position is pretty darn new. He's been at Giants for a couple of years, head of publishing now that we're self-publishing, and so he's at the forefront of making a lot of these deals, and is a big part of the growth that we're seeing for 22 because we're self-publishing. So shout out to him and his team, and everyone else at Giants have been putting in just a lot of really good work, and you guys are going to be pleased, to believe. All right, similar setups again. So, this is both the good thing and the bad thing about these tactics really becoming the preferred method of operation for the majority of teams. Is it's nice when they match up, because then it comes down to, skill a lot of the times. Sometimes too, like a slight drop going in your favor or maybe a mistake, but it shows the skill of the teams. But at the same time, I think that we'd be better served with a larger variety of tactics and things. So hopefully in season 4 we can find a way to make it a little bit more of a variety of what teams go with, as we're now in the mad dash towards the pods. We got people going for the ideal there.
Unfettered access to the ideal by the looks of things.
Is there going to be a Mr. CDP style beard?
Oh, Mr. CDP's beard is epic.
So it was Crona who came away with the other ideal, looks like. They were running 2 at the moment. And John Deere in an ideal combine for Astragon, meanwhile.
I do wonder if teams have started not going for the ideal so much on the idea that it's not got such a big header and therefore doesn't have such a big amount of straw coming out.
I feel like that, and the thing is like, even if you have 2 ideals, which holds 17,100 grain, the grain card only holds 30. So
yeah,
really, it's not like you can, unless you're doing the whole take the grain cart to the silo and then emptying both into it. But even then, it doesn't give you enough of an advantage in the multiplier to make a difference. So why not get something besides 2 ideals? It's definitely not, it's still a popular tactic, but it's not as widely used as it once was, especially because teams started to realize that if they lower the header of the larger width cutter bars on like the case and such, the John Deere as well, if you just lower those to the ground when you're in the silo area, you can pull those up too. So once teams discovered that, the ideals became a little bit less of a usual selection.
It's kind of, you kind of want the other 2 2 other combines early on, and then to switch to the ideal if you're doing the overloading into the silo later. If you're doing all of that later. I think the more I talk about this, the idea of a new tactic is forming in my head, which should be quite an interesting one, where you're just unloading so you start with 2 of the other combines first. So it obviously requires you to have other combines. But you just leave it unloading in the middle and grab an ideal and then fill the ideal up and then take it all down to the unloading point at about the 8-minute mark.
Yeah,
would possibly give you a bail advantage early on.
We have bridges lowered and bridges raised here at the 12th minute mark. Even though they're close to the field, I'm not sure either team sees the benefit in going for this. And if they do, the other could cancel them out easily. Man, I still need more coffee. There is a giveaway going on today, guys. It'll be ending later on today, shortly after the end of the streams. It's for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. Go enter on Gleam. Don't worry if you can't stick around to the end, because you enter your email on Gleam, you'll be contacted via email if you win. But as you'd imagine, a whole lot of competition for this giveaway. Something like 1,700 entries already when I saw earlier. So
wow.
If you want FS22, go enter. Maybe you'll be the lucky winner. Well done, Manda. The ideal might not be ideal.
There are other options.
All right, delivering a little bit of grain. That's interesting by Crone. Delivered a little bit to get it to 2.1, but now, okay, we're having some defensive
so they're
FSL again.
Just lining themselves up.
We've got some defensive farm sim league yet again.
Bale
Another standoff.
advantage this time has gone to Astragon. They have 2 bales created already, whereas, well, Crone have delivered. Oh no, that's interesting. Oh yeah, because Crone delivered their one down the bottom after Astragon, so they do have their combo counter at 1. But yes.
You know what I just thought of, because we're seeing shots of the players within the cab here, is if and when we get Farming Simulator League running on FS22, the character customization will come into play for the FSL too, and I wonder what crazy outfits we'll see players wearing in the future if that happens.
It's a pity that you can't mod the hats. I'd still like to do a VF hat in.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, we'll keep pushing that feedback to the team, but
or actually, I did have a different thought, because I like to put these things out here in a stream. The ability to say, right, I wanna have a custom hat, and here's a graphic that goes on that custom hat. You know,
that's cool. Yeah, just like a logo generator type thing.
A bit like
you have a blank canvas
you get in other games.
Right. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. You know, things like that though. I have no idea how that would be implemented. If it's possible, I don't know. But if it's possible, I don't see why we couldn't do it.
I'll make sure I go and post that in the ambassadors section later.
Definitely do that. And I know that you're not the only one as well that has said they'd like to see that, especially for content creators and the like. You know, because you already have your existing branding, and so it would make sense for those sorts of scenarios for it to be possible. So who knows what the future holds? A Finnish hat mod for PC on the Mod Hub. Really? I don't think I've seen that.
Did I see right? I think I see right. I thought I saw a cowboy hat.
There's a cowboy hat mod, but it's like a scripted. It's like a scripted.
No, not a mod. I'm fairly sure I saw a picture of. FS22
oh yeah, there's a cowboy hat in the character.
With the cowboy hat.
Yeah, there's one now, like in the game, in the character customization screen. Yeah. Oh, grain multiplier here, and direct delivery. I mean, both teams are probably not gonna harvest anymore. Okay, why are you driving by that with grain sitting at the silo?
They have got a player at the silo, and Bam Bam has just driven past the grain multiplier.
And then here, Crona are gonna get it. And now Bam Bam's running back.
That's a waste of time.
Yeah, but at the same time, now this is gonna last a few seconds longer. But Crona has a 1.6 multiplier on this compared to a 1.5, so Crona, with all of this grain here as well, I think is going to end up with a slight advantage of maybe that 2.1 to 1.9 again that we've seen a couple times this weekend. I think we're going to see something similar here for Crona as an advantage.
And that's not good.
Spilling a little bit of grain, not good at all.
I'm keeping an eye on the time here because I'm trying to see if both teams finish emptying their grain. How long before this timer runs out both teams finish emptying their grain, because this will tell me exactly how useful Archimedes ++ is under this in this situation.
Yeah, Astragon spilling a little bit of their grain doesn't help either here, because it's already going to be against them, and he needs to hurry up and get this into the silo too while they have the multiplier. They're going to be even worse off, and now he's starting to dump it in.
This is not. Yeah, this is a bad mistake from Astragon at the moment.
Now I do think that we're being proved wrong a little bit. That Archimedes actually was useful in that situation, or he probably doesn't get it all sold. But yeah, it's actually a 2.2 to 1.8 advantage for Crone, and this is not good news for Astragon. Although Astragon right now have 25 bales to 14. They're trailing by 55 points, but they have enough bales there, even with the multiplier advantage, to make that up, I believe. So this is going to be another interesting final 5 minutes between these two teams. I really can't call it at this point.
It's the advantage seems to be in Crone's court, but those extra bales, those really could come heavily into play if Astragon is able to get them into their barn and get them scoring. And STR is out there grabbing bales again, trying to fill that manure fork he's got.
I like that idea, Amanda. Who knows what we could see in the FSL in the future? That's not a bad idea at all.
Oh, wow, compacting a bunker silo for FSL. Lots of driving back and forth. Oh.
All right, I want to see like a good super drop here could flip this match at the moment. Give us something good, game. Bless us, RNG gods.
Yeah.
With a good super
here we
drop
go.
Here. It is Bale Withering. Well, not the most ideal.
Not, unless that's a large number of bales. That's
if it's a
not.
Yeah, if it's a large number of bales for Crona especially, that would be huge. But it
one
looks like
bale.
One for each team. So not really worth going all the way out to just to delete one bale on the other side when you could just press 2 of your own and make that same thing up.
Yeah. Here comes Bam Bam. 308 to 211.
This is going to be another close finish. Here comes a load of bales on the Anderson loader for Astragon.
4 points for every bale that Crone delivers. That is just such an uphill struggle. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you multiply that by 14 bales, and that is, a lot.
Yeah. What is that? 50... I can't do the math again. Not enough coffee.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math at the moment. 28, 56 points.
I almost said 56, but I was like, I don't think that's right. It's too early for me to
Yeah, it's 14, 28.
Be right.
and 28 doubled is 56. So, yeah.
So they basically would have to do, like, 3 extra bales. Or 4 even to really make up for it.
Only because I play Dungeons and Dragons and have to do lots of maths in my head.
2 minutes to go. Astragon do have the lead at the moment, and last time in the first matchup with these two, what it came down to was Crona couldn't get the bales in time.
And
because of that,
spilling bales.
Yep, there goes one off.
Oh,
that's going to go off too, though, for Astragon now. That one's going off. So both teams having bales fall off now at the end. It's now even on the bale count, and that's bad news for Astragon. But again, Crona don't have theirs in, and another one falls off for them. They've got to get these bales in.
499. It's this the multiplier is kicking in now. You can see for every bale that Astragon is putting in, just 4 more points going up for Crone, and they're having trouble keeping pace as a result.
I just think Astragon, though, with Virex bringing in another partial load, they have more bales at the barn with a minute to go. Okay, there we go. There it comes. So it's pretty even then. So it's going to come down to who doesn't drop any now. I think the multiplier has given Crona enough of a gap and advantage to win, but they still got to make sure they get all of these on without any issues.
How did it go so wrong for Astragon with that grain? That is
Yeah, the grain multiplier just happened to be 1.6 to 1.5 for Crone, and then Astragon spilled a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And it's been an uphill fight for them for sure. And
And
Crone,
Crona now lining themselves up to drop those last few bales in, and yeah, it is just pulling away. And Astragon do not have the bales there to respond to this.
yeah, unfortunately,
745 to 800 is
844 now, almost 100
Yeah,
point win
that
in
is
the
how
end
this is ending.
by Crone. I think that's a fair result. These two teams, it's kind of been, flipped in the second of the best of three between these two. Like both teams are really evenly matched, and either team could take this third one too. I don't really know what to expect from them. Definitely, Crone benefited there by having that little extra boost because they were trailing on the weight on the drop at the 8th minute for the grain multiplier, and the fact that they had a bunch of grain ready to go at that moment. That was a good bit of timing. They delivered one less bale overall, but won by nearly 100 points, 99 points
And
by
that is
delivering
that
one less bale. That's
difference.
crazy. Yeah.
That is that difference of that multiplier. It really, really, even just a little bit like that just makes a massive difference. We've said many times before, a 1.1, sorry, a 2.1 to a 1.9 is a huge advantage for a team. If you let it get to 2.2 to 1.8,
even
you have
bigger
made
advantage. Yeah.
such an uphill struggle for yourself to win that game. It's you've got to respond and put some grain back in. And yes, it will cost you moments, but it's not going to make you lose by 100 points at the end of it.
Yeah.
You've got to turn around and do something about it. And that is the downside to putting all of your harvesters to the sell point. Because if you get an uneven result like that, you've got to take a harvester back out onto the field. You've not got a harvester sitting out there waiting for you. So, it's going to be interesting. It's our first game of today going to a third round. Both these teams are really good.
Yeah.
And it's we'll see where it goes.
Well, I think whoever wins this next one and advances to play Cortiva for the first spot in the quarterfinals next month, I honestly could see either of them giving Cortiva a run for their money as well, and having another really closely fought contest between the winner of this one and Cortiva for that first spot from Group C in the quarterfinals. It's double elimination today, so whoever doesn't win this third of the best of three coming up will go into the losers bracket for double elimination and still have a chance of advancing to the quarterfinals as well. So I don't really know what to predict. It might come down again to, the right timing on a drop or a super drop. Both teams have pretty much been picking the same setup across the board as each other. So it's coming down to, the drops or mistakes and just pure skill. And both of these teams are fighting it out really evenly at the moment.
I can't wait to see what they do this third game. Having two fairly close games in the first set. Yes, the second one went to 100 points, but you could see both teams stacking really, really well onto those conveyors, and it was purely that multiplier that made the issue in the end. To have them stacking that well, if they end up with a 2-2, it's gonna be only a few points between them at the end.
Right. Yeah. All right, here we go. So the winner will be moving on, and they'll be taking on Cortiva, the loser, into the losers bracket here. But a really good chance. The winner of this is going to have to play Cortiva right after. Our next game will be the semifinal, or the final, if you will, for the first spot. The group stage is working a little bit differently in format than you're used to with the FSL, because we're at the championship stage here now in the group stages. But 2 of the 4 teams advance. One will advance directly from game 3 in the winners bracket, and the other one will have to play a little bit a couple extra games, at least one extra game to make it in. So both of these teams have a chance, though. I've really loved this matchup, and I'm kind of hating that it's going to have to end after 15 minutes. But we could also see a similar situation with John Deere and Bednar yesterday, where the second game featured two teams that then had a rematch in Game 5 for the second spot. The qualification via the losers bracket for the quarterfinals. I could very well see that happening here today. And meanwhile, Crona have not banned a piece of equipment.
Not banned a third. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. They must. No, that doesn't save them any points. So yeah, not 100% sure. All of the high-powered stacking tractors have been banned. We've not seen people using them. It's a very odd choice for the teams to ban those. So yeah, not quite sure what's going on with that.
Of course, we saw teams banning the Baylor. Was that LSA yesterday against Vulture?
Yes.
I can't remember what game that was. Yeah. So we've
and
seen
they dropped
that.
Archimedes. It was the thing that made me first sit up and go, "Ooh, hang on, is Archimedes actually any use?"
Right. I mean, we definitely saw it in that last one. Like, if the problem is it didn't help Astragon, but that could have been even worse if they didn't have Archimedes, because they waited a bit late in the window with grain multiplier to get the grain unloaded. So that situation,
I would say, if you're going for that dump everything at the same time at 8-minute mark, Archimedes probably a good idea.
Right.
But even then, I think if you time it right and you have good communication in your team, it's still not a necessary thing to have.
Right.
Because I think you can get everything unloaded. But if you're not doing that, if you're going to dump grain at 12 and 8, there is no reason to have Archimedes.
All right, here we go.
Crone pulling the forklift strategy this round. They didn't actually take the forklift in all fairness.
Which is good. I'm okay with this.
I will say, Delta Vector, this is not so much the English dub as the English commentary. Kermit and I have no idea what the German casters are saying either. So, we're not dubbing them. We are giving you our own commentary on today's going on. Hence the reason why I can say hi to you in the chat here over on Twitch.
Oh, some air in the John Deere harvester there for Pyrex. That's quite impressive.
So looks like the ideal has gone to Crone. Yeah, Crone running 2 ideal combines off the bat. Will be interesting to see how this affects the number of bales they produce.
I think a good first bale here is important for both teams too. Like these two teams are so closely matched that by the end of it, all said and done, it might come down to the first bale here. As Jackaroo approaches the barn, going to try the drive-by, is he? Nope. Going to go for the safe approach. But you know what? Pretty good approach, and 128 is pretty solid.
And a 126 with a good flick.
Okay, all right. So not much in it. Well, if Crone win this by 2 points, remember this moment early in the rounds. Yeah. Fill it back out straight away and getting to baling, getting more bales pressed. Long way to go still. The rounds go by quickly, but when you're playing, I can speak from experience now, like the 15 minutes can seem like an eternity at the beginning of a round, but then time flies by and all of a sudden you look up and you're running out of time and you need to get bales delivered.
It's one of those things where I think you hit the 12-minute mark, and the 12-minute mark seems to take forever, and then you hit 12 minutes and suddenly it's 4 minutes, and you kind of go, where did the middle of this game go?
Yeah.
And speaking of which, we are coming up to that 12-minute mark. 30 seconds left to go, and we'll get our first super drop. Or our first power-up drop. And it will be interesting to see what that gives us.
5,000 extra grain at the moment for Crona. Bales are both at 2-2. Yeah, the telehandlers, that's a pretty good point that Rocker TV has brought up in chat. The nice thing, too, about those telehandlers is they are speedy. 70 kilometers per hour they go. And that is joint fastest with the bigger tractors, the Fendt 1050 and the Deutz-Fahr 9340. But those two tractors are a lot beefier and a lot heavier. So the telehandlers are quick and nimble, and of course have the telescopic arm as well, which is helpful at the conveyor belt.
Crone have gone for the grain multiplier. I was fully expecting Astragon to run back and grab it, but they are ignoring it. And
this could be a mistake if they don't get it.
Dropping this much great. There we go. Bam Bam's running for it. And Astragon now need to go and deliver all the grain they've got. And in fact, they are not. It's going up at the moment, not down. And now it's going to go down.
Foxglove with the Kappa emote. Bringing in the lovely sarcasm. Forklift OP, please nerf.
it absolutely is, and this is why most teams, look at it and go, oh, that's too OP for me to even go anywhere near. I would love somebody to come up with a strategy for it. It would be awesome because it costs no points to use.
Even Team Manitu looks at the Manitu forklift and goes, "No, I don't think so. Sorry."
I think the only way you could use it is if you were in a situation where you didn't need a third piece of equipment at the end. But I can't think of a situation where you don't need a third piece of equipment in the end.
Even then, like, if you don't have any points to spend, just get the Fiat. It goes 45 kilometers in reverse, which is nice.
Yeah.
But
that would
I've actually learned though, like, if you don't pick a tractor in your first two picks that has a stacker on the front, the game forces you into the skid steer or the forklift, something with the ability to lift bales. Yeah. I mean, you don't see that happen in official tournaments,
but yesterday then.
Yeah, I mean, but they picked it first, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
It wasn't the last pick. Yeah, it was the first pick. Philip is driving the Rosselmash back to collect his Valtra tractor that he left at the top of the hill at the beginning of the round. 9 minutes and some change to go in this one. The winner moves on to play Cortiva immediately following this match, and the winner of that will move on as the first team out of Group C into the quarterfinals. So lots at stake for Crona and Astragon at the moment.
I'm just trying to see if you didn't take Archimedes and you took the Fiat 1300 instead. That would save you 3 points on the points pick. You could get Easy Stacker or Runner with that, but I'm not sure either of those are enough of an advantage. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else you could pick anywhere else.
I mean, Easy Stacker is something we saw used a lot more early in the season. I don't really understand why it's gone completely away. It does take some time to back that thing up perfectly. It would require someone to be really good at it and really speedy at it without any errors to make it worth it, I would say. But at the same time, it's not a bad shout.
I think it opens those doors. It means you can put
bail
stuff
multiplier
on.
and bail drop here, Alex. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, this could be huge, especially SDR has 3 on the front, and I think he's going to go for the bail multiplier. Yep. Oh, that was a smooth collection of the drop there, too. In and out, no bales fell off the front, and the tractor kind of just kept moving. Well done, STR. And now going to take these 3 in. And they're also delivering grain at the same moment. So this is going to be a good bit of points here for Corona.
Picking stuff up as you move, that's when actually head start would come in really useful. Yeah, and Bam Bam picking up, and again a smooth drop, smooth pick up.
So it's actually
look at how close those are together for MBR and for Crona. In fact, those are 3 bales that are going to score 27 points each, plus the bale multiplier.
Well, and Astragon has
huge.
an advantage. Astragon has a 1.6 to 1.5 in the multiplier, but they also need to get bales in and take advantage of this.
And those are going to speed up
37 points per. This one's going to be slightly less because it's switched back
those
now. Astragon delivering grain.
Huge amount of points for every
Astragon needs to get some bales in now because they're going to get even more points. Astragon, where are you? Get bales to the barn and quick. You've got 40 seconds. Oh, okay, they are there, but is it just one?
Bale.
Oh, that's not good. Not nearly as good. Yeah, so Crone scored 37 on 1 or 2 of them, and then 32 on the next, was it? 34 or something like that. So definitely a better moment there for Crone. And they're bringing more in. They're going to score 20 points apiece on. Crone giving themselves a nice little lead with just under 6 minutes to go.
Oh, and Bam Bam throwing bales about. That is not good for him either.
Another one about to go in for Crona.
Beginning to buckle under the pressure a little bit here.
They're going to need a good super drop to go their way, I feel like, at this point, because the multiplier is even. They only have 1 more bale than Crone, and they're trailing by 109
and in
points.
Fact, they don't even have that now. They are even on bales, and there's 100 points between them. This is
now they're behind on bales.
Crona now ahead. This is not good news.
Morning,
for
Matza.
Astragon.
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Matza.
Matza from Die Ackerfleur, who we saw the 16th seed, went up against Trelleborg yesterday and gave a good showing. I'm glad they got to participate in this tournament. They won that little mini play-in tournament. Hope you're doing well, Matza. And the new record holders of most bales, despite losing to Trelleborg in that first round yesterday. 51 bales they were able to deliver.
Impressive amount of pressing. That was pun, actually, not initially intended.
Yeah, not intended pun, but, you know, a happy
see, this
accident.
situation
Ooh,
here,
that's a shaky bale for Crone.
That would be when the easy stacker would be a useful thing for them.
Right. I think the good thing about easy stacker as well is, like, it's a good way to get a chance at a combo, a bale-tastic at least, but also you're scoring 20 points per if you're at a 2-time multiplier. So Lord Baylor for 2 bales. I'm also fairly sure
with the easy stacker you can put 4 bales on that conveyor at the same time.
Right.
You could score points a lot quicker with easy stacker. Just normally stacking on. That is yeah, I think there's a better reason to have easy stacker than there is to have Archimedes.
Bam Bam's going for Lord Baylor here, and this is something that Astragon needed. They needed it desperately. But I don't think it's going to be enough, to be honest. They are just too far behind. There's no real advantage that exists for them either. Hey, thanks, Kurt.
Did Astro forget to actually bail or something?
I'm not sure what's happened, but this is definitely going to be the biggest gap in all 3 games we've had. Astragon really strong in the first game. Just fell short.
Astragon trying to position, Bam Bam trying to position himself to make a
counter play here
for the counter. And MBK
I think he's done it a bit early, though.
Single bales on.
Yeah, he's wasting time sitting there to counter, and he's actually now
done it. He's countered it, but without getting the extra points. He could have done with the extra points.
still don't think it would be enough. Yeah, this is just a huge gap right now. It's definitely bad news for Astragon and good news for Crona, who will look highly likely with 2 minutes and some change to go of advancing to play Cortiva in the next match for a chance at the quarterfinals.
$380 to $619, and a bail has fallen off for Crone. Not that making little mistakes like that are going to cost them that much at this point with this much of a lead, but yeah, I cannot see how Astragon can reply to this in a minute and a half. They've just not got the bails there. Oh, and that's not going on there very easily either. We are SCR getting into there, and Philip now bringing in some extra bails. So Astragon do now have bails coming on. They cannot load bails like that onto the conveyor. They cannot. This has all gone to pieces for Astragon at the moment. Crone keeping cool under pressure as Astragon now are just trying to get points in any way they can.
Are they going to go for a combo here, maybe?
They are going for a combo. They are doing an absolute Hail Mary.
Fantastic. They should have pushed more into the bottom and tried for the bail pressive there as well. Because now it's been reset and Chance missed. But even that, I mean, the bail pressive would have been 100 points. That would have closed the gap a little bit. It still wouldn't have been enough, though. What's happened to Jackaroo? Stuck in the barn door
got
there.
Himself a little bit jammed under there.
Got that weight on the front of the Vulture stuck, I believe.
I do think that the way they did that, you know, a completely unexpected way of doing that, was a great tactic. I think it worked well. Putting a couple of bails on the top at the same time.
SDR now with the showmanship.
SDR pushing those in directly as the time comes to an end. And
thanks, Giova. Good morning to you.
There we go.
Well, congrats to Crona. They're going to move on to face off against Cortiva. Very impressive. Astragon played really strong through the first two. That was definitely the weakest of their three. And they need to just regroup now because they've got every bit of a chance of advancing through that loser's bracket and having either a rematch against Crone or potentially playing Cortiva down in the loser's bracket later on for a chance at getting that second spot through Group C for the quarterfinals. But of course, they'll also have to play another match before then. It's been a great bit of action in Group C so far, though, hasn't it?
It has. And as we were saying at the beginning, these look like they were going to be close games, and they are close games. Astragon going a little bit to pieces in that one. Lots of unforced errors from them there. But yeah, if they can regroup, they can still make it through here. This is nice and close.
So our next matchup will be Cortiva against Crona in the winner's bracket, and then following that, one team will secure their spot in the quarterfinals. Then we'll go to Game 4, which is in the loser's bracket, and we'll have Kawana taking on Astragon in Game 4. Then the loser of Cortiva and Crone will be into Game 5 and play the winner of that one down in the loser's bracket for the chance at the second spot into the quarterfinals from Group C. Plenty more action to come because we still have Group D matches after this. So we've got 3 more matchups within Group C and then 5 over in Group D still to come later today. And it's already been a fun day of FSL action, and I'm feeling energetic. I have more energy today. I think I got more sleep yesterday overall because I was just so exhausted from yesterday's FSL that I slept pretty well. We'll be back shortly, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the FSL Season 3 Championship.
Welcome back, everybody. So yeah, this is going quite interestingly today. We have had two close first matches. First one between Cortiva and Kawana, with Cortiva coming out on top of that one, and Astragon and Crone after that, where that went to 3 matches, and Crone eventually taking that. It means that in a moment we're going to be seeing Cortiva take on Crone for our first place in the grand final in December, up for grabs from that match. And then Kawana Gaming are going to go up against Astragon to hopefully keep their stuff alive, keep their place in this alive. And we'll see where we go. But first, we've got some replays from the last match. A great first bail from both teams. Philip doing some really great maneuvers with that slide. Lots of jumping around and movement. STR, we thought he was in trouble with this one, and he almost got that bail on the ground through there, but didn't quite. And then decided to leave it to get it in there. This was such a weird game, this first one. Astragon were trailing a bit, and just weren't able to get the points. Second game, much closer. Philip missing his his slides to get that in. Still, Cora's getting a decent amount of points off that, and then evening things up later on as it went. And Astragon won the first game, that was right, and then Crone won the second and took the third, and just seeming to get a better setup as they were going through on this. Then we got some bails going in the last game from Crone with just a massive bonus, using that bail multiplier to the full effect. And Astragon never really came back from that, just making some unforced errors that meant STR could come up at the end, plonk the last couple of bails in, and for Crone to win by a good margin. So there we have it. It's a really good set of games there in that second match, and where it's going to go from here, I'm not quite sure. I'm ready for some hot forklift action this time round. I really do want to come up with a strategy where that forklift is useful. I think the biggest problem with that forklift is the fact that you've got to get it from the starting area over to the bale stacking area, and it is slow. It is so slow. However, we have Cortiva up against Crone now. We'll see how this one goes. I think a lot of people are going to have their money on Cortiva for this one. But as we saw yesterday, we have had some interesting upsets with Vultra losing out on their second match yesterday. Is the same thing going to happen to Cortiva? We shall find out soon enough. The Manitu has been banned by Cortiva first, followed by the Massey Ferguson by Crone. The Manitu I can understand, but only if the Massey Ferguson telehandler gets banned as well. So yeah, both telehandlers are now out. And then finally, we've got the Lin track has been banned. Not again, that Massey Ferguson 7726 and the Lin track, not really tractors that are used that much. Lin track tends to get used if the John Deere gets banned. Dottering Wolf, welcome along. I hope you're having a good morning. Don't worry about it. You are here for there's many hours of the FSL to go today. We are only into our third match. Welcome back, Kermit. I'm rambling.
Hey, I knew that I could step away and get some coffee and a snack, and you'd be just fine, because I know you don't
And
have a problem talking into the
me,
microphone.
somebody once told me, "BF, you don't shut up." We've got no big surprises here. I was just saying that the strategy of banning a telehandler is only useful if the other one gets banned, and yeah, both have been banned. The one thing that I'm surprised we don't see happen more often is both the telehandlers getting banned and both the small tractors getting banned.
Right.
I don't see the reasoning behind the Massey Ferguson 7727, I think it is, getting banned.
Right.
I would have expected somebody to ban the John Deere and then force people to use the ones tractors with bale spikes instead.
Yeah, 7726. You were really close.
26. Oh, one
but
number
fair
out.
enough. You make a good point, though. I mean, it definitely, you have to ban both telehandlers if they're going to be banned. Otherwise, there's no point. We've seen some interesting bans today too, which is very. It's been kind of weird. Some of the bans we've seen. I don't know. Maybe these teams know each other better than we know them and what they like to use. But there's definitely been some, not so much in this round, but in the previous games, we've seen some weird equipment being banned. So what do you think about this one? I mean, Crone looked a bit shaky in the first game against Astragon. They kind of cleaned it up a bit and won 2 in a row to advance. Cortiva, though, like, they looked comfortable against Kawana, but Kawana played a pretty good game too, so I don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, this is the thing here. Kawana were outplayed by Cortiva. There was nothing wrong with Kawana's gameplay. And this is the thing. I think if Crone here play a good, solid game, as they did in that last game against Astragon, I think that they can win this. I think they can take this. Alternatively, if Cortiva come back and play like they were earlier in the season, I think that Crone could very easily find themselves up against an opponent who is hard to beat. So it's really depends on what these teams bring to this,
right?
And I think it's going to be an interesting one to see how it develops.
Well, first bales were 124 to 122, so pretty darn close there. Taz, I hope you have a good rest of your day, buddy. Thanks for being here with us. Hello to everyone on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube that's following along with the FSL Season 3 Championship group stages here today. Been a great weekend so far. We still have several more hours to come today, and then we'll be back early December, just a few weeks' time. At least that's the goal, and we're aiming to have an in-person event for the quarterfinals and onward at some point in Switzerland in early December. So looking forward to that. That's what's at stake here for these teams, trying to advance into the finals. And just getting out of this group stages into the finals is a huge boost in prize money for these teams, even if they don't go any further than that. So there is quite a bit at stake. Over 100,000 euros total prize pool across the World Championships. But even just for the teams that got here to the group stages, if they don't go any further, they've done themselves a good bit of justice and won themselves a little bit of prize money. So really really fun to see, you know, what's been at stake this season. And Trelleborg has more than enough gaming chairs now to go around after all their tournament wins. They've got enough. Like, if they had won that last tournament, which Bednar took off, they would have, like, you know, their second alternate would have been getting a new gaming chair. Like, that's how many tournaments they won. So
it's an impressive amount, a very impressive amount.
Having a look at Jackaroo and Marshall Maiden for Crona.
And Rablix and Richie.
I believe, isn't it the guys from Crone who are behind Creative Mesh and the Straw Harvest mod for Farming Simulator? Yeah, so pretty cool. You know, there's overlap in several different areas in the Farming Simulator League. You have employees of some of the brands that play for that brand's esport team. You have modders from the mod community that people should be familiar with, like the players on Crone. And then you also have some real life farmers that take part in the Farming Simulator League. So there's a lot of cool crossover from these teams, and it's really fun to see. A mixture of ages too, which is really cool to see, because you've got, players in their teens, players in their 30s, and so on. So it's really cool to see, because that's kind of unique when it comes to esports. A lot of the shooter esports are a young man's game, but really anyone has a chance in the Farming Simulator League, which is cool.
Kind of reflects the entire Farming Simulator community. I mean, I know from players to content creators to viewers to FSL, every single aspect of Farm Sim is just this massive age range.
Yeah, it's a game really for all ages. It's maybe not like as easy for kids, like really small kids, to learn, even though it is a family-friendly game, just due to the complex nature. But it does still exist.
My 6-year-old plays it.
That's awesome. Have you had to teach him, or has he picked up?
And he plays it.
Has he picked up on most of it on his own, or has he kind of watched you and learned?
This isn't actually me forcing him on it. It's on my Xbox because I had it to play multiplayer with people on Xbox, and yeah, he picks it up every so often, gets in there, does a bit of harvest, does a bit of tractor driving. He found it on. I think he found it on his tablet as well, and was playing the mobile version of it as well. He quite, he likes it.
Cool. I like to hear that.
And he enjoys playing it. So
yeah, we're definitely working on ways to make it a little bit more accessible for newcomers and beginners. So, hopefully we'll have something to share on that soon. And but we're aware, because I mean, it's easy enough to learn at the beginning, but once you start getting into the more complex stuff too, it requires a little bit of patience, a little bit of effort on your part to try to learn how to do things. So
it's one of the reasons why, for a lot of my initial focus on FS22, I want to help people to get into the game and learn it and do a lot of stuff this is how you do this, and this is
right,
and this is a guide to the how to do the cows and things. So I'm actually really excited to be looking at that aspect, and it is one of those.
Bits he can't get the power
he can't pick up the silos closed.
At least he has plenty of time, but he's dumping grain there too, briefly.
Yeah, but it's at a 1.4.
Wow. Yeah, and Cortiva have more to take over now. Crona are going to have to just wait. So Marshall Maiden is going to have to kill some time over here. Looks like he might grab the tractor and leave the horse for a moment and get back out to the field.
Did he get that in the dying seconds of that, though? There's
still 20 seconds to go for Crone to get it. But Crone haven't picked it up yet. And then they did. Great timing. Great timing.
That is just mean.
Rude.
Kudos to Crone. Absolute kudos to Crone. Go and score some points while oh no, they haven't.
Wow. Okay. Well, Cortiva, though, they do have the advantage still, so they're going to score some bales here. That belt's going super slow.
Why Nico wasn't loading these up earlier, I don't know. He should have had them on the grain the moment that was on that conveyor, the moment that closed. But
there goes the first one, just about to go in. 27 points for each of these. Now the silo is now open for Crone. So it's going to be 24, maybe 23 by the time that one goes in. There's 23. So good bit of scoring there, but they could have maximized that even more if they'd brought him in a bit earlier. And now Crone are going to have a slight advantage for a moment. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Cortiva have some grain ready to deliver again. That's actually how you got back into Farm Sim and found Mr. CDP Felden's Seasons tutorials. Cool. That was great timing, wasn't it, Aaron Kens? Yeah, lovely. We had a question about, can I download the map? This is the Farming Simulator League client. It is a free DLC for Farming Simulator 19 on PC. So the website link is in chat. Click on that. Go register an account. You'll get a download code. Download it. Install it. And then if it's installed and will be running, you can see it in the mod hub listed under DLC. There's information on the website as well under the media tab about how to run it in training mode.
Why didn't that command work?
And there goes a bale off for Crone.
It's been in a minute ago. I was playing FS15 last week.
Yeah, I was there for that moment. That moment of nostalgia. I was just chatting with you. Are you still going to do 17?
Yes, so 17 on Tuesday and then the retrospective on 19 on Wednesday.
Oh, so you are going to do a retrospective on... What's your retrospective on 19 going to be, since you've really still been playing it?
So all the DLCs.
Gotcha.
But no mods.
Okay, that's cool.
And playing base game maps, so...
You should cheekily do a retrospective of 22, like on Saturday, after like the second day of early access.
I don't know. FS22 retrospective, no mods. And all the DLC, if you're willing to send it over to me for Saturday, that'd be awesome.
I've had it for one day. It's technically old to me now.
Yeah, but as I say, if it, retrospectives normally include all the DLC. So if you want to send me all the DLC over, so I can do the retrospective on Saturday, that'd be awesome.
I don't even know what the DLC is yet. So man, you'd be getting access before I even knew. So that'd be super special.
I'd be surprised if half of it's even been coded yet.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. All right, so the super drop was Bale Withering. I don't see either team going for that. We've got 3.5, or just slightly less to go. Cortiva in the lead with the Bale advantage, but Crone have a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage in the multiplier right now. So, and that's probably going to stay that way. So let's see how this plays out.
Oh. Yeah, Crone definitely in the better position at the moment.
Yeah, they're trailing, but with that, 2 extra points per bale. Although they've got
can't do this though.
They've got to get them to stay on the belt though. Yeah. Counter. Meanwhile, for Crone, I was about to say, be careful there, because Cortiva are about to get a multiplier.
I am not sure that was on purpose.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. There was one on the belt. Honestly, Nico should have pushed a couple into the bottom and gotten those bonus points, to be honest, because I don't think Crone were ready to react to it. It was just a little bit of luck. Like you said, came down to just timing of one on the belt.
Crone wouldn't have got the points if that first bale hadn't fallen off. Oh, and SCR is making some very basic mistakes here.
Look at this gap closing now, though, with under 2 minutes to go, 527 to 479, and it's just 2 points extra per bale. It's starting to add up. And I'm thinking if these teams, Cortiva have 2 extra bales right now, which is the only thing helping them. And look, 2 more fall off for SCR. You've got to get all of these on. Like, there's no excuses now if you don't win, because there's so many bales have been falling off. And it's only yourselves to blame.
It's allowing Cortiva to pull out a little bit every time he does that. Every time he misses getting those bales on their right, it it just shrinks that advantage that he has because he loses the time to get them on. And gives Cortiva the chance to get extra bales in.
It's a 114-point lead for Cortiva. And I think that despite the advantage for Crona in the multiplayer, they just don't have enough extra bales in comparison to make up this gap.
Yeah, there is just an STR again.
STR has to make sure from here on out that all of these are going in and don't fall off. If any fall off now, that's definitely a nail in the coffin for this first of the best of 3 for Corona. There's just not enough bales though, and not enough time.
And I'm. Oh, this is getting close though.
774 to 730.
774 to 730. 784, 803, 822. Every time Crona looks like they're getting a little bit closer, there's just this flurry of bales that come in for
Cortiva have this one.
And it's
I think that like the points that Cortiva scored when they had the bale multiplier early on in this really has paid off. 909. Oh, they had. Let's look at the sheer amount of bales as well. Like 7 extra bales made up the difference. It didn't really matter that Crona had the extra points per bale because they just had enough overall to make it not even affect them. Wow.
I'm concerned if Crona with that kind of advantage they had in that multiplier can't win. I
guess I was wrong. I was
the second game.
There wasn't a bale multiplier in this one. That was the previous matchup. So
yeah,
correction on that. But still, I thought when I saw that advantage in the bale multiplier for not the bale multiplier drop, but the multiplier itself for Crona, I thought Crona are going to take this, and Cortiva just looked comfortable. And that's similar to how Kawana versus Cortiva was. It's like you think, you know, Kawana played 2 good games, but Cortiva just looked comfortable throughout, and it was the same there. So Cortiva showing,
interestingly,
hey, don't forget about us, guys.
The Kawana games were closer, is the interesting thing than that game was. For some reason, Crona were just unable to get the bales in. We're unable to get the bales pressed and in, and it is something that Cortiva is really good at. They just seem to have their bale pressing timing down perfect and just create more bales than anybody else is using the same strategy. I mean, you can go out there, as we were showing yesterday, and create a stupid number of bales, but you have to sacrifice something else to do it. Cortiva do it within this strategy that everybody's, the meta that everybody's running.
I feel like Cortiva, you know, they're kind of saying, you guys shouldn't have forgot about us. You know, we're the 3rd seed. We early in the season we're the strongest team. The meta has kind of changed, and their strategy has had to been adapted, and they've had really tough draws in the qualifiers leading into the previous 5 or 6 tournaments in a row. They were getting matched up with the likes of Trelleborg or Valtra, and getting knocked out and not even making it to the quarterfinals. So, you know, Cortiva are a really good team, and they're showing it so far today. There's really been no mistakes that I can think of that they've made. Just smooth gameplay throughout, just consistent and strong with their strategies. And yeah, very well played. And there was the bale combo. What happened there? Did you see that? They could have gotten that combo.
I think, as
the way the bales were on the floor, he couldn't get in.
The bales were at a weird angle. I understood what Red Cat was saying. The bales were at a really weird angle, and as a result, it's just sort of jammed him in, and it meant that he couldn't get that bonus.
It didn't affect them in the end, but missing out on a bale combo because of that. Just weird placement of the bales on the fork. It shows how important it is to make sure you line those bales up properly on the stacker, especially when you have that manure fork like on the John Deere, because you can get several bales. You can get 3 on at a time compared to 2 if you get them lined up right, but you have to get it perfect, or little mistakes like that will come into play for sure. Well, Cortiva is 1 win away now, Alex, from becoming the first team to advance to the quarterfinals here today. 4 teams in from yesterday. Already the top 2 seeds have advanced. So the top seeds from both groups have advanced, although Vulture made it tough on themselves and had to go through the losers bracket to do so. But Cortiva, with a win here, could also keep that trend going, and we would see the 3rd seed move on into the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And I of the 2 teams that we have going into this second match, at the moment, Cortiva are looking stronger. Crone have to respond somehow to the number of bales that Cortiva is creating.
To be fair to Crone, against Astragon, they lost the first one, and then they bounced back well. But now they're playing Cortiva. It's a little bit different of a story. So they're going to have to cut out the mistakes. They're going to have to make sure that they're taking advantage of every drop that they can, that they're getting the timing right as well. And they got to make sure that they're going to match Cortiva's amount of bales that they're pressing too, because they do press an impressive amount of bales.
The bans this game make a lot more sense. So the 2 more powerful care wheel tractors have been banned, and the 2 telehandlers have been banned. That will make teams make different choices. They tend to go for that case tractor, and some of the teams do tend to go for those telehandlers. So what are they really going to go for?
Instead of going with the Steyr and having a narrow tire tractor for first bale, it looks like both teams instead are going to go with the super powerful 70 kilometer per hour Deutz-Fahr 9340.
Interesting choices here from Cortiva. They're going with 2 big tractors, which means they are sacrificing something with care wheels. Crone matching them choice for choice, though.
Only 1 stacker too. So the Anderson loader can bring bales in, and then the John Deere will be the only other one that can bring bales in on the front. So going to be interesting to see, especially because Marshall Maiden on Crona has gone with Archimedes. So that would make me think that he is going to deliver grain, maybe even harvest at the beginning, and then we'll also be stacking bales towards the end. Whereas they've gone with Archimedes on the Vultra without the stacker for Cortiva. So just slight differing strategies based on which player with the equipment
slightly too slow on the ideal. The ideal goes to Crone. And Crone gets the John Deere baler as well. Crone seem to like the John Deere baler, interestingly. They don't tend to go for much else. That one is... But looking at the John Deere baler, it actually matches the Kuhn baler, the one that shares its model quite nicely.
Right.
The difference is that coming off the back of it, the bales are stackable, and it has a slightly faster work speed than the Kuhn. It does have a 200 liter larger fill volume though, so it does take slightly more to create a bale from it. It's not a bad baler though, and you can kind of see why they use it.
Not a bad baler, but at the same time, you just lost the previous game because of your lack of bales in comparison to Cortiva. So
Very
something
true.
to think about if it happens again. With these Deutz-Fahr tractors too, the first bale delivery is a little bit more difficult because you got to be a little bit more careful with how you approach up under the belt because this tractor is just so much larger.
Interestingly enough, I don't quite understand why they didn't go for the Fed baler, although seeing now Rablik's coming in with his Deutz-Fahr tractor, there is the reason. It has been grabbed by Rablik. Although
what a big advantage for Crone, though.
Slower first bale.
21 points.
That is not a good
morning,
start
Obi.
for Cortiva this game.
Hello, Aaron Kens says, Aaron Kens, you've already gotten some answers from the chat because our chat is amazing. Thanks, everyone in chat, for helping out with the answers. Does the FSL make changes throughout the season to affect the meta, or is it quite stable all the way through? Pretty stable. Changes have been made. There's been a few patches throughout the season. The most recent patch, I think, was in August. So only like 2 or 3 patches overall. But yeah, the transport company team perk has been pretty much the strategy to go with, the go-to strategy for a while in official tournaments. It's just hard for teams that don't use it to match teams that do use it when it comes down to matching skill for skill when you get into the top level of the competition where teams are evenly matched.
I just learned something. I didn't know what meta stood for.
Oh yeah,
it's the most effective tactic available. It literally is a term from MMOs. Fair enough. I've been seeing it a lot recently, not just because Facebook decided to use it, but in general, you know. But yeah, it is a proper tactical term. That's pretty awesome.
The winner of this, if Cortiva win this, they're through to the quarterfinals, and they won't have to play again until early December. If Crone win this, we're going to the third of the best of 3. Crona have a load in the grain cart ready to take to the silo. Cortiva a little bit behind on this, but they're trying to get some grain loaded up as well.
And there is more grain, or there was more grain for... No, there is more grain at the moment for Chrome, just slightly.
Oh! What are you doing there, Jackaroo?
I think he had it out as he was pulling into the silo. And
it's not
as
automatic though. It's not automatic. You have to unload it yourself.
He did do that on purpose.
Yeah, it had to have been like he was like, oh, let's dump a little bit on the go, or maybe he thought, let's park it on this side, and then, oh no, I actually need to go over here. I don't really know, but risky because it could have dumped some of that out.
And Cortiva now tipping their first load of grain.
I think Crone are going to leave theirs there as we're having a look at a tractor. Vulture just kind of hanging out on the pod zone where it was left at the beginning of the round. Okay. Cortiva need to score some bales, but they don't have any pressed is the problem. They have a 2.9 to 1.1 advantage in the multiplier at the moment. I believe Crone are going to bring the harvesters in and do the whole grain chain at the silo.
Yep. That does seem to be the tactic that they tend to use.
Listen to the lovely birds chirping. We're just having a look at the Deutschfahrer there. Moments of the FSL like that seem peaceful, but then you get to the end of a round and all chaos ensues.
Obianix, welcome along. To balance all the perks and bonuses and stats and whatnot. They're constantly updating or trying to rebalance things. Yeah, and it is the thing. I believe that there is a post game meeting after every FSL where basically they go what worked, what didn't. You know, how is there anything that needs adjusting? All of that kind of thing. And so if there is something that needs adjusting, that then comes out in a patch. Between then and the next tournament, sort of a month later normally.
20 seconds away from the 8th minute drops. This could flip the tide of the whole matchup here. I think that's why Crone kind of waits to deliver grain. They're hoping for that. I mean, they have, look at this, they have double the grain at the moment. The problem is that's only because Cortiva has already delivered 30,000 of theirs. But if they can get, there it is, grain multiplier. Get it actually,
need this.
Or do you get silo closed and deliver? That's a tough call between the two. Because if you get grain multiplier, the other team might get silo closed anyways, and then you're in trouble. It's a tough call here.
Well, no, actually, Cortiva are going to close the silo. Cortiva absolutely going to close the silo. It makes no difference now to Crone.
Crone need to wait the silo until the end.
They will wait till the last minute.
Yeah. But the problem with that is Jackaroo is now wasting time sitting here. Good bit of disruption by Cortiva. They couldn't afford to not go for silo close there with the advantage that they have already. But now they need to get bales in this next 70 seconds.
How long is this?
Yeah, so they're going to have about 20 seconds.
There is 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time in between.
But it will give them a quick boost. So again, this is where Archimedes is useful.
But look,
this is the point at which.
Oh, okay. I thought we were looking at Cortiva. Cortiva need to bring bales in now.
Yeah,
they need to score bales.
Cortiva needs to be scoring bales.
30 points per at the moment they can get.
Crone need to use this time, this 50-odd seconds they have left before their silo reopens, to get as many bales back as possible, ready to be scoring as much as possible when they get back.
I was thinking about that.
They have a huge hill to climb now.
I was thinking about that yesterday, Feldon. What about not a manual attach for everyone, but what if it was a debuff for your opponents or something maybe even a debuff team perk instead of and all of a sudden your opponents have to get out.
You have to select.
So imagine if you mess up a drive-by baling and you have to go out of the tractor, detach the baler, get back in the tractor, go around, push it in, come back, hop out of the tractor, attach it again. I love the idea actually of automatic attachment being a perk. They are not going to get all of that delivered with the multiplier.
They won't get it all delivered in that 20 seconds, but they will get some of it in that 20 seconds. Could have been
a lot better for them, though. Definitely a good play by Cortiva going with silo close. So kind of slowing down what the advantage could have been for Crone. But no grain left for Cortiva, so I think that there's probably enough here that Crone are going to have an advantage in the points, but they had that last round too, and they fell so far behind in bales, which they're trailing by 5 in bales at the moment, and Cortiva have already scored 3 bales at this point. So
and here we go. So how big is this advantage? Oh, wow.
It's a big advantage.
Tell me Cortiva
not quite
more
enough for 2.4, but
that is horrible.
Yeah, they might be better off even with the bale disadvantage. Crone might be, they are better off than they were last round, so they might be able to pull this off even with less bales. Trailing currently by 97 points. So STR
they have bales here ready to.
STR needs to do better with the stacking than the first round, and he's already lost one there that's going to fall off.
4 minutes. 240 to 126. And Richie has a full bale stacker.
Super drops out there on the map now. It's Lord Baylor. So that would score 2 bales automatically for the red team. I think it's 2 bales for the blue team as well, it looks like, off in the distance. Don't know if either team bothers with this, though, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think either team has problems getting bales back at the moment.
Look at it, 1 point lead for Crone, a 10-point advantage in bales now for Cortiva, though. So it's really the same story. The only thing I think that's working better in Crone's favor is the multiplier is even higher in their advantage. So instead of 2 points extra per bale, it's going 6 points extra. So that is quite a significant difference. Ooh, what happened to Nico there? Was that to counter?
I think he was trying to stop a combo, maybe.
That or there was some lag spike and he crashed into the barn. I don't know. But some wild driving either way. STR's playing the waiting game now because he only has one bell at the barn. So smart move, because if he had put that in, he wouldn't have had any left to counter with. And Cortiva have a decent amount here. So they're at 6 of 10. So this would be enough for the combo. So STR for Crone now has to time this right. And Nico is actually going to put these into the bottom, although one fell off and he needs both of them. That's going to be a counter easily.
Oh, and it's countered very nicely.
Those two falling off cost him. If those two stay on, he gets all 4 in at the time. You're talking about a Bailtastic for Cortiva instead of a Bailtastic counter for Crone.
And Crone needed that.
Everything's going Crone's way so far. A Bail just fell off for Cortiva. It's looking like Crone has a very good chance of forcing a third game in the best of 3 here. This is the most unsmooth we've seen Cortiva play all day.
This is.
And they've got a couple bales now there in the way of the barn, too. They got bales scattered all about.
STR now just piling these bales on. And I'm wondering if Cortiva are going to wait for the combo to try and counter it. No, in fact, they have reset it. So, no, they are not trying to play
I still don't know what to expect here. I mean, 16 bales to 16. Crone have had moments where SCR has been dropping these bales off the belt, so that can't happen. If Crone gets all these bales delivered, they win.
Yeah. This is
1 minute and some change to go. 5:22 to 5:11. Now 5:57, a lead for Crona.
I would be
6:03 now.
If Crone don't win this with this much of an advantage in the multiplayer. I mean, this is just such a huge multiplier advantage.
3 extra bales at the moment for Cortiva, but they've got to get them in. And they got to get them in via the top or they don't have a chance. Now Cortiva slightly into the lead briefly. Now Crona back in the lead. 30 seconds to go. 6:72 to 6:58. That's going to change several more times before it's done.
Way too close.
20-point lead for Cortiva now.
This level.
3-point lead for Crona. They're going to put some bales in the bottom here, Cortiva, and maybe go for a combo, but it's going to get reset. They just ran out of time. So putting those into the bottom might cost them. Oh, Cortiva in the lead, but here comes a bale into the bottom.
Oh, 5 seconds.
And there it is.
For Cortiva, it's going to Crone, but that...
Crona got all their bales in, which was important. They had to there. So we're going to the best of 3.
That is
wow.
Not a good game for Crone, though. That is 30 points, less than 30 points difference when they had an extra 6 points for every bale.
Look at that, 9 less bales though, and 8 less into the top. That's crazy. So I feel like if it goes the same way, like if Crona doesn't get the multiplier and their advantage high enough, they won't beat Cortiva. They have to get the grain multiplier drop, first of all, which is luck in and of itself, and have it be at the right time. It worked out for them there, but it didn't work even with they had that, what was it, a 2-point advantage in the first match. That time it was a 6-point advantage. That was enough, but it was a little too close. But Cortiva just pressed so many bales.
Yeah. How Cortiva press and get 40 bales back, I do not know. That is such an incredible number for the tactics they're playing. And the only reason Crone won that is because they had that multiplier in their favor, and it gave them such a huge advantage.
They got that counter as well because Cortiva.
Because they went
smacked in, and he had those 2 fall off. So that's twice now they've kind of had a mistake like that happen.
Yeah. Had they not had that counter, they would not have won that. That does not bode well for Crone. Crone were lucky is the trouble with that one.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but when you bet on luck,
but it was more.
You're not always going to win.
They won more because Cortiva made mistakes than because of stuff they did.
Yeah, if Cortiva doesn't have those 2 bales fall off, they're probably going to get the bale-tastic, and you're talking about 30 points off the board for Crona and 50 points on the board for Cortiva, and Cortiva would have been moving on to the quarterfinals. So Crona needs to clean things up a little bit, because if you don't get the luck your way, then you're going to be in trouble if that's what you're betting on.
You can't go through everything hoping that your opponents are going to make mistakes. You need to force your opponents to make mistakes, but you can't rely on them making mistakes. And the trouble is that win for Crone very much was relying on Cortiva making mistakes. And
100%.
You're right. Had Cortiva not made the mistakes they made, they would be through to the next round. And I would be very tempted to say Cortiva lost that rather than Crone winning it.
Yeah, but imagine though if Crone now go on and win this third, Cortiva will be kicking themselves for that one moment where just 2 bales fall off the front of the John Deere, and cost you those combo points. Because as soon as that happened, it was clear as day that it was going to be easy for Crona to counter, even if the counter had been mistimed and neither team got bonus points. It still would have been Cortiva winning. So it really did come down in the end to just the most minor of mistakes and one moment that helped to decide it in the end. So let's see how it goes here in the third round. I expect similar setups again from both teams. Although last time we had both telehandlers banned and we had some Carewell tractors banned. So we're starting off with that again. We had the Fent and the Puma case banned, and we had the telehandlers banned. So that's why both teams went with the Deutz Fahr. Let's see what happens this time around. There we go. 1 narrow tire tractor, 1 telehandler. Morning sharpening guy.
So again, I think we're going to see the same equipment bans.
Yep,
so
both telehandlers are gone.
From Cortiva, both higher horse-powered tractors from
this will be the case Puma. There it is. Sayonara.
So and these bans make sense. They are disruptive bans in all of their choices.
Right. I don't know why teams seem to not like the Steyr, though, as far as narrow tire tractors go. Both teams went with the Deutz Fahr instead last time. I expect the same again. We will see.
Yeah. Now, I fully expect Crone to go with... Archimedes. Cortiva do not need it, though. And they could put those points to better use elsewhere.
Yeah, here we go. Deutz Fahr under pressure for both of the captains. So we're going to the third of the best of 3, and what's at stake here is one of these teams will get their qualification to the quarterfinals confirmed early here today. The loser will drop into the loser's bracket since it is double elimination, and they'll have to win one more set of best of 3 later on to be able to confirm their spot in the quarterfinals. That match will be against the winner of Kawana Gaming and Astragon, which will be the matchup following this one when it's done. I think that we may have had our feed frozen here because it stopped after
I'm just going
the second picks.
Where's the last choice?
So apologies, guys. I think it sounds like I can hear the audio, so the round's starting, and we're not sure what's going on. So hopefully we'll get it sorted here shortly. But enjoy the gameplay without our eyeballs on it as you see it when it comes across.
Yep, definitely hear a combine starting up at this point. So somebody's in a combine. I hear some baling going on. There we go.
Lovely. So 2 ideals for Crona. Looks like the case and an ideal for Cortiva. First bale's coming in. Rablik's slightly ahead. 129. Good first bale. Should be pretty good for Crona as well.
Well, 124. So 5-point difference. Actually, just thinking about that last game, I think Cortiva had a fair deficit on the bales as well, didn't they? I think
you mean the first bale?
The first bale.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I think you might be right. Cortiva's strength so far today has definitely been just the sheer amount of bales that they can press.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, bales score points in the Farming Simulator League. So the more you get of them, the better off you'll be. And they've done so many that they've been able to counteract 2 disadvantages in multipliers pretty well. I mean, they didn't win that last one, but it was a lot closer than it should have been.
Thank you, Fielding. Oh, dear Lord. I hear things happening. I think I was more specific than that. I said that there was a harvester harvesting. I didn't know who was harvesting, but I could hear a harvester.
Yeah, the ghost view is cool.
It is.
It allows you to, especially at the end of the round with like everyone at their barns delivering bales and it coming down against really close teams, you know, to those final moments. It's very useful.
It was one of those things we didn't have in season 2 that it came along in season 3 and we went, wow, that is absolutely awesome. We can actually, you know, we can see what's going on across the whole thing.
It's better than like a split screen would be, in my opinion, because you can see everything like clearly at a glance really well. So it's really nice to see, and it's a cool way as well. Like if you look, like each team actually has a mirrored, reverse mirrored set of areas and fields for their gameplay in the Farming Simulator League client. But when you put the ghost mode on, it's like they're playing right on the same area almost because everything matches up right. So really nifty. Hello, Le Farmer
Bonjour,
from France.
Le Farmer.
Yeah, see, you said it better. Oh, he did it. Nico, a little parkour. And STR, meanwhile, fell into the moat.
Is stuck in the moat.
Oh, they're getting out now.
But he has
just in
the grain
time.
multiplier.
That was 1 second. He had 1 second there. If he had gotten stuck in the moat for just a second longer, they would have missed out on the grain multiplier.
Already there to drop the grain. That's what's brilliant about it.
That could have been disastrous early for Crona.
That could have been awful.
Ooh. Man, just in time. This is just going to cancel each other out.
Both of them have completely full. Is this going to go back to 2.0 to 2.0?
I think so. Yeah, probably.
Right.
Looks like it. Yep. Pretty darn even.
So,
that could have been disastrous for Crona. Like they dodged a bullet there early in this one. That could have been almost. I don't want to say game over in the 12th minute, but that could have set them back way too far.
That would have been. Yeah, no, I think game over is fair. You know.
Yeah.
They historically haven't created as many bales as Cortiva. And as a result, they are.
Yeah, the only thing that's really been saving them is the multiplier. So if they would have missed out on that and fallen behind on the multiplier and bales, it could have been disastrous for sure.
They are producing more grain at the moment. They have more grain, but Well, it's going to be interesting. They are 2 bales up at the moment. They have the bale advantage and they have a grain advantage. No, in fact, they no longer have the grain advantage. How have Cortiva reversed that?
I think it's because Crona are like out running around with other pieces of equipment. They've left their baler for a bit to deliver the grain. They've hopped out of one harvester, I think, and so they've got to get back to it. 9 minutes to go, and Crone really need to make sure, because it's not guaranteed in 55 seconds they're getting grain multiplier again. In fact, we've already seen it, so it's not going to happen again.
It's not going to happen.
So they can't bet on having the advantage in the multiplier this time. They need to get bales pressed.
And now with Cortiva having got a harvester down, they are again ahead. But they are coming up to 30,000 litres of grain, which means that is a full grain, full overloader at that point. Both teams now with 30,000 litres of grain.
Don't forget, everyone, there is a giveaway going on during the stream today. I believe it is pinned on, at least on the Farming Simulator League Esports Facebook.
What's his Hell Maiden doing?
It's pinned on YouTube as well. And the link is in chat on Twitch. Ooh, who dumped a little bit of grain there. The giveaway is for Farming Simulator 22. Maybe you've heard of it.
He is just too close to that trailer.
Goodness. Speed up and bridges lowered are our 8th minute drops. So if teams are coming into the barn, they'll probably pick one of those up. Otherwise, not the most useful.
Blind comedy. No, no. And now I hear a combine harvester. I have no idea who's in it.
And now I hear a combine harvester.
Nobody wants to be singing that here. And Crona picked up speed up.
Okay.
While Cortiva are emptying. And Cortiva now with a bale advantage. They did have one extra bale for a moment there.
So far, Crone's looking okay, but they need to pay attention. They can't fall behind.
That would be an upset. Crone actually have a bale advantage. They have, so it's 15 bales each, but Crone have delivered an extra bale.
Yep.
Extra 2 bales, in fact.
They're delivering grain now as well, and Cortiva have delivered all of theirs. Is there enough, though? There's not quite enough to get it to 2.1, so it's going to be 2-2. So it's even more important now for Crona to match Cortiva bale for bale, because if they fall behind by a couple bales, they're going out here because they've been relying on the multiplier so far, and they can't rely on that this game.
And so far,
Amanda,
Crone are matching this.
Cortiva in the lead, but there goes another bale falling off. And yeah, there's 6 minutes to go, but every second counts. SDR has had a lot of bales fall off the belt in these matches today. Richie out with the Anderson loader, being pulled by the Deutschfar. 5.5 to go. 6-point lead briefly there for Cortiva. Now it's a lead for Crona. We are streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Tyler, on Facebook, you asked which other platforms we're streaming on. We're on 2 channels on Facebook. The Farming Simulator channel, the Farming Simulator League Esports channel. We're on twitch.tv/Giant Software. We're also on twitch.tv/Giant Software DE for the German language broadcast with Steven. And I'm drawing a blank now for some reason. It's Klaas, the head of the FSL. That's who it is this tournament. And then we're also on YouTube as well on the FSL Esports YouTube channel. All right. Maybe the super drop can change the outcome of this one, the fortunes of the two teams. I would wait to unload that in case it was bottom boost if I was Richie at the 4th minute. Bringing those in, because if it's bottom boost, it's not though, and it's multiplier switch, which is useless. so sadly,
this is basically
that's good news for Crona, really.
Bail for bail right now. Yeah, good news for Crona.
Look at the bail difference now, though. Cortiva in the lead, and they have 4 extra bails. Where does this come from? I don't know, but they're doing it. Goodness.
How have
it must
Cortiva managed to put 4 extra bails out?
It must be where they're laying the straw down, and it must be just easier to gather. Because Crona are now bailing up the straw that is nearest to the barn, which is a good thing late in a round. But the fact that they're 8 bales behind is just mind-blowing. I don't understand how Cortiva do it, but they're doing it so well.
But they've got that fence. So I'm just going to have a look at the stats for these two balers. So the Fendt 1290 XD baler, that requires 300 horsepower that they have, goes 24 miles an hour, and has a fill volume of 3,600 litres. Now, the only difference between that and the John Deere that is being used by Crone is that the John Deere requires an extra 200 litres to make a bale, which could explain the difference.
Crone into the lead, but 7 extra bales for Cortiva to make up that difference. So Fowler, you said, what are the scores so far? Well, basically, one of these two teams is about to advance to the quarterfinals next month. The other one will go into the losers bracket for Game 5, and will play the winner of Kawana versus Astragon. That's what's happened so far in Group C here. We still have Group D to follow once Group C is completed today. And I think, unless there's mistakes here or someone gets combo points, I think Cortiva are going to take this, Alex.
I would agree. And do you know what? If I was any team facing Cortiva later along on this,
dump Archimedes and ban that baler.
Yeah, absolutely. Cortiva, that would be so disruptive against Cortiva. It's ridiculous.
Right.
This Fendt baler, them grabbing this, is the reason why Cortiva are doing so well and creating so many extra bales. Because it is purely the 200 fewer litres it takes to create a bale. They're just creating massive numbers of bales as a result.
Yeah.
Because they're good at creating
and
bales.
Out of nowhere, though, he's picking all those up at the same time somehow. Out of nowhere, though, because we're looking at this match and we're like, yeah, okay, Crona are actually looking pretty good. They're hanging right with them with the bale advantage. The 4th minute rolls around. Super drop is multiplier switch, which was useless. But then I look down at the bottom left and I'm like, wait, where did all these bales come from? It's absolutely insane, the amount of bales that Cortiva press, and also the ones that they press late on and around. It really flips the advantage into their favor. I mean, they managed to win a game where Crone had the multiplier advantage, and then come within combo points, a counter where they just dropped 2 bales of winning when Crone had a huge multiplier advantage. So as long as they get the bales, they're going to be hard to beat, and they're close to breaking 900 this time around with 10 seconds to go. And it looks like we're going to have the top 3 teams in the Season 3 standings confirmed for the quarterfinals, as Rablix is flipped over at the end. And it is Cortiva Agriscience who moves on to the quarterfinals next month. They join Trelleborg and LSA Esports, Valtra, and now we have Cortiva in there as well. And it's just absolutely crazy. And Bednar was the one I missed from yesterday. So we've got 5 of our 8 teams decided. We'll go to the losers bracket now in this Group C, and we'll have Kawana against Astragon. The winner of that will now take on Crona, and one of those 3 teams will become our 6th team into the quarterfinals. But It's good to see Cortiva back, Alex, and they've shown that even though we've not seen them a lot on Sunday events on the broadcast because of their tough draws in the qualifiers, that they are still one of the strongest teams in the FSL, and they played really almost flawless 3 games, minus just a few minor mistakes in that second one.
Absolutely, and as I said at the time of that second one, that wasn't a game that I felt Crone won. That was a game that I felt that Cortiva lost. And if anything, that last game showed that even starker. The moment Cortiva stopped making those mistakes and started started having a tighter game, they just walked all over Crone. And yeah, I think Cortiva's secret is that Fent Baler. They get a large tractor, they shove the Fent Baler on it, and they just press ridiculous numbers of bales as a result.
Right. Good morning, Billy. Everyone, we're about to step away for a little bit of a break here. Like I said, we'll be back with Kawana versus Astragon. That's game 4 in this group, the first game in the losers bracket. One of those 2 teams will advance to play Crona, and we'll see who else gets to the quarterfinals. See you in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. So there we have it. Cortiva. I knew you said Cortana. Cortiva are through to
Kawana coming up next. Cortiva as well in this group. I can see how you'd get that mixed up in your head. I'm really happy to see Cortiva back, and to have them in the quarterfinals, I think is, it's going to be better for the competition because they deserve to get there. And it's crazy to think that we've not seen them in an official English broadcast for months. I can't remember the last time. And you're talking about one of the best teams in the entire circuit this season. And it'll be nice to see them in the quarterfinals and see how far they can go.
And it's unfortunate for Crone. Crone were good in their first set of matches, but the second one there, they were struggling. And here, Richie is struggling to close the silos.
I just, what would have happened in that last one? It would have been an easy win for Cortiva if SDR hadn't hopped out of the moat. We'll probably see that in the highlights and grab that multiplier at the last second. It could have been a lot worse.
This is the bit in the first game where they managed to counter by mistake Cortiva's combo because he couldn't get that in there with the way those bales were angled, and it was just slightly too late. And then we got Jackaroo just standing there waiting for that bale multiplier in that second game, because he needed to get as many seconds of overlap as possible. Because Cortiva knew that if they left that silo open, that it was just going to give them a massive advantage. It's going to give Crona a massive advantage, and it did. But Crona still only just won that second game. And as I said at the time, I think it was more Cortiva losing it than Crone winning it.
Right.
And then
I mean,
the
Cortiva
game
came, 2 bales that fell off away from winning it, and with a straight sweep, those 2 don't fall off, and all of a sudden those counter points aren't going to happen for Crona. So that definitely made a difference. You're right.
And you do say, and Cortiva did exactly what they needed to do when that silo was closed. They put bales on their conveyor, and they scored the maximum points they could off.
There it was. In fact, there's that counter we were just speaking about on the screen now. Nico had those 2 fall off. If that doesn't happen, then we're not even talking about the third of the best of 3.
No. And it's just, there are definitely some flaws in Cortiva's game that we kind of, if they're going to win overall, they're going to have to tighten up, because they come up against someone like Trelleborg, and Trelleborg will take those completely. And that was so close.
Right.
Very that would close. Have been, and then
that would have been disaster.
Just gets himself badly positioned and takes forever to correct it.
Yeah, Marshall Maiden having a bit of a nightmare here with the 2 arms of the ideal.
Rushing. I mean, ideally, he needed to completely drive away, come back, and reposition himself, because he just gets himself in such a mess here.
An absolute mess. Credit to Cortiva. They played, relatively strong throughout all of their matches so far today.
And a lot of their success is very much due to that Fent Baler. If
I'm impressed with how many bales they can press without relying on like the Lindner load up strategy, where you're just dumping the grain so you can just keep the harvesters out there. It's insane to see 43 bales in that range, and scoring at least at the minimum 20 points per bale on all of them. So it's been impressive gameplay from them for sure.
Having just watched what Cortiva have done and the number of bales they've pressed, if I was any team in the FSL now, I'd be looking to do one of 2 things. One, get a high-powered tractor and that Fent Baler in every match. That includes probably trying to reserve it.
Right.
Or banning it in every match.
Yeah, banning it is cheaper than reserving it. So I would say banning is probably the way to go.
Getting rid of Archimedes. Just getting rid of Archimedes.
If you get rid of Archimedes and you ban that baler so Cortiva can't use it, then you're not spending any more points. You've saved yourself a point and then spend it right away. If you're reserving the baler, you've got to lose some points somewhere else too, because the cheapest baler to reserve is 2 points. So I think banning it is definitely the easier way to go.
Then I would say the thing to go for from there is go and reserve the John Deere Combine. Go and reserve the S790 instead of the Ideal.
Right. Oh, yeah, because that makes up the point. Yeah.
Because that makes up the point.
Well, yeah.
And then you're doing a larger header combine with a faster baler. In fact, that's a 13.7. Or the case, actually. You can reserve the case for the same amount, and it has a larger capacity. I'd reserve the case IH axle flow. And and that Fent Baylor and get rid of Archimedes. I think that's
not a bad shout at all. Not a bad shout at all. Don't forget, guys, there's a giveaway going on for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. It's pinned on Facebook and on YouTube, and it is being posted in chat pretty consistently on Twitch.
I'm just looking at the stats for under pressure. So, in fact, that Fent Baylor with somebody with under pressure takes even fewer, even less straw to create a bale out of it. Yeah, that Fent Baylor is wow. If there was anything I expect to see, any tweak I expect to see teams make going into these finals, based on what we just seen with Cortiva, it's that Fent Baylor becoming really important. Because that is
especially
nuts.
for Cortiva. I mean, goodness me, they've played some of the best I've seen this entire weekend. So, despite having to take the 3 games to beat Crona, they really cost themselves a straight sweep again. Having said that, though, now going into this next matchup, we've got Astragon against Kawana, and I believe Kawana played Cortiva pretty well, but Cortiva, again, just the sheer amount of bales and just cutting out the mistakes made the difference. The first game, not so close. The second game, though, between them, there was only 13 points in it. So looking at that and how Astragon played against Crona, I have to think that Kawana has a very good chance as the lower seed of making. Actually, are they the higher seed? But they do have a good chance of winning here. Let's see. Kawana, they're 14th and Astragon's 11th. So yeah, Kawana, the lower seed, has a good chance of advancing.
Astragon's game went to pieces towards the end of their match with Crone, and whereas Kawana the whole time were just stable and playing well, and based on their performances here today so far, to me, Kawana look like the stronger team out of the two.
Yep.
It could be another non-branded team to end up going through based on the strength of their play. It's one of those things. Under pressure is some interesting stats. Oh dear Lord. And actually, the interesting thing is, I think if Kawana Gaming win this match, they have a good chance of beating Crone.
Yeah,
because Crone's game is not that tight. So
I mean,
I'm
great
intrigued.
thing is yesterday, LSA Esports, who are a top 10 team, but still they're one of those non-branded teams. They're an esports organization. They're not sponsored by a brand. That was the surprise of yesterday's set of matches. They're into the quarterfinals next month. And Kawana Gaming has to be kind of energized by that. If they see that and they realize how strong they can play as long as they play their A game, they've got every bit of a chance. They have to win 2 sets of matches now. And we're not talking about they'll have to knock off the 11th seeded team. And then if they do that, they'll have to knock off the 6th seeded team. But that's what I love about this World Championship stage now is, in the qualifiers, or rather the circuit tournaments throughout the season, we've started to get used to seeing the usual players, right? Trelleborg are always there.
Yeah.
Lately, Vultra have been really strong. Early on, Cortiva was strong. Bednar, though, showed in the last tournament that anyone can win really on any given day. And now at the World Championships, everyone does really have a chance. And it's more about staying alive and just doing what it takes to advance right now than it is about, being the best team. Just worry about advancing. And then next month, worry about being the best team. It's just about getting there, because getting there in and of itself is a huge boost on top of just making it to the World Championship group stages. All right, here we go. Kawana versus Astragon. Right away, a telehandler banned by Kawana Gaming.
That is followed. Oh, why Astragon? What is the thinking behind banning the JCB Fast Track and the Massey Ferguson 7726?
We've seen some weird bans, and Astragon has been part of that today. We've definitely seen some weird stuff.
I don't get that idea.
What we've been seeing
disrupt nobody.
Cortiva versus Crona with like both telehandlers and the two most popular carryable tractors, like that makes a lot of sense to me. And here Kawana have gone with banning both telehandlers. But yeah, the JCB and that Massey, even when they're not banned, you rarely see, especially the JCB, rarely gets chosen.
Yeah. And it's just, I could see them getting chosen if the small tractors got banned. You know, the John Deere 6M and the Lintner.
Right.
If those got banned, I can see a reason to ban these two tractors. But even then, I would still ban the telehandlers over them.
Chameleon, good morning. What you've missed so far really is Cortiva have advanced from Group C to the quarterfinals next month. And now we're into the losers bracket. So Kawana lost to Cortiva in the first match. Astragon lost to Crona. Crona and Cortiva just played. Cortiva won that in advance. We're into the losers bracket now. And the first game of the best of three between these two, the winner of this will take on Crona in game 5. And then the winner of that will become the second team to advance out of Group C. Then we still have Group D action still to come. So lots more FSL to happen today. Well, pretty much identical setups here, Alex, across the board.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything different to what any other team is doing at the moment, which is interesting. It's, where is this Fent Baler? Where is that placed? And is somebody going to grab it?
It's right there.
It's front and center. And that case is off. And looks like Astragon are going to go and grab it if he can get this well enough round there.
Oh, he's going to get beaten to it. Yep.
It has been got by Kawana.
Yeah, Philip went a lot wider there, and I believe it is Baff or maybe Reno that's grabbed it for Kawana, and they took a much better path to it. I've never really seen someone approach a baler like that, but that was really well done.
So what is the power level on that case tractor? That is the interesting thing. So that case
is 270
only has
horsepower.
175.
That's the case Puma, right?
So the case Puma, the case
it has
Puma.
270. The Maxim has 175, but the Puma has 270.
Still slightly underpowered for that.
Yeah, for the Fent, it's 300 horsepower needed. But it seems to handle it okay. It slows it down a bit, but so you lose out on first bale, but you really gain all those points back if you just can get so many bales pressed with this thing.
Even so, he's in there, and he's getting first bale at 120 points.
So at most, it maybe costs him 10 points there. Meanwhile, Astragon have been stuck with the John Deere baler, which isn't a bad baler, but we're just starting to see how powerful this Fent really can be. You're welcome, Chameleon. I'm glad that you could join us at least for the majority of the games for the rest of the day. Welcome everyone that's watching on Twitch, YouTube, and both of the Facebook channels. Don't forget there's a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 22. Winner will be drawn at some point today. If you can't stick around, I don't think it'll be drawn on stream. I think it likely will end, depending on how the games go after the stream is concluded, but you'll be contacted via email if you're the lucky winner. I know that it's definitely a popular giveaway, though. Lots of entries. I love to see it. Lots of excitement going around, of course, for Farming Simulator 22, because we're just about 7 days and some hours from the full release, and less than that for the early access release for content creators, influencers, and media that will have early access to our game.
Oh, close. I can almost taste it.
120 to 108.
The larger tractor up for this. And I would hope Kawana are going to go and switch to the more powerful tractor onto that Fendt baler at this point. Direct delivery or bridges lowered.
I think that's what they have done, or they will do, because BAF now has taken the Puma with the care wheels and hooked up the grain cart with it. So, you know, it's a tactic I've never really thought of before until this weekend. I haven't really paid attention to it, but it's pretty smart. Sacrifice a little bit of speed early by pulling it with the case, but then switch it later on. Direct delivery is going to be picked up by Virex for Aston.
Somebody has finally gone for direct delivery. That is a long way, though.
Look how slow direct delivery moves up.
Oh yeah,
but
it will
slow, give
but
them,
it is immediately having an effect.
But it's only really going to get them to a 0.1 extra advantage. So, I mean, every little bit can help, but I feel like this direct delivery is not quite powerful enough, really, to make much of an impact.
What is the clean feed used for? Deuce, if you want to, you can come and do what Terminator and I are doing. You can take the direct, you can take the clean feed and restream it on your own channel, and yeah, do your own commentary.
Yep, I did that for a bit, for a month first, before they brought me on to do it officially, because I do have experience doing sports broadcasting, and they said, well, could you do it on your channel this month? We'll see how you do. And then they asked me to do the official tournament the following month. Of course, now I'm a full-time employee for Giants, so this has just now become part of my normal job duties as community coordinator. But yeah, anyone can take that feed, and I know some people have expressed interest in taking the clean feed and doing it in their native language, which I think is really cool, because currently we have an English and German language official broadcasts. Those are the official languages for Giant software, but our game is worldwide. It's Farming Simulator 22 will be released in more countries than ever, so the more inclusiveness that we can have across multiple languages and regions, the better. So definitely feel free to take the clean feed, rebroadcast it to your channel. Basically what I did was just capture your browser of the clean feed, have it full screen, and then input that into your streaming software and put your own commentary over it, because it is broadcast just the gameplay and no commentary.
Why is Bam Bam using the Rustle Mash? What has gone wrong for Kawana, for Astragon that Bam Bam is using the Rustle Mash?
You know what, though? Like, if you're going to use the Rustle Mash, you were just talking earlier about how you can save points and ban the baler, the Fendt baler, or reserve it. You could pick the Rustle Mash as well. It only takes 2 points to reserve.
The thing I suppose it avoids weeds, doesn't it?
It does. It ignores all weeds. It has the smallest tank and the smallest header. But it also
you can't just keep going.
Yeah, but it also gives out like a nice little bit of a straw swath too, to be honest. So, I mean, it's not the best. It's not the most oftenly picked one. But I could see a viable strategy of picking it, reserving it, and the Fendt baler, and then trying to go for the ideal, the Case, the New Holland, even the John Deere out on the field at the start of a round too. So, you know, I'd like to see teams mix it up.
Lining themselves up.
In my next practice of playing in the FSL, I might give it a go and see how it actually works out, because it could just be absolutely awful and not work out like I think it will. But
I do like the idea of reserving that Case.
Yeah, it's my cat, Blutinian.
That Case combine.
She's awake now.
Baler.
I love that you heard her, because I didn't even notice that she was doing it, but now you said something, I look over and she's sitting here.
All right, no, yeah, my cat is nowhere near. I will say, last night my cat slept on my bed, positioned himself between my legs, and anchored me to the same position all night.
Yeah, Deuce, it's a really cool feature, the clean feed, and in fact, even after they asked me to start doing the official broadcast, before they hired me full time as community coordinator, I 1 or 2 months would do the Saturday broadcast at an evening time hours for like the US. So I would like wait and rebroadcast it later in the day just so that people in the Western Hemisphere could see it more in like the afternoon and evening hours instead of real early in the morning. So you can definitely rebroadcast it later on as well, and it doesn't have to be live. So I encourage people to do that.
Oh, have they got bottom boost? They got bottom boost.
They did. Wait, bottom boost hasn't hit yet, but they do have bail multiplier, which has given them the ability to score extra points in the bottom, and they get the combo points.
Multiplier, sorry.
Yeah, bail multiplier has that nice effect too, where it will also apply on bottom bails. So that was a good bit of a move there.
That was. They lined that up. They pushed them in, and yeah, scored a lot of points.
Yeah, good little move. Something different, something we've not seen utilized in a while. So a good bit of adapting and deciding to do something in the moment there by Astragon.
Whose is that?
That's the blue team, I think.
Kawana's. Oh, that's Kawana's because they're at a 3 times multiplier. This is a little bit unpredictable, this game.
Yeah, how are Astragon... Like, Astragon don't have the grain to flip this back right now either, so...
No. Astragon...
Did Astragon go for bail multiplier and Kawana went for grain multiplier there? Is that what happened? I was paying attention to chat and kind of missed what the drops were. I saw that, obviously, Astragon had bail multiplier because we saw them score those points with it, but... I just don't understand how this... The multiplier is so heavily in the favor of Kawana, and Astragon are only sitting with 10,500 grain right now. The clean feed's on twitch.tv/Giant Software Clean Feed. That's where the clean feed is, Tyler. On Facebook with the question. And yeah, Feldon, you were right. I saw that earlier. That's how you found me discovered my stream for the first time, and then you come and hang out and watch me do Lego build stream, and then we started to get to know each other through the FSL broadcasts, the official ones, because you're always in here on the Sundays during normal tournament weekends, and the rest is history. It's been an awesome year for me, guys, professionally and personally. So I'm absolutely blessed to be working as a representative of Giants and also as for the community at Giants. It's really a dream come true.
And you were on Mixer before, weren't you?
That's where I got to know the guys from Giants, because when 19 came out, I was a partner over there. 17 is what really got me partnered on the platform. It was called Beam at the time that I was partnered. I was one of the first 100 partners there, and it was because of Farm Sim 17 multiplayer. When other players, others partners were getting partnered off of mainstream shooter games for the most part, or they were variety streamers. I really started out as initially I tried out streaming FIFA. Are they going to dump some grain here so they can just press more straw? It looks like it. Well, they can't they've pretty much given up on getting the multiplier back in their favor then. Yeah. So decent idea here, because there's not enough time to get the multiplier flipped, so you might as well get some more straw down. But yeah, Farm Sim 17 was awesome, and then when 19 was about to come out, because I was a Mixer partner, I got to go to E3. They offered partners tickets to the event, so I went and was able to see the presentation for 19, and John Deere was unveiled there. I met Martin and Lars, who are now my 2 direct supervisors, basically. Although they don't feel like that. Giants works differently. There's a flat hierarchy at the company, so really I can take any ideas or concerns to all the way up to the top level of the company. There's no middle management. But yeah, Lars and Martin I'm interacting with on a pretty daily basis, and of course Chalky too. But it's a dream
one
come
of the
true.
things that I've always loved about Giants is the fact that there is nobody at the company I've never been able to speak to. So long as there's not a language barrier there, obviously. But
well,
yeah,
most of them speak English,
every level of people at Giants, and I've sat down.
It's crazy.
And I've had a big conversation with your CEO over a beer or two, which has just been wonderful.
It's cool. I get to meet. I get to finally meet some of my colleagues here in a couple of months. I believe they're finally going to be able to make the trip over to look into the Chicago office. So it'll be nice to meet some of them in person, and I'm looking forward to that because it's been definitely a great year, but also a strange one due to COVID because normal processes that would occur have been impossible basically. So I've not even traveled over to Germany yet, which is kind of a bummer. But I know I'll get to on here in the near futures when COVID starts calming down again, hopefully.
It's part of the reason why I miss the in-person stuff so much, because it's such a friendly place to go to and to speak to everybody, and just really nice place to be.
Oh, okay.
And even,
there's a counter
here we
for
go.
Astragon, but the problem with the counter
it's not going to be enough.
It's not. They're not going to get combo points for the delivery either, unfortunately. They put those in an awkward spot too,
and they've got 30 seconds.
They just are going to have to push these in the bottom here.
But it was really nice because this time 3 years ago, over there for the FS19 launch, and it was even that week, which must is just really busy, and countered a combo again, and it's not enough. Kawana.
Oh, and now a counter for Kawana.
And a counter for. Wow.
1,160 points
for Kawana.
Yeah, well, totally right for Kawana.
I know, for Astragon,
totally wrong for Astragon.
That's gone wonderfully well for Kawana.
Yeah, Kawana. I mean, this isn't that surprising to me with how Kawana played Cortiva earlier. So 37 bales to 33, but Astragon were forced to put every single one of their bales into the bottom. And when you don't get enough combo points to counteract that, you lose by a significant margin.
I now know why direct delivery is not chosen by teams.
Yeah,
I think there's a
it doesn't last long enough.
Delivering doesn't last long, and there's a bonus for delivering it on the trailer in the overloader. That's why you don't see combines directly
add up.
I
feel like direct delivery is only going to be useful if you're just planning to do like the Lindner load up type strategy from the beginning and sacrifice the multiplier, because then at least you can maybe flip it 1 or 2 percentage points or decimal points rather, like back in your favor to minimize the impact.
As a result of that, I take back what I said before. Direct delivery is not worth picking up.
Yeah, most teams
I do not believe it is any kind of advantage.
So
and as a result, I think it actually probably needs a tweak if it's that.
It's
useless.
very underpowered. I think like it either needs to last significantly longer, or that bar needs to go up a lot faster in that short amount of time, because
it needs to have the same multiplier as if you were delivering on using the big haul or the overloader.
Right.
But that's if it doesn't have that same
it basically
multiplier,
works. It works the same as if you like take a harvester directly to the silo and empty it like without the horse under it.
Yeah,
because it adds up really slow too. So you really lose out on maximizing how high you can get that multiplier. Well, for Astragon right now, their backs are against the wall, and they're going to have to play a lot better in this next one, or their season 3 is going to come to an end.
That's gonna have to. Yeah, they're really gonna have to pick it up. I can't actually. That's really interesting to see how badly picking up direct delivery affected them. Because you said partway through, how is it that they have so much less grain,
Right.
but are such a disadvantage, and that is why.
Yep.
It's almost you almost want to flip direct delivery and cause the other team to have it. It would actually be a really disruptive thing to do that.
Let's see. So Astragon are going with these really weird bans again. They've gone with the Massey. They'll probably ban the JCB again. I don't get it. Ban something different. Like
ban something that's going
drop
to
Archimedes and ban something that Kawana have been favoring. I don't like this Massey Ferguson 77-26 ban. It doesn't make sense to me. You rarely see that picked. Both telehandlers being banned makes sense. And now Astragon will likely pick the JCB, or they've gone with the Vulture this time
again.
But again, not something you see used a lot.
Nobody's using these high-powered front-loading tractors anymore.
No,
they're just not something that gets chosen.
The telehandlers, the John Deere 71, or is it the 6120M rather, and then the Lintrack 130, like those are probably the four most popular pieces of equipment picked by players. And then after that, it's probably the Deutz Fahr, the really large, powerful tractor. And the Vultra T234 gets picked a lot as well. But yeah, just the Massey and that Vulture or the JCB like they banned last time, I don't see those picked a lot. So I just don't understand it.
No, it doesn't hamper the other team at all. And as we said many, many times in this before, you've got to, these picks, in fact, everywhere you play this has to disrupt the other team if you're going to win. And Astragon are not playing the game that way.
I think the problem is maybe they are too used to using the same, they've picked the John Deere, the Case Puma, and the Vulture here. And they don't want to ban it because then they can't use it. But you've got to be willing to adapt at the highest level of the FSL if you want to advance in these tournaments where there's a lot on the line. Because the teams, even though we're looking at, what the 11th place team against the 4th place team, Astragon are higher in the season standings than Kawana. These teams are very evenly matched. And so when you're not disrupting the other team, you're basically making it come down to the end of the day of maybe a little bit of luck in drops or just complete skill, and that's a dangerous game to play.
And again,
Kawana's beating them to the John Deere here,
and to the Fent. The Fent Baylor has gone,
and Kawana got the case. They've grabbed the case and the John Deere harvester. And Bam Bam is left scrambling and having to run up the hill for the Russell mash. Yep. Wow. Good bit of gameplay here by Kawana early by beating them to those combines. So it looks like
after that third game in that first round, Astragon have just gone to pieces.
Hey, what's up, Spartan? Good to see you, buddy.
It's really weird. They're making some very simple mistakes here. Hey, really Spartan, welcome along.
They really are.
Oh, to the point where they haven't. Oh, really? They haven't unfolded the baler before they get onto the field. And Kawana are already doing their first bale.
Yeah, it's all crumbling
and
here.
And Astragon haven't even unfolded their baler. You're not late. The stream's still going.
Yeah, very good point. You've not even missed all of Group C. Group D still to come. So
I'll say
Cortiva have advanced.
I'm very impressed with anybody who was here for all 9 hours of yesterday's stream.
That's not us.
Yeah.
Because we're here for the whole thing no matter what. But yeah, Cortiva have advanced to the quarterfinals already. The winner of this one will take on Crona for the other spot from Group C. And then after that, we'll be on to Group D.
I say 9 hours. It was 10 hours yesterday because we finished at 7 p.m.
It was
my time,
it was almost 11 hours total of work for us, and like
yeah,
it was only noon for me, and I'd worked 11 hours yesterday.
Oh man,
11 hours, and it was noon, and I went out for lunch, which was basically dinner.
That's why you went to bed at 2 p.m. and woke up at 11 p.m.
Well, I woke up at 5:30 thinking it was 11.
Oh right.
And then I didn't go back to bed until like 8:39 probably, but yeah, I passed out hard in the afternoon after we went out for pizza, came back, laid down on the chaise lounge, and then Mrs. Kerm was waking me up like, why don't you just go to bed, because that doesn't look that comfortable. And I half remember that in a daze.
Well, my wife has got a chest infection at the moment, so she's been laid up in bed the last few days.
Morning bed.
And basically, I got upstairs last night, and she wanted me to spend some time with her, so I did that. By the time I'd done that, I had to go out and get a burger for supper, and by the time I'd done that, I'm going, oh god, I got about 15 minutes before I'm supposed to be streaming. Yeah, that isn't happening tonight.
Yeah.
So we sat on the bed and we watched Shang-Chi.
Oh, nice.
Because that came out on Disney Plus this week.
Was it good?
It's brilliant. Really loved it. A little bit predictable in places, but it's a superhero movie, and they tend to be a little bit predictable in places. But yeah, up to Marvel's usual quality. So
cool.
Was nice.
Yeah, we went out for pizza. And we were out for maybe like an hour and a half, and came back, and I was just knackered. I was done. So, and then I woke up, stayed up for a little bit, had some dinner, and then went back to sleep not long after that. I'm feeling pretty good today.
We are running slightly behind where we were yesterday, so today may be a longer haul.
Yeah. It's shaping up that way. We'll see how many more best of threes we're going to have. Astragon have not had a great start here, even though the scores aren't that different. They're behind on grain. They're behind on bales. And they've been stuck with the Massey. They grabbed the Russell Mass and the Massey, and they've ended up going with the Massey in an ideal. But Philip is having to go on foot here and is not out pressing any bales at the moment.
Bath, I think, is now going to go and hook up to the Fendt baler. And at this point, that size tractor on that baler, he is going to press a ridiculous number of bales. We saw Cortiva do it last match. Kawana are going to do it this match. It is, it's not looking good for Astragon at this point. And this baler, at this point, this baler is just so powerful. In fact, I would say that this is a game-winning baler if you've got baler.
It's proving to be massive this weekend so far. We're starting to pick up on that, so I would like to start seeing some teams throw a wrench in the plans of the Fendt being used, because it might shake some things up, especially, I mean, Cortiva are already through, so if next month rolls around and you're being matched up against Cortiva in the quarterfinals, I hope you've done your homework and you've seen how effective they are with that Fendt baler, and you either ban it or make sure you get it instead of them.
It's just there is no other baler in this that comes close to it, is the ridiculous thing. It is, because the only other balers that do 3600 to make bales are the Case and the Kuhn, and both of those do a maximum working speed, do a work speed of 20 kilometers per hour.
Right.
So they're 4 kilometers per hour slower doing that. So those will create significantly fewer bales.
Right.
And the only baler that goes the same speed is the John Deere. And we saw last match
Yep.
That creates significantly
It falls behind because of the fill
bales.
volume difference. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I that Fent baler. If you're not running that, you are at a disadvantage.
Yep.
Which
8
is
minute
amazing.
drops are out. I'm not sure what they are. It's off in the distance there. I think grain multiplier might be one of them. But Kawana are not anywhere close to getting it. So they're going to go ahead and deliver their grain without it from the looks of it. Oh, bale multiplier, actually. Okay.
Nice.
I knew I saw the word multiplier. Bridges lowered and bale multiplier.
1.6.
Astragon now delivering grain, so this is going to equal itself back out. Philip is out there with the Anderson loader and could drive over here in time and get it, but he's not interested. I don't think either team's going to end up getting this drop.
Bale multiplier at this point can be a fairly powerful one, but yeah, you're right. I don't think either team is in position to take full advantage of it at the moment.
Yeah. They're too far away. They're collecting bales on the far ends. So just bad location for that drop, really.
And look at that. Bam Bam also later compared to Kawana at getting the bales on the Anderson as well.
Kawana now increasing the multiplier too.
As well.
So if Kawana's ready to take some of these in and deliver them, they're going to have a multiplier advantage for a bit, because I don't think that Astragon are ready yet to bring in any bales. If I was Damien, I would take these in now and get some of them scored. In fact, never mind, because now Astragon are there delivering some grain and it's evened out. So just stay out on the field and forget what I said. I love this where teams will drop it and then grab one on the front. Oh, actually, he's going to let Reno take over now, and he'll start bringing them in.
This is actually
on the front and start stacking them.
That point there, the suggestions about manual attach earlier, that would make that really interesting.
Yeah.
You know, teams switching over quickly. It would cost a couple of seconds to do it, because you'd need somebody to jump out of a tractor to disconnect and reconnect. And either two people have got to jump out of a tractor, or you've got to jump in, move your tractor out again. I think it would be a really interesting little thing to cause just that little bit of disruption that you could then, on the other team, not have that because you got the perk. And yeah, and work that.
Thanks to everyone on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for watching. Don't forget about the giveaway for Farming Simulator 22 going on today. You don't have to stick around for the entire stream to win. You'll be contacted via email if you enter via the Gleam link and you end up being the lucky winner. Still got a lot more action of the Farming Simulator League to come today. We are glad that you can join us no matter how long you can hang out and watch. Some of you are here for the entire long haul. Some of you are just waking up. Some of you will have to leave later. It is the weekend after all. We understand, but we're glad that you get to spend your time with us. It's always a fun time with the FSL. We got lots of people between the two channels on Facebook today, and Twitch always showing out and being active in chat as well. And also happy to see people over on YouTube hanging out, watching us. So seconds away from the super drop. Let's see what it's going to be.
It has spawned.
Astragon could use the super drop right now. They really
could.
Bale points. They need points. Get it. Do it. I think Astragon on their side will get even more than 40. Oh, maybe not. Wait. No, this is Kawana's side.
That's Kawana's. So Kawana gets 20.
My depth perception was off.
Astragon
so yeah.
gets 40.
I still don't know if that would be enough for Astragon, but it would help. So they need to try to go for this. It looks like someone's making a move. Oh, never mind. They turned around. I thought someone was going for it. I don't think anyone's going to go for this at all.
40 bale points is quite a lot. That's 2 full bales.
Yeah.
At the moment.
And, I mean, they do have the bale advantage, but that's only because Kawana have scored more already. So,
yeah.
every little bit would help, but time is going to expire without anyone getting the super drop. So Astragon, it's a tough ask for Astragon to get into this. It's a tough ask, I think.
Right, there we go. So yeah, there is a 100 points deficiency here.
Ooh, a Bale-tastic for Astragon.
And they managed to get Bale-tastic though, and that's
actually
put them in the lead.
Okay. Hey JK, you just got back from work. What have you missed? Cortiva are into the quarterfinals. Other than that, nothing else has yet been confirmed. This is the first game of the losers bracket. So Kawana Gaming won the first of the best of 3. So if they win this one, they move on to play Crona. The winner of this will play Crona no matter which team it is, for the right to be the second team from Group C into the quarterfinals next month.
Okay, so the points have evened up a bit, but
Kawana
have a massive Bale advantage.
Yeah, and that's more than enough of an advantage to get the win. But it comes down to if they get them all delivered as well. So here comes 14 of them in for Kawana. There's one on there now and another one about to go up. Ooh, Reno, though, smacking into the bottom of the conveyor. That wasn't intended. Having some trouble getting turned here. Precious seconds
Rocket
ticking
TV
off the clock.
I agree with you. I think if you're going for maximum disruption, you ban the Fent Baylor.
Yeah, well, and banning it's cheaper too. You don't have to sacrifice as many points elsewhere to ban it. It's only 1 point. If you want to pick it and reserve it for yourself, you all of a sudden need a couple more points that you'll have to lose elsewhere, either by picking a cheaper piece of equipment or losing another perk.
Yeah.
Okay, just over a minute to go. Astragon has the lead at the moment, but Kawana have the Bales to win it if they get them all in. And Astragon have 2 Bales here and 5 out on the field somewhere too, so that's not good. Here they come. That's only 3 of the 5 though. So even if Kawana don't get all their Bales in, it's going to be tough for Astragon because here,
Kawana
there's enough Bales
here.
And Kawana are going to take the lead here in a moment with 30 seconds or so to go by the time they go in, and they're going to take the lead and presumably keep it unless something crazy happens.
And more Bales coming in for Kawana in the
if I were Astragon, I would try to counter here. Get that in and counter. You got to get it in. Oh, he's missed it. He missed it.
Missed.
Oh, dear. And Bam Bam. Oh, they got it. Bam Bam pushed it in.
But it's not enough.
You got to push those other Bales in. Push those other Bales in and you win. Oh, it's not enough now.
It's not going to be enough. Kawana are going through.
Oh, man. They closed it a bit at the end, but it is Kawana.
That was closer than it looked. There were points going in right
You saw
at the
the
end.
pressure. The pressure was getting to both teams at the end. A lot at stake. For Astragon, their Season 3 comes to an end. And the lower seeded team, the 14th seeded team, has a chance here. If they beat Crona, we will have the 14th seeded team into the quarterfinals.
Look at that. 40 Bales. They did a Cortiva. 40 Bales to 34.
Yep. Very well done.
That
Nicely played.
That Fent Baylor is powerful.
I would just like to point out that if they had gone for those 40 Bale points, Astragon, they would have won by 4. But
that's true.
At the same time, they got those counter points, or they got the Bale-tastic rather, and maybe wouldn't have got that if they had spent the time to go out to get the drop. So it maybe didn't matter so much in the end, but they needed every little bit they could get. So, well, congrats to Kawana. They're going to have to play straight away now against Crona, though, in our next matchup. And the winner of that will be moving on to the quarterfinals next month from this group. So, I don't know. I think Kawana overall, even against Cortiva, they lost in 2 straight games, but they had pretty good showings, especially in the second game against Cortiva. So I think, it's a little bit tougher of an ask now. This is going to be the highest seeded team that they'll have to beat in Crona. Crona is 6th in the overall standings. We'll be right back with that matchup, and we'll see who else advances out of Group C. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Farming Simulator League Season 3 World Championships. We're still in Group C action here. We've got one more game in Group C, Game 5 of the group, the final game of the losers bracket. And one of these two teams, between Kawana and Crona, have a chance at becoming the second team out of Group C to advance to next month's quarterfinals. Man, what a day it's been. We've had a lot of really closely matched games, and that's what's going to continue to happen as we progress further and further into this tournament. Kawana Gaming has been really strong today. I'm interested to see how they play against Crona. I think they have every bit of a chance to advance. Cortiva already advancing out of this group earlier. They knocked off the two teams that will compete for the final spot. In the first match, they beat Kawana in 2 straight games. In the second match, they knocked off Crona in 2 consecutive games with the clean sweep. And now we're having a look at the highlights from Kawana versus Crona. And this was a moment where Astragon had the multiplier against them, and they picked up Bale multiplier instead. And it was indeed a fact of they went with Bale multiplier, and Kawana went with grain multiplier. And they did get the Bale oppressive, but the grain multiplier in the long run ended up paying off better as a drop for Kawana than the Bale multiplier did for Astragon. Now we're into the second game between these two. And there was the Bale-tastic that made things interesting. But Astragon fell 40 points or so short in the end. They had a moment here where they countered a combo, almost messed it up, and got it just in time. What's up, Twisted? How you doing? Hopefully you just heard my recap that I gave because of the delay. Hopefully you heard it. If not, let me know in chat, and here in a bit I'll recap it again for you. It's hard to tell sometimes with the timing because we do have about a minute or give or take delay because it's a competitive mode, just to keep down the chances that someone would be getting an unfair advantage. There's a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 22 that's been going on all weekend. Make sure you go enter that if you haven't already. Hello to everyone on YouTube, Twitch, and on Facebook. We appreciate every single one of you spending your Sunday here with us and hanging out. If you'd like to enter the giveaway, it is pinned on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm putting the link in chat again, which it already was in there, but you've got double links now on Twitch as well. So definitely go enter. Chance to win Farming Simulator 22. Well, I hope you guys have been having fun so far. It's been fun for us. Alex and I have been having an absolute blast. He'll be back here in a moment. We got one more game in Group C. And the winner of this will advance to next month's quarterfinals. So a lot at stake here for these two. Following the conclusion of this one, we'll have a short break. We'll be back with Group D, and we've got 5 games total coming in Group D. We'll kick it off in Group D. Following this will be Horman versus Pöttinger. And then we have Manitu versus MyInsanity in the second game. Same sort of format, of course. Winners of those 2 games go into Game 3. The winner of that qualifies directly into next month's quarterfinals. The losers of those 2 drop into Game 4 in the losers bracket, and the loser of Game 3 goes to Game 5 of the losers bracket. So still 3 more teams if you count this game, to decide for next month's quarterfinals. One of these teams will advance. So we've got the 14th place Kawana Gaming in the Season 3 standings against the 6th place team, Crona. But I have to be honest, like going into it, I don't know what to expect. And here Crona are banning the JCB and the Massey, some more bizarre bans.
It's such an odd ban. We haven't seen any team use either of these transfers.
And Astragon were just doing something similar, and they paid the price for it too, didn't they? So if maybe Crona has a different reasoning for doing this, but if we're going off the past, like this might be advantage Kawana early, banning the 2 telehandlers, the caribou tractors are still at play. Kawana have been playing great today.
They are playing the better game. At this point, certainly, just based on those bans more than anything else, Kawana have been more disruptive so far than Crone have. And we saw it last game. They're doing everything right. It almost looks like they learned from playing against Cortiva, how to create that overwhelming number of bales and how to play a nice tight game, and they're doing it brilliantly.
I would argue too that even though Crona beat Cortiva in the second of the best of three, that overall Kawana may have played a better two games, especially that second one. They were only 13 points behind Cortiva, whereas Crona really relied on the multiplier in their second game win to force the third game.
They did.
But Cortiva seemed to handle them pretty well. And again, we talked about it was more of Cortiva beating themselves in that game. So I don't know. I think Kawana have a very real chance here. Having said that, Crona are a good team, but they've made a lot of mistakes today that they need to avoid here.
Interested to see who gets this Fent Baylor. We see Crone making a beeline. No, have Crone made a beeline for it? No, they haven't. Crone have not gone for the Fent Baylor
going for the
that caused them so much problem. And Kawana have gone straight for it. Straight in there, grabbed it, got themselves set up.
Goodness.
I'm not seeing anything at the moment that's giving me confidence in Crone.
Yeah,
at all.
I'm with you. I mean, who knows how it'll play out, because maybe the drops will fall in their favor, but you're asking a lot that the drops will be perfect for you. Not only that it'll be the right drop, but that it'll be in the right location, that you have time to make the effort to go get it as well. So a risky game to play. It's paid off and also shot them in the foot today, Crona, basing their gameplay off of hoping to get the grain multiplier. Soccer, did you get the recap that you were looking for? Did you hear it in the delay, or would you like me to run it down again? You've not missed a whole lot. I mean, really the only thing is Cortiva have advanced so far, and then one of these two teams will advance out of Group C. Basically, that's what we're looking at. Astragon, the only team so far to be eliminated.
Good first bale.
Yeah, good first bale. Only 1 point in it.
Now, we know Kawana tend to play a similar game to Crone with when they dump their grain as well. Both teams tend to use the dual combine setup. I do think that dual combine setup is a stronger way to go most of the time. You don't tend to lose much by not delivering all your grain early, but if that grain multiplier turns up at the 8-minute mark, you can decimate your opponents if they dump their grain early. So I definitely think that's the stronger game at the moment. This Fent Baylor, this tends to be the stronger setup once you get that care wheel tractor off it and get your larger tractor on it instead. So even at this point though, we do have a 1 bale advantage to Kawana. They've managed to already press an extra bale.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. It's something that we've picked up on, but as of yet, it doesn't seem like a lot of the teams have picked up on it. You know, I think it might be a case of we're at the end of Season 3 and teams have the way they want to play, and that's what they're going to stick with. But at the same time, when it gets to being the slimmest of margins between these teams, the best teams, the Trelleborgs of this season, are the teams that can adapt on the fly, are willing to alter their strategy, and willing to disrupt their opponents as well. Those are the teams that really separate themselves from the pack, even when it's just the slimmest of margins in between how evenly matched they are. So I'm just really surprised that no one has made a move to dump Archimedes and reserve that or ban that Baylor or whatever it may be. Go with something different. At least Crona could have tried to compete with Kawana for the Baylor as well at the beginning. They didn't even seem interested. Grain Multiplier has been picked up by Crona, and it's just about to be picked up by Kawana. So good play from both teams there. Crona already
I actually
delivering.
thought Kawana were at a slight disadvantage, but I think they've managed to catch up with it. Crona dropping their grain first, but the reason Kawana is slightly behind is because they were filling up a little bit more, and I think they have a decent amount on here as well, and it's going back the other way. There is plenty of time for both teams to get this in under this grain multiplier, and yeah, this has changed how this is going to be played now. These trailers have to go back out onto the field, which is not really what they were thinking of doing originally.
Yep. Both teams kind of disrupted by it. It's kind of, just canceling each other out at the moment. We'll see what happens in the 8th minute. We won't have grain multiplier in the 8th minute. We know that for sure. But maybe bale multiplier will come up then, and a team can really take advantage. I do like, though, that it seems like throughout this weekend that there's been a general uptick in the amount of 12th and 8th minute drops that have been useful and utilized by teams. So that's good to see.
What? 22,000 liters to 24,000 liters. So slightly
even on bales
more.
At the moment. Crona have made it back up. And in fact, Crona have a 1 bale advantage. But as soon as Kawana get back to focusing on that baler, they can make that up. So Jackaroo needs to do all he can to get as far ahead as possible. But it's 4-3 now, and it seems like both teams are pressing bales. So I want to see. We're just at the 9th minute mark, and I want to see how long it takes Kawana to pass them.
Yeah. I've got a very sharp eye on that bale count now. I'm waiting for the moment that overtakes.
Well, now it's even.
You can see it. They're catching up quicker with each bale.
Yep. Okay, it just went to 6-5. Now it's 6-6. Yeah, it's getting closer now. Any moment now, it's going to start going in the way of Kawana. It's crazy. They're closing the gap in between when they press, and eventually they're going to pass them. And there it is. So it took 45 seconds. They were down a bale, and they've now taken over. It's insane.
That baler is mad. Yeah. Look at that. And now it looks like Crone have stopped bailing at the moment, and as a result,
we got bale multiplier here. Teams need to try to take advantage of this. Kawana are going to. Frozen Chicken, we don't have any news to share at this time on the FSL in the future for Season 4.
It looks like...
they've gone with speed up.
Went for speed up.
Interesting. To be fair, though, he's just now grabbing the Anderson, and he has the stacker on the front, so the only real option would have been Bath bringing them in and would have had to put them into the bottom via the baler. So maybe not the worst thing, but I wonder if Crona go with bale multiplier or speed up here. It looks like they're going to go bale multiplier.
Yeah. Now
do they have bales ready to deliver?
Got interesting.
Do they have bales ready to deliver, though? Because there's their Anderson loader. So they don't have any on the Anderson, but maybe they have some on the front of a tractor they're going to bring in.
I think
Meanwhile, Kawana delivering grain.
Yeah, so both teams now delivering grain. I think Crone have gone for the wrong option.
Yeah,
they've not got. You're right. They've not got any bales there to take any advantage of this for the next 51 seconds.
They need to get some bales in.
Speed up is gonna be so important to Kawana Gaming for getting all these bales back and starting to score points, because they have extra bales. You know, they now have 18 bales to 12.
Yeah, 6 extra. It's crazy. It only took them like 3 minutes to go from trailing to a 6 bale advantage with that Fent baler. It's absolutely the go-to baler right now.
But look at that. Crona
8
have managed
now
to take some advantage of that bale multiplier.
Close to a combo for Crona as well.
If
but
they're one short. Kawana, there are no bales there for Crone. Shove everything into the bottom.
Look at that. Crona are 1 short of the combo, so Kawana are going to get the counter here. So that was bad timing. He would have been better off leaving those on the ground instead of falling 1 short of, because he's going to give Kawana a free 30 points here.
Right.
On top of, they're going to score the 40 just for the bales. So
yes.
There
we go.
That was an easy
points,
counter.
yes.
That was a bad bit of play, really. You either need to just leave them for later, or you need to have an extra one ready there.
Yeah, he could have denied Kawana an extra 30 points there by losing 10 points himself. So yeah, putting that last bale in and leaving that open was just such a bad play.
They have a nice lead right now, but the problem is they've been bringing bales in consistently, and Kawana now has 9 extra outstanding. So Kawana can easily close this gap in the final 4 minutes. And if bottom boost comes up and Kawana gets it, they're going to be able to put all of them directly from the Anderson into the bottom, and that'll really change things.
MBK is now sitting there waiting to try and...
Says a little bit confusing when some teams are named after the stuff they use. Well, some of the teams that have the brand names are actually sponsored by those brands, so that's why they're named Crona, and we've got John Deere, Valtra, Trelleborg, etc. And then Kawana Gaming is an esports organization, so we also have LSA Esports, who advanced to the quarterfinals yesterday. Bale withering for 1 bale for both teams. Don't think this is worth it at all.
They had a.
It was a counter.
A bale combo, frozen chicken.
Yeah, if you counter the combo at the right moment, if you look at the bottom left, you can see the combo counter, and whenever it's in the counter stage, it turns red. So for a bale-tastic counter, you have to counter at 8 or 9 bales put in a row by your opponent. For a bale pressive, it's 13 or 14 in a row that you need to counter at. For a baling spree, it's 19 in a row, and an impossible counter is at 24 in a row that you counter.
Look at that. The scores are already evening up. This is not looking good for Crone. There's 5 more bales on the field, and the score is almost even. That is just not good.
Yeah, it's going to come down now to making sure, for Kawana's perspective, that they don't have any mistakes here. It looks like they haven't brought the Anderson loader in yet, so you need to make sure you don't get that Anderson loader stuck on a bridge, because that would cost you. So play it safe, get those bales in. You got plenty of time to get them stacked up on the belt and close this gap and get the win. He's still out there, though, with 2.5 to go. He's just about full and will be heading in soon.
I think if he gets that in with the 2 minutes on the clock...
That's more than enough time, yeah.
That's more than enough to get those in.
No, there's no Team Giants because we're disqualified from playing in the official tournament. That wouldn't be right. Yeah. We code the game. We would have some legs up. Giants gets the special Giants buff. We are unbeatable. That doesn't seem fair.
And here we go.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a day 1 patch for 22. So even though the physical edition is shipped, the world we live in now, it's possible to make pretty last minute changes for that day 1 patch. So we're always listening to feedback, and we're definitely, of course, looking to squash all the bugs. And I'm sure that during the early access period, that'll be helpful for us, because we'll have so many influencers and media and the like playing it that they'll catch things that we didn't catch, right? Because it's always nice to have more eyes on something, because then you get like an outside perspective. Sometimes you can get into kind of tunnel vision, right? The QA team is working hard, and they've eliminated a lot of the bugs.
I played FS19 for a week before its launch. And I was even when I was sitting in the office, I was putting in bug reports for stuff we caught. Even then, 80%, 90% of the bugs that appeared on launch day were not ones that we'd seen in the office. Any of us had seen in the office,
right?
Which was
Crona actually have a nice lead here with 40 seconds to go, but look at the bail difference. Kawana need to get their bales in with 35 seconds to go. Klomp, you can play this game in training mode. Go to the website. It explains on the media page how to set up the training mode, and you can do that with 1 to 3 people on your team. But the AI team doesn't actually play. There's no bots, so it's really just a way to practice. Yeah, Kawana are having to put some in the bottom, and they have 4 outstanding that they haven't brought in. And I don't know if they're actually going to win.
I think against the odds, Kawana are going to lose this. 904 to 926. I did not expect that.
They had 2 bales that they didn't get in. Get those in and you win. And unfortunately, they ran out of time. So well done to Crona. We were kind of, I don't want to say hating on them, but we were doubting that they had a chance. But look at that, 39 bales delivered, and they had 1 extra into the top. And they had the bale multiplier that I don't think they really took advantage of that and scored any points, though. But
they did. They got 3 bales in on it.
Oh, they did. Well, then,
but most of it was undone by the fact that the bale counter got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. BF and the virtual farmers.
Well, in North America, we definitely have SGA stream team.
Yeah.
Of mainly guys in North America are starting a team.
Riders have been putting together a team which I recused myself from.
Yeah, the Red Dirt Rough Riders. That's what I was going to say as well. They're looking at forming a team. So I love seeing the stream teams, exploring the option of having a team compete in the FSL in the future too. So, well, congrats to Crona there. I mean, again, Kawana played a pretty good game, but they left 2 bales out that would have won them the game. If you're going to press them, you got to get them in.
Yeah, you got to get them in.
So Kawana needs to make sure they deliver all their bales next round. But a pretty close fought contest. Well played by Crona, and now Crona are 1 win away from advancing to the quarterfinals.
And so we are just resetting, and then we're going to go into the second match from this. I'm really torn now because that vent bailer is still so powerful, and there was a point towards the end of that where I kind of went, why is Kawana bringing in bales on the back of the fence and not letting the Anderson pick it up?
Right.
And I'm not sure that they aren't that's where they fell down. When they had no bale sitting there, it shouldn't be the fent baler coming in. It should be the stacker going out, grabbing them, and bringing them back.
Right. Definitely.
That baler should be out in the field pressing bales. Because if it's not, you're giving your opponents free time to create more bales.
100%.
Nobody should be sitting around.
Between all of the channels we're on at the moment, we have well over 1,200, 1,300 viewers. So thanks everyone for tuning in on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We've got at least one more game in Group C, unless Kawana win this, and it'll go to the third of the best of 3. And then we've got the entirety of Group D still to come here today. So thank you everyone for making it an awesome day. We appreciate your input in chat, and we hope you're enjoying yourselves on this Sunday. We've got Kawana against Crone, game 2 of the best of 3 coming up, and Crone are 1 win away from advancing to the quarterfinals next month for the Season 3 World Championships. And Crona are a good team. Maybe we were a little too critical of them, but it's just been some of the bizarre picks at the beginning. And I don't see them deviating from that. And in fact, they're not going to.
No, they're not. The trouble is, Kawana, if Kawana tighten their game up slightly, I mean, they're playing a solid game, Kawana. If they tighten it up slightly, they are going to take Chrome. And this is the thing. It's Crona playing well, but there's still space to beat them. And I think Kawana can exploit that.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Kawana forces the third of the best of three here, because if they would have got those 2 bales extra that they pressed in, they would have won that last one. That's all that was separating the teams. They just left it late, didn't give themselves enough time to get all of them in. So they need to make sure that they're not doing that again. It might be better, like you said, to just keep the Fent out there as long as possible instead of bringing in a couple on the back of the Fent. Leave it out there pressing as long as possible, and then bring the Anderson loader out. Even if you just go out at the end with the Anderson loader to get 2 to 4 bales and bring it in, you're gonna be better off.
Stopped. They must have stopped bailing a couple of times, because as we said, they at one point they were 10 bales ahead. They had
and at that point you think they're getting this. They're gonna win this, right? When they're that far ahead. And then all of a sudden, at the end of it, it's like, wait, Crona are going to do this. And Kawana are going to leave bales out in the field. So if you have that Fent baler, you're going to press more bales as long as you're staying. You have to stay out there pressing, and you have to get them all in too, most importantly.
Yeah. And you have to trust that the person who's running the Anderson is going to grab as much as they can, and the person who's stacking, if they are standing still doing nothing at the barn, they are out there, they're grabbing bales, they're getting the back. You saw Cortiva do that. Cortiva never had anybody standing still on their team at any point. And that's because if there were no bales at the barn, then the stacker went out and got them. And I don't think Kawana did that because they were driving that Fent baler in instead of getting the stacker to come out.
Here we go. So where is the Fent baler? We couldn't see it on our screen if anyone was going for it. We see Crona getting the New Holland harvester. There's Kawana going by in the John Deere harvester. But where is Bath?
So the John Deere baler is with Crone. Where is Bath?
There it is. Yep, Fent
there
baler.
He
there
is
it is.
With the Fent baler.
Already on the way with the first bale.
They are consciously targeting that baler, Kawana Gaming.
It is interesting that even with the horsepower shortage, it slows you down a bit, but Kawana were far enough ahead there that they might take the first bale advantage here too, and then will likely switch the tractor they're using to operate the Fent.
Yeah. It tends to be how they do
There
things.
it is.
There we are. 127
because you need
first bale.
You need the narrow tires to be able to cut through the crop without being slowed down. So that's more important to pick up the speed than it is to have the horsepower matching up perfectly for this baler. So it makes up for it by being able to cut through the crop, the time that you lose by not having enough horsepower.
I think it looks like what that horsepower deficiency does is it slows the baler down a little bit. I still don't think it takes it down as far as
only when it's operating too, I would say. Not when it's pulling. So it's not that much of a disadvantage, and you can make it up in other ways for sure.
And already again, Kawana Gaming has a bale advantage over Chrome.
I like this strategy. This is Crona we're looking at now, but they get the first bale, and then they come down at this strip right nearby where they exit, and they go ahead and get another bale press and then switch into the grain cart. And then by about that time, their teammates are ready to start unloading for the first time out of their combines.
We did see this, we saw this last time as well. Kawana being ever so slightly behind Crona in getting that stuff unloaded.
Hello, gaming FFC and Chameleon. I like that comment. Kermit, you'll get this, and you're right, because I am a big football fan or soccer for my fellow Americans. If they're not going to show the Premier League on mainstream cable channels, they've lost me to FSL. You know what? I'm fine with this development for you, because as much as I love the Premier League, I love the FSL, and that means you get to hang out with us. Of course, it's an international break right now, so there's no club football to speak of, but still, no. losing to the FSL is a fine thing.
Out of the Brit and the American who cast the FSL, it's the American who follows the football.
Yeah, but it happens to me a lot because gamers, there's some gamers that are into sports, and then there's a lot that aren't really as well. But to each their own. I didn't grow up with football in my life or soccer. I got into it when I was 18, and ever since then I've been an absolute nut about it. And it's my favorite sport now. It's basically the only sport I watch. And before I got hired by Giants, I was working as a freelance commentator for soccer at the university level in Colorado. So that's kind of, I have a commentary background, and that's translated really well to the FSL. And it combines two things I love: broadcasting and commentary with Farming Simulator, two things that mean a lot to me in my life. And now I get to combine both for my job, and that's just really special. It really is a dream come true.
I will say my commentary style is completely based on watching football commentaries.
Yeah, and I probably say like some British lingo, like knackered and you know, get stuck in and things like that because of football. I've definitely picked up on phrases like that over the years.
At least we have never said this is a game of two halves so far, which would probably.
My favorite cliche I've ever heard in sports commentary was actually during a hockey match I was watching one time, and they were asking like the color commentator at the beginning, like, who do you think is going to win this? And he said, well, the team that scores the most goals has a good chance of winning today. But for the FSL, the team that scores the most points in this match has a really good chance of winning, for sure. What's up, Mind Prophet? Good to see you, Daddy-O. Hope you're having a good weekend, buddy. John Mark Holland on Facebook says, what did I miss? Cortiva are into the quarterfinals from Group C, and the winner of this, which Crona 1 win away, Kawana have to force the third of the best of three, or they are out and Crona are in. So the winner of this matchup will be the second team from Group C to advance to the quarterfinals. And then we have the entirety of Group D still to come. And we have like some really good teams in Group D. We've got Horman against Pöttinger in the first game, Manitu against MyInsanity in the second game, and those go double elimination as well. So 2 more teams will be decided in Group D who will advance to next month's finals. And I'm looking forward to the finals, Alex. It's actually it's kind of a bummer this isn't an in-person event, and things had to be shifted kind of at the last minute, and it didn't end up being 3 days in person. But hopefully the finals will be an in-person event, and that just means we get to do some FSL commentary in December. So not the worst case scenario, really. You got to be able to adapt in this day and age with COVID.
Oh, absolutely. I just Fielding. Murray Walker is probably because F1 would be my thing as well. So there's a fair amount of Murray Walker in there too. Yeah, absolutely.
Pass what to probably the German office, Chameleon? What? All right, so we're under the 8th minute mark here. Those 8th minute drops, I didn't see what they were. Neither team has picked one up yet. Crona are already delivering grain, so grain multiplier must not be in play.
There they speed limit bail drop and speed limit. I don't think this is going to be for either.
Unless you're coming in with bales already and you want to grab one. Otherwise, it's not worth it going out of your way. Meanwhile, Crona have got a 3-to-1 multiplier. 58,000 grain still outstanding for Kawana. But look, here comes SDR to score some.
And they are in a position to take advantage of it and are putting speed limit onto
okay, that might work.
Kawana.
That might slow Kawana from getting there to deliver grain. And if he can get these 3 on, he's going to score 30 points per bale. So you're talking about 90 points at stake here. Oh, but Kawana
and it's going the other way.
Ooh, so he's not going to get really any of these at extra points. I don't think the belt will.
Oh no, it stopped.
Oh, now
because Crone's delivering, and it's going back up to the 3 times.
Oh, Kawana aren't aware. And they're emptying into the grain cart. They're not aware that Crona are about to score points. So look how slow it's going.
So slow.
There's one at 30. The rest are going to be lower than that. But at least one got in at 30. The others are going to get in with a good bit of extra points too. 27. Maybe 25, 24 for this next one. 25 just in time. Wow.
That is a good amount of stuff. Let's say give it a take a year. Yeah.
I love it, mine.
Yeah, there is a fair amount of Murray Walker in my commentary style as well.
Do you mean like, did they replay the games? I've never seen a major bug in the FSL be a problem. Like, this is a controlled build of the game. It's specifically built for the competitive mode. So there's been stuff patched, and then you can see like the players duplicate. But
we've never had a game replayed. We've had games stopped and restarted due to a player getting disconnected.
Right. But it doesn't ever restart from the start. Like a technical break, you have 3 minutes to get back in, and if you don't, then they have to play shorthanded.
Yesterday was a great example, actually. One of the teams had a problem with connection issues at the start of the game. They didn't completely disconnect, but the team still had to play with what they'd selected when they were selecting stuff in the selection stages.
I really think that Crona have brought their A game to this matchup against Kawana, and they've picked the right time to bring their A game. They only trail by 1 bale in the bale count right now, and they have a nice little lead with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Kawana are going to need a super drop to go their way, really, or mistakes by Crona to flip this back in their favor, I think. Although we thought Crona were up against it last time at about this time, and they completely shocked us and turned it around. So maybe Kawana can do the same.
This time, they've grabbed that Kuhn Baylor, and that doesn't have the deficiencies that some of the others have, and it takes less straw to do that, and to press bales from it.
Right.
And I think what's happened is Kawana are doing the same thing they did last time. They're not out there creating bales. Bottom boost, they just unloaded
Kawana,
that Anderson.
Kawana, you need this. Go for it.
They don't have any bales on it. They don't, and that's... Oh, no.
Looks like Crona might be going for it. Here comes Jackaroo.
They are. They're
up
headed
the hill.
Straight out there. And do they have a full Anderson to take advantage of it? They definitely
I think
wanted
so. I think they just pulled up to the barn with one, to be honest. This is going to be huge.
Are we about to see a massive load of points?
Yep, there it goes. We're not seeing it. There's a Bale-tastic.
Fantastic. There's
the
Bale
pressive, and that's probably nail in the coffin for Kawana.
That's got to be. There's just no way.
Bad timing on their part.
They haven't got Bales to respond to that.
That's why I think like 8th minute, like during the drop periods, if you're going to deliver grain in the 12th or 8th minute, you need to wait to deliver it until you see if grain multiplier shows up. It's the same thing with the super drop. When you get close to the 4th minute, if you're bringing the Anderson loader in, you need to wait to decide if you're going to unload it or not to see if bottom boost shows up, because that is a huge advantage for Crona now, because they were bringing theirs in and hadn't unloaded it, and they were like, well, we need to go for this for sure now. And I don't see any route back into this now for Kawana.
no way. And they don't still have the bottom boost, but they're waiting. Yeah, they're waiting to counter that. Didn't quite get it at the right moment. In fact, took it early, I think, because they were expecting Kawana to try and dump bales in the bottom. But yeah,
the only way back into this is like a bonus, but that's not going to happen. I don't think they're getting any combo points at this rate. So that 4th minute super drop, that's the biggest one of the day.
In at their leisure.
Oh, that one's falling off for
speaking
Crona.
of at their leisure, STR needs to clean up. And fantastic counter from Crona as well.
Good night. Kawana has had some really good showings in games today, but this is going to be their biggest margin of loss, and it's going to knock them out of the Season 3 group stages here, and it'll be Crona joining Cortiva from Group C in next month's quarterfinals here. Marshall Maiden coming in, waiting for the
from Kawana
bridge to come down. And with 1 minute to go, they're closing the gap a little bit, Kawana, but now a full Anderson coming in for Crona. And those bales, I don't think are going to make it. That one definitely isn't going to. And Kawana now are playing the final 40 seconds of their Season 3. Good showing by Kawana today, though. But Crona has, like I said, they saved their best for last. We were kind of doubting them coming into this matchup. And they have played 2 really solid games here. There's a bale-tastic for Kawana that makes it seem a little bit more respectable. But there's just not the bales there now for them to get back into it.
20 seconds left. They can't get those bales in the top.
That bale pressive is the difference. That bottom boost and the bale pressive, because of it, has won this game for Crona.
How different this would be had they not unloaded that Anderson and gone and grabbed that power up. And there we go.
Congratulations to Crona. I mean, you know, so the 2 highest seeded teams from this group move on. So it's pretty standard, although Bednar advanced as the 9th seed out of that first group yesterday over John Deere, who were the 8th seed. But we've kind of seen the tougher teams. They just have that little bit extra when it matters most to make it through. LSA Esports, of course, is the 10th seed, and they've made it to the quarterfinals. So currently they're the lowest seed, and Bednar 9th are in as well. But we have the top 3 teams in now. The 6th place team is confirmed. And in this next group, we've got Horman and MyInsanity 4th and 5th place. And only 2 spots at stake. And then we also have Manitu and Pöttinger, who are 12th and 13th. So we'll see how out of those 4 it goes and shapes up. But yeah, Crona, well done. Save the best for last, and they're into next month. And that's all that matters, because now they're just a few more wins away from winning the whole Season 3 championship.
Such a good set of games today so far. And that concludes Group C. We're going to head on over into Group D in a moment. And as I said, 4th and 5th places and 12th and 13th will be duking it out. It's going to be a good one. I think I'm kind of hedging my bets here because we've had the thing come up. So I think we are probably going to be back in a moment. We'll see you then.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. So there we are. Group C has been decided with Cortiva and Crona moving through to the quarterfinals next month. Next up, we get into Group D. We're going to have a replay quickly of the last Group C match, which was, of course, Crona versus Kawana Gaming in a moment. But yeah, after that, we're heading in and we've got Horman and a Pöttinger up first, followed by Manitu and MyInsanity after that. So, yeah, a full afternoon of FSL action here for you. Who's going to go through? Who's going to make it through to the quarterfinals from this group? Yeah, let us know. What do you think? But here we go. Here is the highlights from the Kawana Gaming versus Crona game. Huge bail combo counter there for Kawana Gaming, which kind of made us think that they were going to do really well. But they just didn't seem to get the bails together by the end of it. And Crone came back. They evened up. Or no, actually, they went well ahead at this point with their multiplier. And I think they even scored some points with that multiplier at that height. It was really odd that Kawana Gaming had the advantage of this Fent Baylor and just seemed to completely lose it later on. I mean, at this point here, they are 21 to 19 bails ahead. And yeah, okay, the points were a little bit different, but it's a bit strange. And then the bottom boost. This is in the second game. This hands down ended it. Look at all those points go in. A Bale-tastic and a Bale-oppressive up to 733 points. And yeah, there we go. Not an issue. Those are the German casters. Let's, yeah, put the desync in. But yeah, there we go. So that was Crone's route to the final. Oh, so yeah, to the quarterfinals for the season. And we are going to be visiting Horman and Pöttinger's game up next. It's going to be an interesting one, this. Horman and Pöttinger a little bit closer together. Horman just making it into the top 4 at the end of last, I think it's the end of the last tournament. They got high enough to boost themselves into there. MyInsanity, who will be up later, also managing to boost themselves up a little bit, both at the expense of John Deere. John Deere kind of falling down the standings as the season went on. Yeah, these are fairly close teams. Horman at 4th, Pöttinger at 13th in the standings, and Manitu and MyInsanity will be playing next after these two, 12th and 5th respectively. So Horman with the best team photos in the FSL. I love the fact that they just ran with that. What is going to be their banning selections? Are they going to be disruptive ones or fairly inconsequential? That Case Puma ban actually is quite a good one. Hey, Big Tigger, welcome along. So, yeah, Case Puma goes out first as a ban for Horman. Makes sense. A very highly used track to that. Pretty disruptive to any team they're going up against. And then Pöttinger banning the 6M on the other side, which, yeah, again, really disruptive ban. This is the most disruptive I think we've seen today. They're banning the ideal. Pöttinger are banning the ideal. That's an expensive ban. I think that costs a point to ban that. And that is hugely disruptive. And then the Fent Vario going. So that's the other high-powered care-wheeled tractor. But with the ideal out, that is not good. That basically, yeah, that cost them a point to ban that. Both teams grabbing the axle flow. Horman taking my advice and getting the Fent Baylor, the New Holland Baylor, going over to Pöttinger. And Pöttinger going with herbicide. We've not seen anybody so far at this point going for herbicide. So this is a very different setup with these teams at the moment. The Lindner is Pöttinger's choice, while the Deutz is what Horman are going with. And then the Fent Favorite. So this actually is so different, this game, to anything we've had this weekend. We've had the Ideal band, we've got teams saving Baylors, and yeah, we've got Horman taking 2 stacking tractors. That's interesting as well. So yeah, a very, very different setup here for this game. Welcome along, Gaming Fury or Fairy 101 into the Twitch chat. Rockland USA, thank you for raiding us. Hope you've had a good stream. And looks like the slightly better start has gone to Horman here, who have grabbed a second case harvester. And they're going for the same Baylor as they already have reserved elsewhere. Now, they have not gone for the Fent Baylor, and I don't quite understand why they wouldn't go for that Fent Baylor. As we discussed earlier today, the Fent Baylor that Horman have grabbed just is so much faster at doing this. The New Holland Baylor requires more straw to fill a bale and goes 2 miles an hour slower. So yeah, not very competitive against this Fent Baylor that Horman are using. This is definitely mixing it up. And first bale, 128 points. Really, really nice score there from Horman on their first bale. And Pöttinger having a little bit of trouble, but still managing a 120-point first bale. So 8 points difference in that first bale. Actually, Horman doing 128 points from the far end of the pitch is really good. A very, very good start. And that case harvester now heading round 2 case harvesters for Horman. Without the... Yeah, I've been looking at this. And without the Ideal in play, that case harvester, I think, is the best harvester that's there. It's got 100 litres less than the New Holland, but yeah, has a wider, over a meter wider header on it. So it tends to create bigger piles of straw, which of course means that you can create bales quicker as a result. I think banning the Ideal is a really good way to go for that. But it does cost points to do that, of course. It is Owen J. Welcome along. Hope you're doing well. FS22. Yes, so the initial version of FS22, that is done, of course. That is being printed on discs and things. But there will be a day 1 patch. That has been confirmed. There are always bugs and issues and things that come along. Who won the previous match? That was won by Crona. They move forward into the quarterfinals. Our first power-ups are Bale Multiplier and Bridges Lowered. I don't think either team is going to go for this. Neither team has many bales to speak of. So Horman have got a 1 bale advantage at the moment, but there's no point in running all the way out there to do it for a single bale.
I'm back.
So both teams will ignore that. Welcome back.
Thank you for taking the reins there. Took a little break and got third breakfast, so I'm good to go now.
Yeah. I should
some leftover
surely
pizza.
The sun is coming up now. We discussed this yesterday.
The sun's coming out now. Yeah.
About now.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m.
Whereas for me, it's now going down.
Yeah, sun is like piercing through the windows. We had to close all the blinds, but yeah, had a little snack. Good to go for a bit. Glad I didn't miss much. Just a few minutes of this one. Missed the first bale, but I noticed I was watching when I was eating, and I noticed that I stepped away for just a moment, and all of a sudden we're banning harvesters and picking herbicide now. What the heck? Pöttinger coming out with a different strategy. I like it.
And saving balers. Horman actually reserved the fed baler.
Really? Okay, cool.
Which is great. Whereas for some reason, Pöttinger went and reserved the New Holland baler, which I don't quite understand. And even though they'd reserved it, they also went and got it and ignored the fed baler.
Right.
So not quite sure what's happening. Hey, man, Prophet and Dashel Crew. And,
hello, everyone. What's up,
Floof? Javaris.
Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, we got a Rockland USA raid over on the Farming Simulator League Esports Facebook. Cool. Hello to everyone on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So far today, we've had Cortiva and Crona advance into the quarterfinals. Now we're into Group D, and the winner of this one will move on to Game 3 and have a really good chance at getting into the quarterfinals as well. It is double elimination, though.
Ooh, Stouty having issues.
Yep, I'm in Colorado for now until the Chicago office opens, then I'll be relocating. Nice,
How far of a move is that for you? I meant to ask.
It's a large country. It's a pretty significant distance. It's about a 14-hour drive between the two cities, so that gives you. I don't know the exact distance in miles off the top of my head, but I can certainly look real quick. Let's see.
Because this is the thing. In the UK, we have no idea. Having been to America, we have no idea how
of the distance
big the US is.
It's funny, actually.
You can drive. You can drive one.
It's 1,000 miles. By
Land's
the way.
End to John O'Groat in one day.
Almost exactly 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
From here to where I'll be relocating in the Chicago area. So, yeah, it's a pretty significant move back east in this country. It's funny, we were talking about my days on Mixer earlier, and we also talked about how you're the Brit and I'm the American and I love football and you're not into it. But back in the day when I was streaming on Mixer, there was a friend of mine, Echo, and he's from the UK. And I was talking at one point about how I had to drive like 3-4 hours to see family at one point. And he was like, where in the world do they live? How far are you driving? And I was like, well, from this state to this state. And he was like, wait, you're not British? And he's a Brit himself. And he was like, I just assumed you had like a weird accent for some reason, but you love football so much and I'm not into football. So I just assumed because you talk about it so much that you're British. But it wasn't until I talked about the distance I had to drive to see family that he realized that wasn't the case. So I always give him guff for that now. Give him a hard time.
My thing is, though, to me, that wouldn't seem a weird one because I lived in London for years and family's from Norfolk, and that's a 3.5 hour drive from where I lived. So, you know,
right.
Me going back to see family a few years ago would have been a 3.5 hour drive. So that's, yeah, not a weird thing for me.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, 14-hour drive. You can go through a lot of Europe. In fact, I have. I've driven from the UK to the French Alps.
Wow,
and done that in a day. And that's
We had slowdown picked up by both teams. It's the 8th minute drop, by the way. Those are about to expire. We now have Horman, who are delivering grain, but Pöttinger are coming in to do the same. Go enjoy your rest, village champ. Enjoy.
Again, Horman have 18 bales to 9. This is that Fent baler coming into play again. And both teams now dumping their grain. And Horman have a definite advantage at this point. But their combines have stopped, so they've got to get those going again. And there we go. More grain coming out of the combines. Neo Prince doing that. And Pöttinger now, having got that multiplier around the other way, are actually taking advantage of it, but have been too slow.
Yeah, unfortunate timing.
Look at
there.
that go the other way.
And the grain, the multiplier in Horman's favor, the bale count in Horman's favor. They aren't trailing by that much. They can make that up. Now Pöttinger are delivering more grain and are going to try to flip it back. We're probably going to end up with 2-2 all said and done here.
I don't quite understand why when it costs the same amount to reserve that New Holland baler, I believe. No, you know what? It costs more. It costs more to reserve that New Holland baler. Why?
Yeah.
Wow, I am amazed that they reserved that New Holland baler.
It's an interesting one. Horman, you know, they're a team that definitely has been on the rise at the end of Season 3. They started to really show that they can compete at the highest levels. But having said that, Pöttinger are no slouch of a team either. So I can see either team taking this. We have multiplier switch as the super drop, so that's pointless in this game. So nothing's going to change from that.
I do love that the Pöttinger came out firing. They banned
different strategies.
That ideal combine and
went with herbicide.
Went with herbicide, and that is just nice. Actually, they went with herbicide. That is why they've got that New Holland baler, and that's why they've kept it. Because they've got 2 tractors out there baling and having to bring stuff back. The New Holland baler can carry 3 bales.
Yeah, you have to bring that. You don't have this Anderson loader without transport company, so you have to weigh. You know, losing that means you have to bring bales in consistently. And how I've been taught by Bauer Matza from Diakerfleur, if you're not using transport company, basically what we would aim for in our training sessions is once there's like 4 to 6 bales on the ground, you start bringing them in on the back of the baler and run 2 balers if you can, and just kind of alternate driving back in and back and forth to the barn to bring them in, because you don't have that luxury of just staying out on the field and leaving them for the Anderson to grab.
And their reasoning for going for the baler they've gone for, because even though it takes an extra 200 litres to create a bale, it goes 2 kilometres faster.
Yep, and like you said,
when
it'll bring 3 in as well, which is nice too, with that extra speed. So you can bring 3 in at a time on the back, and if you have a stacker on the front, you can bring at least 2, if not 3 more in on the front as well.
And actually, I can now see Pöttinger's whole tactics here very clearly. They have to ban that ideal combine because they can't counter the size of the grain that it carries.
Yeah.
So they have to counter that because they need a combine with a large width. They need that case.
The problem
they need that case combine.
At the moment, though, is it looks like it's not going to work.
No,
they are at a huge bale disadvantage to Horman, and Horman, bringing in the Anderson loader, now 14 more coming in. Meanwhile, Pöttinger only have 3 of their 7 remaining sitting here. Even if they had all 7, they wouldn't have enough to win. So again, we're seeing Transport Company kind of reigning supreme, and just having more bales than the other team is also, obviously, bales score points. So the more you press, as long as you get them all in, the better off you're going to be.
I think it's one of those things where I'm kind of looking at the baler setup, and I'm going, that Fent baler is incredibly cheap for what it is in the points pick.
It's powerful compared to some of the more expensive ones.
It puts any team that is going for a strategy other than Transport Company at a massive disadvantage. And this is why Transport Company is the meta. You go and get that Fent baler, and you create extra bales, and you can get them back easily. And that's the trouble.
Pöttinger missing one on the back of the baler, but it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
No.
The first of this best of 3 is quite easily going the way of Horman here, and a very good showing by them. And it'll be interesting to see now if Pöttinger goes away from that herbicide strategy they just went with, because it clearly did not work the way they expected it to. And look at that, 7 less bales, and especially when you look at the difference, 9 extra put into the top by Horman. Still 2 undelivered for Pöttinger as well. Pretty dead even on the delivered grain. The only drop picked up was that slowdown by both teams at the 8th minute mark. Pöttinger need a completely different strategy, really. Maybe they need to go back to Transport Company, ban that Fent baler, and see how Horman can do against them without it.
Yeah, I don't see any way of taking the strategy they have and winning, because if the other team take the Fent baler, which Pöttinger can't, then they end up with that. The only way I can see them doing it is banning the baler and the ideal combine.
Yeah.
If they ban that Fent baler and the ideal combine, but again, that's then another point they've got to spend doing that, and I don't think they have the points to spare. It's it's just not a setup. It's not something that they can position themselves for.
I have to give them credit for trying it, but now with this game on the line, and I mean, this won't be the end for Pöttinger if they go out, because they'll go to the losers bracket, but then they're going to still have to win 2 matches after this to get into the quarterfinals. So I feel like at this point, if you want to force a 3rd game at the best of 3, you've got to switch it up. You can't come out with the same thing. Yeah. Credit to you for trying it. It's nice to see teams try something different, because we're so used to seeing the same thing over and over. But there's also a very good reason for why we see the same thing over and over, and that's because it's a tried and tested tactic, and it's shown time and time again that it reigns supreme when you go Transport Company. And of course, we're starting to see like the Fent, the ideal harvester, is the preferred harvester. The Fent baler is probably definitely the best baler to go with as well. So teams need to start thinking about banning that baler even more so than banning the ideal like they did last time. Pöttinger, maybe ban the baler instead, and take your chances. But I want to see what they do here, because the same thing is probably gonna see Horman advance here in Group D. Great team pictures, by the way. The best combination of pictures in the FSL from Horman. Always love to see their team picks come up.
It's it's a great set. It's so much character in it, and just says how much fun they are. And here we go with Pöttinger banning the ideal straight off the bat.
See, I'd be banning the Fent baler instead of the ideal personally, but I just sit here and
I
talk
think they
about
can't
it. I
have
don't
it
play.
on the field because of the trouble it gives them with the with a deficit of gain, and their whole thing just doesn't work if they have to use that combine. They need the extra width of the case.
So the
case doesn't have the
two popular narrow tire tractors, the Fendt and the Case Puma, are out as well, and then a very strange pick with the Fendt 515C.
In all fairness, Horman were using it.
Yeah, but I'm sure Herman will very easily pick something else. And Case, the New Holland baler, and Herbicide, and Pöttinger. Come on. Adapt your strategy. I'll be really surprised, and I'll eat my words if they force a game 3 here. Like
I just don't see,
I know there's 15 minutes to play.
Unless Horman make changes. Unless Herman make
there's 15 to play. Anything can happen
mistakes.
really, but I don't have huge confidence unless the drops just absolutely go in their favor and Herman makes some mistakes here. I see Herman advancing with a clean sweep here.
And Herman, I applaud you for your tractor choice. First team today to get the best tractor in the FSL.
According to Virtual Farmer 316 says, pick the New Holland T6. Oh, man. All right, well, here we go. We'll see if Pöttinger can prove us wrong, but I don't have high hopes here for this strategy.
I don't think this is a strong strategy for Pöttinger. It needs adjusting. I think there is space for improvement, but it's an expensive strategy is the trouble.
Yeah. I feel like I would ban, even just banning the Fendt baler instead of the ideal could be different. But they've gone with the same thing, really, after just getting beaten by 150 points or so, I think it was. It was definitely over 100.
And Horman is straight out there with that Deutz on that Fendt as well.
Yeah.
You know, it takes them no time to get that first bale, and they scored extra first bale points last time. They're going to score extra first bale points this time. It is a winning combination. Pöttinger, though, have got both combines they want, which is fairly important. That case, pretty much spot on. I think Horman kind of need to get the New Holland, maybe, or the John Deere. The John Deere has a wide head. It does have a 400-litre smaller tank.
Yep. First bale, pretty even. 2-point advantage for Herman.
Give me 6 days, Godguten. Building in there with the New Holland for the win symbols as you should.
Whose emote is that? As much as Alex loves emotes, or New Holland, I should say, it should be his emote, shouldn't it? Oh wait, it is.
It is my emote. That's exactly whose emote that is.
I knew it. I'm just giving you a hard time. But look, speaking of, we're having a look at it now in action.
There it is.
I do like the color, I have to say, especially as a Chelsea fan. I do like the color. Having a look at DeFleur and the case Combine for Horman. Now looking at Stouty for Pöttinger, running the grain cart around. Where's he headed with the grain cart? There's no combines that way. Is he just going for the drop, I guess? Might be going for silo close and then heading to the silo himself.
Very possible.
I don't know why else he would have been headed in that direction.
There is a combine on the upper side. He's now emptying.
There it is. Well, that makes sense. Just kind of circled around. Couldn't see that in the last camera shot. We'll probably do some events in Canada eventually, Twisted, but if we were to ever do FarmCon in North America, it would probably be at the offices.
We need a FarmCon insert country here, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what everyone would say, right? We can't do it in every country. I mean, that would be cool, but you know, logistically impossible. And financially irresponsible probably, but yeah, we'll once things get back to at least semi-normal. I don't know if it'll ever be the same. We'll definitely be doing some events in Canada as well as the U.S. out of the U.S. office, because that's why we've chosen the Chicago area, not too far from the Canadian border and pretty easily accessible to most of the major cities in Canada, whether it's on the western side or eastern side. So we've been looking into it. We've got a list of trade shows in Canada and different events and the like. So in the future, you'll probably see us out at some events.
Nitos going in now with the fairly full, I'm suspecting, horse trailer. And positioning himself. Is that to unload later? That is.
Yep, leaving it for later. Indeed. Stouty now is going...
Must be heading back to a baler.
I hope so.
And Pöttinger have not used the case combine they reserved. They did this last time. Well, they did eventually end up using both New Holland balers, but yeah, initially they grabbed the second New Holland baler and just kept going. It is a nice looking baler.
It is. Very nice.
I'm in Detroit. We are north of Canada. That actually is very true. The US-Canadian border is a weird one.
Borders in general is just kind of strange for states and everything else here. And then when you get into the states, like where I live, there's a county that is shaped so weird that you could drive different directions and be in it. And you could drive one direction and be in it for like a 30-minute drive and go another direction and be out of it within 2 minutes. It's just so bizarre how they're shaped. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Richard, we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, we do need to change our messaging to almost 500 pieces of equipment, because we've been saying this whole time. Well, over 400, which isn't wrong, but
there's got to be over 6 more pieces of equipment to be revealed this week, though.
I mean, and stuff keeps getting added. That's the crazy thing. Yeah. And then, you know, by the time the year 1 DLC is out, there's going to be an even significant bigger number of stuff. So it's wild the amount of stuff that's coming. And I know some people were voicing concerns that certain things have been taken out. That's kind of to be expected with games. It doesn't mean that they won't be added in later, whether it be like, you know, sometimes we add in mods pretty early of equipment that's been in previous games that might be missing. And as well as the DLC too, there will be a lot more added within the first year and beyond.
There's stuff and I know that there are some things which are initially considered to be included, and just aren't ready in time to go in the game as ships.
Yeah.
And so get released on the mod hub as early day mods. So just because a piece of equipment from a previous game isn't in there doesn't mean that we might not see it pretty soon after launch. Pöttinger dropping a bale. Vaccinator, that's not good. And now the multiplier is going back the other way. Vaccinator just getting in there slightly too late again. And Pöttinger now dropping grain and getting it to that 2.2. Just too late to get that first kill in there. Oh, grabbies, that sounds awesome.
I was going to say the same thing, although my cholesterol would disagree. But I don't eat a whole lot of eggs anymore.
5 chipolatas and 2 eggs for breakfast. So.
But hash browns and eggs is one of my favorite things that the missus makes for breakfast. But I eat it very rarely now. Gotta watch the cholesterol. Five and a half to go. Pöttinger in the lead, 253 to 127, and they have a 2-point advantage on each bale. But currently, a massive bale advantage for Horman.
Maxinator waiting for one more bale to go in, and DeFlo is just coming in, and he wants to shove all of these 3 in the bottom as quickly as he can. He's not going to make it, though.
I think the messaging was just always over 400 because that's where the bar was initially set, but there's been so much added. There's been so much interest from other companies to get their equipment into 22, and that's down to the people that play our games that reach out to these places and say, we'd love to see your stuff in the game too. That's part of it. So you guys have definitely played a part. And there also is, of course, interest from us. And now that we have like a U.S. office, there's even an impact there because we're looking at trying to, make sure we're getting more North American equipment in. We've got Canadian and U.S. stuff being added into 22 as well on top of all the rest. So, it's just going to continue to get better. Like I said, 22 is the first game we're self-publishing, so it could be seen as a milestone, but it's also like a stepping stone for the rest of the series going forward.
And the other thing to remember is that all of the equipment that is listed on the website doesn't include any of multiple buildings and placeables coming in with FS22.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're watching Horman in the FSL right now, but they've been in the FSL for this entire season, and now Horman is bringing branded animal pens and buildings into the build mode of FS22. So there's that stuff as well. So the FSL also is playing a part in getting more brands interested in the game. And there's multiplier switch as the super drop right now. And although it's not significant, Horman could think about going for it, but I don't think they need to with this bale advantage.
Yeah, I don't think they had at one point they had a 20 bale advantage. At the moment they have a 12 bale advantage.
Yeah. They can close this gap.
I don't think they need
despite the multiplier deficit.
Yeah.
They can very easily
It'll make it a
bit
closer, but interestingly that DeFlo is out there running about going and getting bales. He's cautiously getting on a... Oh, what is Vaccinator doing? Is he going to go and get that?
He dropped a bale.
Went to get that bale out of the water. They need... This is the trouble. Pöttinger needs every bale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are Pöttinger going to make bales? We're kind of debating that.
The thing is Pöttinger at the moment look like they're going to do this, but if you see the bale difference, if Horman get all these bales in, it might be Horman going through in a straight sweep here. MyInsanity got to be careful. It's still a little bit shaky. A lot of time wasted there to get this one bale back in.
Yeah, but still 16 bales out there for Horman.
Yeah,
and
8
for
extra.
Pöttinger. And that gap is closing all the time. Although Neo Prince is going to have to get this stack back, and he is heading to do that now.
Yeah.
They need to get those in.
Ooh,
that
one's
bale
coming
is
off.
not going in.
Both of them might end up off by the it's all said and done. Or actually, they might both stay on the way it adjusted.
450 to 544.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if there's enough bales for Horman now.
Yeah, this is changed.
That one's falling off. Like, Pöttinger have stuck with the strategy, and I was questioning it. We both were. But with a minute to go, they might just pull it off. But having said that, here comes more bales. And Horman have more at the barn, too. Pöttingers are kind of scattered about.
Bales, and Pöttinger just throwing them in the bottom.
Yeah, that might not be a good thing because they need to maximize their points here.
And they have to multiply it. It's not wise.
It's a 101-point lead, and now that's been cut a bit by Horman. 30 seconds to go, and here's DeFlo. He can't afford any of these dropping off now.
No. I think that one
that is
be
84
okay.
points on the belt for Horman. It's a 679 to 602 lead. This is going to be close. It depends on where the bales are for Horman. They're 640 now, but they've got to put the last couple in the bottom.
Bales? There are 4 out there, and they're shoving them in the bottom, and it's not enough.
Well, you know what? Credit to them, and I'm happy to see Herbicide has won a game here. Oh, wow. Look at that. They've got the collector's edition sitting on the desk.
What's that on the desk?
That's the beacon.
Collector's edition.
The beacon in the box. They're showing it off. I love it.
I've got to work out where I'm going to do my unboxing for that at some point. Oh,
okay.
Man.
Well, I'm just going to stop criticizing teams because they keep shutting me up. Today, Crona did it in the last matchup. I'm turning into virtual farmers predictions backfiring. It's questioning teams' decisions on my part that's backfiring now here today. Yeah, look at that nice collector's edition there.
Oh man,
with the beacon.
The beacon.
I can't wait to see. I'm sure someone is going to figure out a way to get that beacon to work with like a stream software of some sort when you with alerts.
Every time that a subscription comes in,
I'm sure you can figure it out. It's a USB beacon, so it's already going to be hardwired into your PC. It's just the fact of like trying to get it to activate when someone does a sub or bits or whatever it may be. But I'm sure someone's going to figure it out, and you guys are going to have fun with it. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
So part of why the collector's edition was kind of limited is because those beacons have chips in them, and as you know, there's been an absolute shortage of chips, so it even impacted the beacon within the collector's edition. So
wow.
We're just happy that
4 copies. I have 4 copies of it on
order. Yeah, and DJ Go Ham said he's going to make a beacon hat. That's going to be hilarious. Richard, your collector's edition's shipping out on Thursday. Awesome. Glad to hear. You should have it in time for release day then. And Ironkins, yeah, you're right. It could have gone either way at the end. I'm really happy for Pöttinger that they've pulled it off. And the thing is I thought they had no chance based off of how the first round went there, coming out with the same exact strategy, but they played it a lot better there. I'm not sure what the difference really was in the end.
I'm not sure why they found themselves short like that. I can only go with the multiplier. I didn't see, and chat will correct me on this because they always do. But I didn't see a Bale-tastic or anything like that. Yes, Pöttinger were putting Bales in for a long time when Horman weren't, but I didn't see that happen.
Yeah, crazy.
So it's a bit weird.
Yep. Well, it's going to go to the third game. One of these teams will advance to game 3, which is the easier route to confirm your place in the quarterfinals. They'll await the winner of this one will await the winner of MyInsanity and Manitu, who are playing right after this. Tommy ×2 says, "Is the beacon meant to be strapped onto one's head? If that's what you want to do with it, why not?"
I believe that is DJ Goham's plan.
Yeah, he's gonna have a hat of like 3 of them on there. He said that he'll give the rest of the stuff he'll give the rest of the stuff in the collector's edition away, but he wants to keep at least 3 beacons because he's gonna do some goofy stuff with it. And if you ever have watched any of his stuff, you know he's kind of the king of goofy stuff and trying to break the game as well. So I'm sure he'll do something cool with it. I doubt the collector's edition will be on console because that beacon specifically works via USB on PC for one thing. All right, here we go. There goes the ideal again. So it's going to be similar strategies. So we'll see. I mean, it's worked and it hasn't worked in the 2 games so far for Pöttinger. So each strategy the teams has paid off for them once, and they're going to have to hope that it pays off a second time, or the loser will be headed to the loser's bracket and have a little bit tougher route into the quarterfinals.
Really interesting. I've been following the Twitter feed for the FSL today, and every game been putting out a vote for who you guys think are going to win. So head over to FSL Esports on Twitter if you want to make predictions. The prediction for this match, for this between Horman and Pöttinger, is Pöttinger to win, is for them to go through and not Horman. So
right. Wild.
Very interesting to see that. Admittedly, it's based on 5 votes, but
I would like to point out I've been hanging out with you and doing so much FSL this weekend that I'm now saying route instead of route, which is the way that Americans say it. So you're rubbing off on me here, Alex. In fact, when we were in London a couple years ago, we got to make like a dream trip. I said earlier I'm a Chelsea fan, so we went to 3 matches in London. It was the first time I'd ever been over there. And we went to this bar that was like one of the coolest places I've been to. It's called the Bletchley, and it's like underground. And it's like you're like, like a secret agent basically from the Bletchley, Bletchley Park. Yeah, so you go into the bar and you have to solve puzzles, and they make you like a special drink and etc. But at the beginning, you pick out like what kind of a challenge you want to have because it's an interactive experience. And I said route, and that gave me away right away. She was like, "Oh, are you American?" I'm like, yes. Yeah, you didn't say route, you said route. I'm like, fair enough, you found me out. Can I still be a British secret agent for the night? And oh yeah, certainly. Cool.
Better start here for Horman grabbing that case combine. Exactly what they wanted to do.
Hey, what's going on, Big Daddy? Good morning to you, buddy.
They've got a front beta anyway. Hey, Big Daddy. Route.
We don't sell the farming simulator steering wheel and side panel. That's Logitech, who used to be SciTech. Now Logitech owns SciTech, so technically we're partnered with them on it, but they're the ones that sell it. It still will work on 22, but I have no clue about the availability of it personally.
It is still about a fair amount. I keep seeing it on Amazon and places. Last year it was on Amazon's Black Friday, so you might get lucky in a week or so. if you're still looking for it.
There you go.
Oh, nice bit of air.
Yeah, we haven't seen any super crazy air times yet like we did yesterday. What's going on with Pöttinger there? Just did they get it stuck after they delivered the bale?
And why is he unable to connect back up?
It seems like it's stuck there or something. That is not good for Pöttinger because not only do they not have the Fent baler, which is going to give Horman an advantage, but now they can't even get their baler out of the barn area. Okay, now Stouty is out, so could have been a lot worse. Able to get it out without too much fuss in the end. And now going to leave it and go get the grain cart. Yes, there are mods available via the in-game mod hub on consoles. Yet again, Jacob had a question about mods on Xbox One. If you missed the information about slot count improvements in 22 as well, there's up to a 300% increase on slot counts, depending on if you're on a new gen or a previous gen console, but still pretty good improvement on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One as well. All of the blogs about FS22, if you're wondering about information, are listed on our website. So go check it out, farming-simulator.com. I'm going to put it in all the chats right now too, because I've seen a lot of questions about 22, and I know why you guys are excited. But because we're doing FSL, we're not going to answer a whole lot of questions in regards to 22.
There'll be lots of opportunity for that later in the week. Do we know if the heavy equipment works with console? It works with, or with 19, it works with PS4. You can get it to work with Xbox, but it's a bit convoluted from my understanding. No idea if whether that's the case with 22 or not yet.
Grain multiplier here at the 12th minute.
Multiplier.
Horman have picked it up, and there is not enough time for Pöttinger to get it. So this could be a little bit of an early advantage for Horman here. Time has run out to get it.
Oh, yeah, they are completely the opposite end of the field, aren't they? That is not good.
And if Horman have a full grain cart to deliver here, it doesn't matter what Pöttinger are going to do with their full grain cart. This is going to be advantage for Horman early on, and this could spell bad news the rest of this round for Pöttinger.
I don't think there's any way Pöttinger can actually come back if Horman managed to get all of this grain cart delivered with a grain multiplier.
Right.
That is just gonna hurt so bad.
Afternoon, Gamer Dragon. It's been going well. Hope you're doing well.
Afternoon, GD.
Yeah, Horman. Whew, look at that go up.
Wow.
Speedily. The problem is you can only get it to 3. So
now, there is a slightly good thing for Pöttinger here in that because they didn't try and unload theirs at that point, it meant that Horman have to hold off delivering the rest of theirs.
Yeah, well, and Horman only have one bale too, so they're not going to be able to score a lot of points right now to take advantage of this. So that's one saving grace for Pöttinger.
But they do have an awful lot of grain left in that trailer. And there's no way this is going back to a 2.0 to 2.0.
Yeah, it'll still be in their advantage, you're right. Even if Pöttinger delivers it, Horman have grain left to get it back in their favor. It won't be 3-1, but it'll still be a significant enough advantage that it could flip outcome of this match for sure.
Yeah, this could be as high as a 2.3 or a 2.4 for Horman on how quickly that went up. I'm not rating Pöttinger's chances right now.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Farming Simulator League Season 3 Championship Group Stages. We are into the final group of the weekend, Group D. This is the first of 5 matchups, though, that will take place in Group D. So we're probably looking at another 3 hours minimum of FSL action today. So a lot more still to come. It's really, you know, soccer is really the fastest growing sport and has been for the last 15 years or so in the U.S. So there's a lot more of us than you think, but it is still pretty rare overall. But I've been into it since 2005. So 16 years, something like that.
Bale drop grabbed by Horman.
So pretty much half my life, over half my life or so, I've been into it. So yeah, it means a lot to my life. And like I said, I was doing commentary for it here locally, and before I got hired by Giants for the community coordinator position. So, Neo Prince clipping the front of that case on the building there, flip him around a little bit. I think I can put that Discord link in chat as well. There you go for anyone interested. It is a I almost said fantastic, and then I wanted to say fabulous. So it was about to be fantabulous.
Fantabulous.
It is a fantabulous place to go. If you're a newcomer to the game, if you're a long-running fan, you can find just about anything you want. You can get advice on all kinds of stuff in there. It's a great place to ask your fellow players questions. And, you know, as the strong suit of our community is, the majority of the people are very helpful. And if you're a newcomer, the people willing to help you were also in your shoes at one time. So they're more than happy to understand where you're coming from and help you along the way. This is not the place for the football and soccer debate, people. Come on.
What do you mean? They're the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Both of the words were started in the UK too, so
there's no difference between football and soccer. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, all good. All good, DJ Merlin. I have, luckily, because I do the scrimmage streams, I have my stream deck set up with a bunch of the, you know, important commands from doing the FSL scrimmages on Friday nights on Twitch. All right, FSL, meanwhile, this is coming down to the last 5 minutes, and it's kind of hard to call, although Horman did end up with a 2.2 to 1.8 advantage thanks to that grain multiplier that Pöttinger missed out on. And with a 10 bale advantage right now. The saving grace for Pöttinger last time was they had the advantage. Now it's against them, and unless there's a huge error from Horman, it looks likely with 5 to go that Herman's going to be the team advancing to the next game in the winners bracket.
Pöttinger do have a lot of bales sitting there waiting for them, though.
We've had a request for the Discord link on Facebook. I'll share it to both Facebook channels that we are currently streaming to. We're on the Farming Simulator League Facebook and on the FSL Esports Facebook. And that's actually the Farming Simulator League Discord. I've just realized that I'm sharing with you guys, not the official Farm Sim Discord. So, apologies. But if you're interested in FSL,
the Farming
that's good
Simulator
too.
Discord then.
If you're looking for the official one, Hold on tight, and I think it's actually discord.gg/giant software is the easiest way to find it. But I'll also get an invite link here. Yeah, it is. Discord.gg/giant software is the official Farming Simulator Discord. The previous link I was sharing out is actually for the Farming Simulator League Discord. Bottom boost.
It's bottom boost. Why are you waiting, Horman?
I think he wants Pöttinger to think that they're going to get it and waste time to go after it, I guess.
Yeah, there we go. No, he's getting into place. Look at this. They are perfectly lined up for this.
There you go. This could be potentially a bale pressive coming up.
In they go. Bob.
There's the bale-tastic.
Bale-tastic.
Oh,
counter
they countered.
Come in, and
they countered the bale pressive.
Stopped himself.
Okay.
But that is still Pöttinger. Absolutely had it. It didn't matter.
That counter and the bale-tastic cancel each other out, but still, Horman just got all of those points for putting it into the bottom two. The problem is they have the multiplier advantage, and they didn't come out ahead in the bonus points, and they lost out on the 4 extra points per bale by putting them in the bottom too.
No, they didn't, because it was a
oh yeah, bottom boost gives the same amount of points. You're right.
Same amount of points. So they that's why they lined themselves up for it. They got 22 points per bale down there. That was
impressive. You're right. Forgot about that little tidbit for some reason. Maybe it's the sleep deprivation.
Oh. I get need of that. Yes, I get need of that.
Too,
drinking a bit.
This is Liam Italian says, "What map is this? This is the Farming Simulator League Season 3 Championship. We're playing in the Farming Simulator League Arena. It is a free DLC for FS19. So if you have FS19 on PC, go to the official FSL website, register an account. You'll be given a download key. You're given 3 in case you have 2 friends that could become your teammates, since it's a 3v3 game mode. And then you install it on top of FS19 on PC, and you can play. It requires a dedicated server to run.
Prince coming in
Nice
with
fail.
6 more bales. There are, there just aren't the bales there for Pöttinger at this point.
I have to give Pöttinger credit. Like, they've played Herbicide pretty well. I think they have, like, if you're going to play Herbicide, you need to play it this way. But at the same time, missing out on bottom boost, missing out on the grain multiplier has done them in here.
Yeah.
Also, the fact now that with a minute to go, they're behind and they can't bring all of their bales in at once. They're having to bring them in 3 at a time. That's game over right there on the belt.
Points going in there.
Yeah, that's game over right there. Like, if those weren't on the belt with what Pöttinger has, although they just had one fall off, I would think they'd have a chance. But that pretty much seals it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liam, people are learning about it still all the time. You know, it's the 3rd season, but it's not really been around that long. And it's just really starting to continuously gain in popularity. So understandable that you didn't know it existed. But yeah, this is Season 3 will be... this group stages will be culminated at the end of today. We've got 4 more matches now after this one to go, but then the finals will be in early December, hopefully an in-person event taking place in Switzerland. And there you have it. Horman, the higher seed, the 4th placed team in the Season 3 standings, has moved on to the next match. So now we'll have Manitu taking on MyInsanity, and the winner of that will take on Horman for the chance at the quarterfinal.
And there's where bottom boost makes a difference. 18 bales in the bottom, 17 in the top, 35 total. So more bales, larger multiplier, just generally a stomping. So yeah.
Go to the FSL website, read the rules on the media page, sign up for an account, and then you can kind of get an idea of how, if you want to get involved officially, you can. I would also encourage you to join that Discord I accidentally shared, but it's very helpful still because it's the Farming Simulator League Discord. Because if you're looking for other people to play with, you can ask for, looking for teams, looking for players in there. And that's a good way to try to find people if you don't have teammates. Currently, official tournaments are run in Europe only. So we've got most of the teams from Germany. We've got some teams from the Czech Republic as well. I think we have one Dutch team, one Swedish team, something like that as well. But all of them are from Europe, and we're working on growing it in North America too. So long-term goal is growing it here as well. 10 on bottom, and then you get multiplied points via the top of the conveyor based on your multiplier. You increase your multiplier by delivering grain. That's how it works, Grabbies. We're going to have a break here shortly. We'll be back with MyInsanity versus Manitu. The winner of that will face off against Horman, who we just saw win over Pöttinger. Pöttinger goes into the losers bracket. And Alex and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
See you in a minute.
All right, we're back. Season 3 championships. We're into the final group of the weekend, Group D, but we just finished the first matchup of 5 total that will take place between the winners bracket and the losers bracket. So Horman have advanced over Pöttinger. Horman will await the winner of our next one, which is Manitu against MyInsanity. And then Pöttinger have dropped into Game 4 in the losers bracket. They'll play the loser of this next matchup, and then Horman will play the winner. And the winner will play right away against Horman for a chance to advance to the quarterfinals and become that 7th out of 8 teams to make it to next month's championship finals. Just getting out of the group stages and into the finals is a huge accomplishment. It's a big boost in prize money, and of course you give yourself a chance of going all the way to the final too.
Yeah.
I was waiting.
This should be. Sorry, this should be an interesting match. This one, I think.
Oh, you
We
sounded
are
a bit flabbergasted there for a second. I like that shirt that Klaus has
I
on, by the
ran
way. I want
back.
one.
I was sorry.
I said I like that shirt Klaus has on, by the way. They're showing him on screen now. It's like, I want one. It's a Farm Zen League shirt. I got to pull some strings.
See, I'm wearing a t-shirt today with a giant VF symbol on it.
Who's that? Who's VF?
I have no idea. I've never heard of him. Yeah. So Manitu and MyInsanity, two interesting teams. We tend to get the teams in the middle tend to be fairly similar in abilities.
Right.
So I'm expecting a fairly close match here between MyInsanity and
MyInsanity is 5th in the table, though. They're not exactly in the middle, to be fair. But
they're not in that top 4 bracket.
This is probably like the toughest draw for a group because we have the 4th and 5th place team. It's the only group where we've had teams in the top 5 that are back to back, of course. If we had 8 and 9 play each other in a group. But other than that, it's been pretty spread out as far as the rankings go. But Manitu have been known to, deploy herbicide as well. And we saw Pöttinger use that in the last round. And it worked in one of the 3 games, but they kind of fell short in the other 2 as we're having a look at the highlights now from that matchup. Here was where Maxinator had to go retrieve that bale from the moat.
I don't think it was so much that they were failed by herbicide in this game, in the first and third game, as they made some mistakes, which you kind of go, don't do that. That is going to really hurt you. And the trouble with how their gameplay is working is that they are more susceptible to issues with those mistakes.
Right.
So if it hurts them that much more if they make them. And the third game, absolutely not getting that grain multiplier when Horman did, just caused such a problem for them. And he got that stuck. He got that stuck on the edge of the barn.
Yeah.
That's the trouble he had there.
A little bit of air by Nitos. Very well done. Hello, Henry. Your favorite game in the world. We're glad you're here. Yeah, we've got 4 more games in this group, and then we'll be done for the weekend, and we'll be looking forward to the quarterfinals and beyond next month. But it's been a good weekend, and not a whole lot of surprises yet. Nice. I think LSA Esports is still the biggest surprise as far as teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals. They're the 10th place team in the standings. And they've
made their route to the final easier, LSA Esports.
They have. You're right. Here we see this bottom boost in that third game. This really just put it too far out of reach despite the counter because they were able to put all of those into the bottom and, as you said, score the multiplied points, because bottom boost doesn't just allow you to put them into the bale at the bottom and get that bonus. That's always in play. It also gives you the same amount of points as your multiplied would usually give you in the top for putting in the bottom. And of course, unloading that Anderson loader directly into the bottom when you can is a huge bonus, because you don't have to spend the time stacking them and risk them all falling off too.
Exactly. You have an astute set of ears there, Henry Hook. It is indeed Virtual Farm.
Look at that collector's edition. It's the beacon. They're toying with us.
It's pretty. I actually don't have a copy of the collector's edition for FS19. I do have a copy for FS17. So it's going to go up on my shelf behind me with along with a sealed copy of the C64 edition that I've got, which is just very cool.
Nice. So Donner Kyle has he's a part of Team Manitu, and we would usually see him playing alongside Prodex and Homer for Manitu, but he got a new job recently, and he's not been able to travel to the last event before this one. It's kind of impacted his availability for Manitu, so it's going to be interesting to see them with Dennis and the team instead, how they're going to fare. And I'm interested to see as they banned the JCB right away, which is yet another bizarre ban. But I'm wondering if they're going to go with herbicide here or not.
Same with the Massey. Why is MyInsanity banning the Massey? The Deutz-Fahr makes sense.
It does. The Deutz-Fahr has been picked a lot this
use
weekend.
that a lot.
Yeah, but usually they don't use the Deutz-Fahr unless like the telehandlers have both been banned, and then the narrow tire tractors are banned too. So it's still kind of a weird ban in this scenario, I would say.
Yeah,
we have seen teams use it.
I definitely don't understand the banning of that JCB. And no team uses it on a regular basis at the moment.
Weatherman has a good question that I don't really have the answer to. It says, you guys spoke earlier about players of all ages. What are the oldest and youngest players that have competed in the FSL? To be honest, I don't know, but you do have to be at least 14, I think, according to the rule book, with a parent's permission to play, or 18 or older without a parent's permission. So there is at least a limit on how young you can be. Really no limit on how old you can be, though. So I don't know the exact numbers, but it does represent the wide range of ages that play the base game of Farming Simulator well, too, as we were saying earlier. So it's not herbicide for Manitu this tournament. They're going with Transport Company, and we have an exactly the same set of picks here, although it's kind of changed who's picked Archimedes on each team.
Archimedes? Why Archimedes? Not necessary. It really isn't.
Don't forget about the giveaway going on. It's pinned on Facebook and YouTube. The link is there in chat on Twitch. We're giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22, which is due out in 8 days. Actually, less than that if you want to get specific on the hour. And it's a great chance for you to win it if you haven't been able to get the game pre-ordered. And you might just win. There's a lot of entries, though. So if you win, you're going to be an extremely lucky one, and I'm sure you'll be happy. That'll end in a few hours, so make sure you go enter before time is up. Prodex getting beat to the Fent Baylor here, so MyInsanity grabbing that all
good to see
important Fent Baylor.
Good to see both teams seeing the importance of that Baylor.
Right.
I'm still not sold on picking up that John Deere Baylor over the Kuhn Baylor.
Yeah.
The John Deere Baylor, where is it? There we go. Yeah, the John Deere Baylor, it goes faster, but it still requires more to do it. I think you would be better off sacrificing the work speed for the less fill volume.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. First bale, 132.
I think that is our highest today.
Definitely our highest today. Close to the highest of the weekend, for sure. The record, of course, is 140. Did we have a
137 yesterday?
I can't remember.
At one point.
But we've definitely not had a whole lot in the 130-plus range this weekend. Teams aren't putting as much importance on it. And I think part of that may be due to teams really liking this combo of starting off with the Case Puma with the Fent. And it just slows you down when you're operating it like you see him doing now, just because it lacks a little bit of horsepower. But you make it up in the end by pressing more bales, so it's A-okay.
Yeah, I think the thing with this is that it slows it down. It probably slows it down to being equal with the Kuhn baler doing it this way. So where that Fent baler really comes in is if you've got a large tractor and you're baling with it later on. At this point, it tends to even out with John Deere, I think. Although we do see MyInsanity have one more bale than
yeah, and now they're not running their baler, but just in that little bit of time, able to get that one in their advantage already early on. We're 20 seconds away from the first drop. Both teams are emptying their harvesters into the grain cart. MyInsanity. I love the play on words.
Yeah.
Mystic, I think that one went over your head a bit there. Don't think he was being literal. But I know Mind Prophet well, and I know he doesn't have much sanity left, so... Slowdown has been picked up by a Manitu here, so it's a 20% decrease in speed for MyInsanity. Hello again to everyone on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being along for this journey with us through the Season 3 group stages. This is our second of the 5th matches in Group D, so we still have plenty more to come today before it's all said and done.
And still around 1,000 people joining us here today across all 4 platforms. So
love it.
Thank you, everybody.
Having a look at Yan from MyInsanity, bringing in some grain at the silo. Prodex doing the same for Manitu. We can see them pretty close on with each other as they go back and forth now, emptying their grain carts at the silo.
And neither team going for the harvester delivery at the silo plan, both dumping them at the 12-minute mark.
All right, here we go. Yosho coming in right in time for the dad joke talk. What's up, Yosho? Good to see all these awesome people in here.
Been doing dad jokes all day. What are we on about?
Yeah, Feldon. Yeah, you guys are late though. Feldon's been doing dad jokes since like I was up at the beginning at 2 a.m. my time. So he's really been bringing the cheese already today. That's for sure. Good to see everybody. I'm glad you guys are able to stop in. We've got 3 more matchups to go after this, so yeah, we're looking at a few more hours to go. Yesterday we finished up about 3 hours from now, so if it runs the same length, we've got plenty of time left for more FSL action. Sky Arrow, I think, thank you for that compliment. Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you very much, Sky Arrow.
You know, I'm not exactly sure who runs the cameras, but I'm actually going to ask them and see if we get an answer.
Helper B?
Helper B.
It would be a Sunday FSL stream without the cheesiest ad jokes in the chat and commentary. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And how are we on the bail? Interestingly, yeah, MyInsanity actually is expected. MyInsanity already got a 3 bail advantage here.
Wow. It wouldn't be a Sunday FSL stream without the cheesiest of dad jokes in chat and commentary. Yeah, yeah, I love it, guys. I'll see if I can, you know, I've at least informed them. I said, who runs the camera switching, because you're getting lots of love this weekend from the Twitch chat. It looks like I might be getting an answer here, because this person does deserve praise, because I'm with you guys. It helps us as casters as well to be able to quickly see where the action is, and it has been really great this weekend.
All right, we got a reply, for those wondering, we got a reply from the official FSL esports guys.
It's Jan, Nicholas, and Chris.
Is 14.
Oh, okay, the youngest players are around 14.
And the oldest is 56.
There you go. So yeah, and then we got an answer as well from the stream team saying it's Jan, Nicholas, and Chris this time who are running it. So I think they mean Chris Amon, our CEO. So I would imagine, or maybe it's Chalky. I don't think he's working this weekend though. We've got a lot of Chris's, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, which Chris?
I'm gonna ask that now. Why did the coffee file police report? It got mugged. Okay, here we go again. Well done, Spartan.
Oh, God, yeah. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Because they lactose.
Yeah, what has ears but cannot hear? A cornfield.
Oh,
So,
man.
love it.
Absolutely brilliant.
After an unsuccessful growing season, why did the farmer decide to have a career in music? Because he had a ton of sick beats. Well done.
Big beats. Oh,
How do you
dear
get a farm
Lord.
girl to like you? Some of you know this because I've told it already. How do you get a farm girl to like you? A tractor.
Oh, jeez. I find myself laughing at these way too much. Right, where's my paper? I need to write these down.
How did the organic vegetable die? Natural causes.
Natural
Nice.
cause. Right.
Oh no, it's not. It's not the CEO. Okay. A different Chris. A new colleague. He is an event technician who is helping out this weekend and could potentially become an official member of the FSL team, from what I understand from that message. So, yeah, wrong Chris again. So many Chris's. It's hard to keep up at times. But our CEO Chris Amon is a big supporter, obviously, for the FSL, and he's closely watching all of it and is really behind us trying to grow it. So it's great to see, because
he's also pretty awesome. I've sat down and had some good conversations with Chris. So yeah, he is pretty awesome.
Well, there is a penalty for driving through the standing crops if you don't have a tractor with narrow tires on it, because then it'll slow you down big time. And then you also are destroying the crop, but there's more than enough wheat in the FSL to harvest. It's all about speed in the FSL. We get this a lot. I understand that, longtime players of regular farm sim, it may bother you because when you're playing, you're not wasting any of that crop, right? Wasting crop in normal farm sim is a very bad thing. Wasting it in the FSL, not that big of a deal, because there's more than you'll ever be able to harvest in a 15-minute round.
Yeah. My realism hat definitely comes off during farm sim weekend. Or FSL weekend.
What do you call a cow with a twitch? Beef jerky.
Yeah.
Oh my Yosho, and I gotta /ban Kermit for my farm girl a tractor joke. I thought that one was pretty good, to be honest, and topically appropriate too.
And we're seeing teams beginning to get. Ooh, Lars getting himself caught on the
How did
bridge.
he get through there? How in the world? Oh,
that is
nice
so lucky.
save.
That would have been it for MyInsanity getting that stuck there.
Ooh,
What's
bottom boost. Hello. And MyInsanity coming for, or no, it's Manitu.
Since the camera guys have got praised, they've got really, really into it.
MyInsanity doing the waiting game again, where they're maybe forcing, or Manitu rather, forcing MyInsanity to think they have a chance, just so they waste time going after it. But bottom boost for Manitu, do they have bales at the barn on the Anderson loader ready to put in? Yes, they do. Here we go. Let's see. There's a bale-tastic.
They got the bale-tastic. They're too slow for the second one, though.
But no counterpoints for MyInsanity either. Plus 20 points per bale, and the 50 bonus points for the bale-tastic. So a good bit of play there by Manitu.
But MyInsanity still have 22 bales out there, and that is plenty.
I like how the chat has just turned into dad jokes now.
Oh, man.
Everyone's going crazy.
These cow jokes are getting utterly ridiculous.
Wow. I love it.
2.5
minutes to go. 566, 586 to 477 now.
It's beginning to infect the Facebook stream as well. Good thing you guys have a captive audience. Thank you, Weatherman. Hello, NBC Master Dad. Welcome along. What do you call a cow with no calf?
See, I've heard that one before. I've heard that one way too many times, to be honest, to be fair. Sorry, Rico.
Jelly friend, right. This is indeed a
so
top 10 sporting moment.
MyInsanity have 6 extra bales at the moment, so they can turn this around very easily. They're only down by 9 points, and they have 7 extra bales outstanding, and they have them here at the barn. So even though Manitu got the bottom boost, it might not be enough for them here. They've run out of bales now. Manitu are waiting, I'm guessing, to try to counter and get some extra points. I don't know if they've timed it right. We will see.
That's going to take it up 7. They have not.
And MyInsanity in the lead now with a minute to go.
MyInsanity in the lead.
And they have the bales, but MyInsanity only have 2 of their 5 bales at the barn.
Oh, 45 seconds. Both teams have 3 bales left. That is not enough for... Oh, no, man. This is over.
Oh, Dennis going for a ride.
Dennis is not getting off that bridge.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. One of those bales is going to fall off, but those 2 going in and the lead is more than enough for MyInsanity. Yeah, that one going in the bottom now. And Dennis is stuck yet again, so... This has spelled the end of this round. MyInsanity is going to take this one. Without that bottom boost and the Bale-tastic, this would have been a lot bigger of a margin of a victory for MyInsanity as well. So MyInsanity takes the first of the best of 3 here.
So, yeah, that is amazing. Look at the extra number of bales for MyInsanity.
And they were able to get
extra
that
10
Fent Baler. So there you have it again, that Fent Baler showing its importance again. What's up, NBC? Good to see you in chat on Twitch. Everyone else hanging out, much appreciated. Glad you guys are all here hanging out with us. It's been a fun day so far. We got more to come. MyInsanity taking the first of the best of 3 there. And yeah, that Fent Baler just reigning supreme. We've talked about it so much this weekend, and it just keeps showing why it's so significant to get. I'm surprised more teams don't reserve it, to be honest.
Yeah,
dump Archimedes and reserve the Fent Baler. You're welcome.
In all fairness, until I was watching Cortiva earlier today, I didn't realize the importance of that Baler and how much of a difference that was making. So yeah, it's a Baler that you want to get and you want to grab.
I guess it
just produces
it's definitely
so many more bales.
Cortiva made it even more obvious, didn't they? Just because the sheer amount of bales they're able to press in total. And in that first one of the very first game of the day, Kawana Gaming played 2 good games, but didn't really get anywhere close to Cortiva because of that Baler. Just the sheer amount of extra bales they're able to get an advantage.
It's I think anybody playing against Cortiva wants to ban that Baler. If they don't, they're making it so much harder for themselves to win. If otherwise, I think teams want to be looking at trying to reserve it and adjusting their points pick to match. I mean, it is only a 2-point points pick. Right. Which compared to is just cheap compared to the 3 bale carrying bale that's out there. It's it's a weird one. I would say it's probably a little bit fast for what it is.
A collector.
24. That scared me. That was I know you're here with me in the chat, and that actually freaked me out.
Oh, I'm glad I could catch you by surprise at least still over the
Oh
weekend.
God.
Put some fear into Alex. He's terrified now. I
That
love
just
it.
sent shivers down my spine. And that is the gorgeous collector's edition sitting there in the middle
Yeah.
of that thing.
It is lovely. Look at the beacon. Look at it.
It's a beacon of awesomeness.
All right, here we go. MyInsanity 1 win away from advancing to take on Horman for a chance to be that 7th of the 8 teams into the quarterfinal. Getting knocked out is not the end for either of these teams here. They'll go into the losers bracket. We've got double elimination has been running all weekend. But if you can get past your first game, you only need to win one more matchup and you're in, and you can rest easy. If you are to be knocked out in this first match, you then have to still play a further 2 and win them to make it as the second place team out of the group. Similar bans. We've been questioning some of these bans, but hey, it's working for the teams at times, so we can't question it too much. Here goes the Linder Lintrack out, though.
I think they could be more disruptive than this. Those banning those 2 tractors is not a disruptive thing to do. The last 2 people do sometimes use those tractors. Normally when other stuff's been banned.
Right.
But that JCB and that Massey, nobody uses them anymore.
Right.
And that's the thing. And yeah, some fairly regular selections here. Not expecting them to actually select a Baylor, even though they should. Yep, there we go. So no Baylor.
Okay.
Then Homer and Jan to pick first. Or Jan to pick first. Yep, so fairly regular pick. These are all picks that we see teams pick time and time again. And now they'll even up the points.
I see some love in the chat for Team Manitu. NBC Master Dad saying, let's go Team Manitu. Manitu's daughter, Kyle, has been very helpful for our Friday night scrimmage streams. Before he got this new job, he was there every weekend from 1 to 4 a.m. German time because he is from the U.S. originally and he's bilingual. So he's helping out, translating between the German-speaking teams and the English teams, and also been very helpful in helping the newcomers in North America to learn the game and all the ins and outs of it. And so thank you to Donner Kyle, who unfortunately, because of his job, isn't here participating in the group stages of the World Championship, but hopefully he'll hear this or see it at some point and know that we appreciate his help with those Friday night scrimmage streams as we're trying to build the player base within North America and beyond. All right, a little bit of roughness out of the gate there for PB400 for MyInsanity. And MyInsanity not going to even be challenged for the Fent Baylor this time. Both teams went for it last time. This time, Manitu not even bothering. This is awesome, says Slayer. I'm so glad I found this. Well, welcome. We love when newcomers find the FSL and fall in love with it. This is the Season 3 Championship group stages. So we've got a few more matches today, probably a couple more hours, 2 to 3 hours left. And then we'll also be back early December. I think they're shooting for around like the 3rd or the 4th, somewhere like that, for the finals of the World Championship. That'll be quarterfinals and beyond.
I'm kind of very much hoping that's going to be the case because it starts getting busy after that.
Right. Well, it was supposed to be today, right? Like today was supposed to be the quarterfinals to the final, but we had to change plans on Monday because of COVID rearing its ugly head, even more so again in the area that the office is in Bavaria and Germany. So kind of had to adapt on the fly. This would have originally been going on yesterday, Group C and D, and then today would have been the finals starting at the quarterfinal stage. But we are unfortunately going to have to wait. But the good news about that is because we have to wait, they're going to switch it to being in Switzerland, and we hope to have an in-person event for the quarterfinals and beyond, which would be a great compromise for having to do this part of the championship online only, because it's just a little bit more special when you can see those teams there in person celebrating and also being in anguish when something goes against them, or when something crazy happens, being absolutely shocked by what the other team has done. It's just great to see those reactions. First bales were 121 to 115 in the favor of Manitu here. 12:50 to go.
And Prodax opening up that auger wagon.
Good morning, Auto Racing, who says good morning from North Dakota. Good morning to you as well. You watched the nail biter yesterday with LSA. Yeah, that was a good one. LSA into the quarterfinals. The lowest seed so far to make it into the quarterfinals. The 10th overall seed of the 16 coming into this weekend. And they had a great showing, beating Valtra, the 2nd seed, in match 2 of Group B. And Valtra had to then go into the losers bracket and come from behind as well after being a game down to make it. So Valtra a little bit shaky yesterday, but all that matters is getting there. Doesn't matter how you get to the finals, just getting there is important. Once you're there, then you want to bring your A game, but just getting there is the most important part. With these two teams, MyInsanity's 5th place and Manitu is 12th place. So we still have a potential for a seed lower than 10th place to make it. Pöttinger have already dropped into the losers bracket in Group D. They lost to Horman in our previous matchup. They're the 13th place team. So the 12th and 13th place teams still alive here. But it's also tough. They've got the 4th and 5th place teams throughout Season 3 to compete with. Definitely the closest between the top-ranked teams of all the groups that have featured this weekend.
I'm not sure Lars wanted that.
Oh.
He jumped out of his combine in the wrong place and picked up by
bridges
mistake.
Lowered. Yeah, he picked up bridges lowered and not speed up, so you're probably right. It's probably not the intended drop to pick up there.
Well, he sort of got out of his combine, ran round and went, oh, it's not there anymore.
So Tom Fullery on Facebook says, the FSL sounds cool, but too bad consoles aren't allowed. They aren't allowed now, but it is a long-term goal of ours. So who knows? One day. Keep the faith. We've seen interest in it. It's just getting it figured out logistically. It's not going to happen like next month, but it is a long-term goal.
Todd Templar, not all of the equipment in the FSL is in FS19. The big ones I can think of is the Case and New Holland balers are in here, and actually the Chrome baler is if you get Straw Harvest. But yeah, the New Holland and Case balers aren't. The good news is the New Holland and Case balers are in FS22, which will be out in just over a week.
There you have it. Felden, thank you for that. So you said currently it's on the schedule for December 5th in Bergdorf, Switzerland. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but definitely, like you said, keep an eye out for updates. But it is going to be around that range. I think that's what they're aiming for sure. Kawana, they played well. They really did, Kawana Gaming. They were a bit unfortunate, I would say, in that they didn't advance. But they gave a good showing. They played Cortiva really strongly. They beat Astragon and made it to Game 5, the losers bracket game, to get into the 2nd place finish and into the quarterfinals. And they beat Crona in the first game, didn't they, Alex? I think so. And then
they
Crona,
did.
Crona responded well and won 2 in a row to advance over them. But yeah, pretty good showing overall from Kawana. I think they're going to be disappointed, rightfully so, to not make it to the quarterfinals, but they should also be proud of the showing they had. They had some pretty solid games and just very minimal mistakes. Just not quite enough.
I think they will be a team to watch in Season 4.
Not in FSL, Slayer. You pretty much see what you see is what is the FSL. It's all about harvesting the grain to increase your multiplier and delivering bales to score points. There's all kinds of drops and perks and stuff that changes that strategy a bit, but that's kind of the gist of it. This is FS19 Arska Van that the Farming Simulator League client currently runs on. We don't have any news to share about when or if it'll come to 22 at this time. We'll probably have some news about Season 4 of the FSL coming early in 2022, so probably 2 months from now. Definitely after the World Championships, there'll be at least like a month off in between, I'd imagine. Bale Multiplier and Speed Limit are the drops here, so Bale Multiplier could be a good one to get at this point in the game. Both teams with a decent amount of bales.
I think minute mark is when you want to see that Bale Multiplier turn up. Both teams heading in that general direction, but neither of them sort of actually anywhere near either of those pickups. And
Bale Multiplier for MyInsanity.
And
Homer going to do the same.
To pick up.
Well, now with the Bale Multiplier, you need to get your Anderson loader in. There's no point in getting it if you're not going to deliver bales and score some points. So Dennis is actually headed to the silo to increase the multiplier further. MyInsanity is already there. So we'll see now if both teams are ready to deliver some bales and score the points. Currently only the first bale points on the board for both teams. Both teams got the same multiplier for the bale multiplier too. It's 1.5 times, so no slight advantage for either team in that regard. Although now, Manitu has a 2.1 to 1.9 regular multiplier advantage. So they need to score some bales right now, Manitu, and Homer is working on that. Got 2 on the belt. This is going to be a nice little boost in points. So 24 points there per bale for Manitu. The only problem is he only had 1 more. But it looks like MyInsanity are going to score 2 with the multiplier as well. So Manitu are going to come out ahead overall in this little exchange here with the bale multiplier. Not a whole lot of scoring going on.
The smallest amount of grain. They just need to put a little bit in. Or this is going to leave them at a disadvantage the whole way through.
That's cool, Chameleon. That's a great idea. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah, NBC, we're working on that. Of course, I've told you that before, but I know that everyone's excited to see it. But we're working on it. It's a long-term goal. We do have a chance for at least one one-off tournament early next year if we can pull it off. So we'll have more information to share about that hopefully soon. But beyond that, we'd like to do more too. It's just logistically, we'll have to scale the staff in North America too, because right now, Alex and I are, we're just talking over the mic from the comfort of our homes in the UK and the US.
Yeah.
The team in Germany are doing all the hard work, running the broadcast, running the event itself, organizing all the teams and all the matchups and making sure all the players get in. So we would have to also scale our staff here in North America for those type of things to happen. But once the US office is open, that'll happen. It's going to be happening soon.
You'd be running everything on your own, and I'm not sure an FSL set up that way would work.
I can do the scrimmage streams, but that's a whole different beast than an official tournament, So, yeah, it takes a team for these things to go smoothly, and the FSL team does a fantastic job. Crazy Tool is our super drop.
I'm not sure either team will go for that.
Yeah, probably not. Look at, 4 bale advantage for MyInsanity. The Fent Baler showing its superiority again. They've got a lot of bales here at the barn already too. PB had went out to the field to bring a couple in, and so there's a lot sitting and waiting for him as he's back at the barn now. And this can just, it's going to be a 1-point lead now for Manitu, and it's going to be MyInsanity taking the lead here in a moment. They're even on bales now, and actually Manitu has a 1 advantage with a 1-point lead. And they have the multiplier advantage, 2.1 to 1.9. It is crazy, like just that minuscule amount of grain separating MyInsanity and Manitu from being even on the multiplier, and that could cost MyInsanity here.
It could. I'm amazed that they haven't just. It's a tiny amount, and I'm amazed they haven't just grabbed a harvester, put a small amount in it, just done a tiny bit of harvesting, and taken that harvester and dumped it in the thing, because if they lose because of this, that is where that cost is going to be.
I know you're excited, NBC. I know that's why you're saying it, and I know everyone is excited for it. It's great to see, just in like the last, few months. I started in July. It's now November. So really, I've only been an employee for about 4 months or so. And in that amount of time, because of the scrimmage streams and also the official tournaments, like there's so many more people that get up early in North America to watch these official tournaments too. For a while there was a limit on how many of the crazy ones of us there were that wanted to get up this early and watch the FSL, but it's growing exponentially now, and it's lovely to see because our game is really a worldwide game. So connecting the communities together is important, and we're going to just keep growing this thing over the next few years, both the base game, Farming Simulator, and the FSL as well. MyInsanity 648 to 563. They've just been able to bring more of their bales in at this point. Just over a minute to go, and they have over a 100-point lead now. Manitu can make it up. They have 5 extra bales. They're getting 2 extra points per bale, so it's by no means over with a minute to go. It's going to come down to maybe a bale falling off the belt or so. We'll see how it plays out.
This is so close. And yeah, Manitu have the bales to win this.
$762 to $710. That gap closing a bit. Manitu with 4 more about to go on.
Desperately getting these bales on here.
The problem is they have 9, and there's only 6 sitting there, though, for Manitu. They have 9 outstanding, but only 6 sitting there and ready, whereas MyInsanity looks likely to score all of theirs. I don't know if Manitu will. They're coming in now, and it's probably too late to put them into the top. That is the widest turn I've seen as well. 838. Okay, a 2-point lead for MyInsanity. They're about to extend it a bit. They're going to have to put those into the bottom, and he's missed.
Oh, 3 seconds. No! Are they going in?
It's not enough anyways. It would have been a 1-point win for MyInsanity regardless.
Oh.
And Manitu should have won that, but they left 2 bales out, and they waited too long to get them in. And if you have the points advantage, it doesn't matter
Manitu
if you
had
don't.
3 bales at the bottom. There was enough for them to win it. Would have won it 866.
I only saw 2.
No, that pile of bales at the bottom had 3 bales in it.
Yeah, it was a messy pile, that's for sure. Wow.
Oh, no.
If you have the points advantage, you have to get them all delivered, or it doesn't matter. Still more bales delivered overall for MyInsanity.
No, I'm watching the stream, because the stream runs at about a minute behind, and I'm just looking at how many bales there are at the bottom here, just to see if that. So there's 2 on the back of that. Anderson as it backs up, and as he comes in, he knocks them off. And is there a 3rd bale there? Yeah,
yep,
there's a
it was
third
underneath.
bale
I think that 3rd bale was already there, and I think that's what's caused him to not be able to push them in. It caused a problem more than it helped. Wow. Yeah, they had the bales to win it. You're right. Good eye there, Alex. But you got to get them in to win. Even through the bottom would have been enough, as you said. It would have been 30 points. but you got to get them
30
in.
points, and that was it. It would have been an 866 instead of an 836, and that would have been enough to take it by 9 points.
Wow. Well, MyInsanity, though, with the sweep, will move on. They'll face off against Horman for a chance at the quarterfinals. That'll be our next match. I want to say thank you so much, Big Tigger, for saying that I'm doing a great job for the North American market. I appreciate it. But also, I want to say that the people that have fallen in love with the series over the past several years, you guys are a big part of it growing here. My job wouldn't exist without that interest and growth of the game in North America. So thank you guys for that as well. And that was a great matchup. Very, very good. We'll be back with more awesome FSL action. We'll see who the 7th of 8 teams are into the quarterfinals right after this.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, there we go. A nail biter, a complete nail biter there from Manitu and MyInsanity.
Oh man, it's crazy though, like how 15 minutes in the FSL ends up a lot of the time culminating in just one or two, in that case, 3 missed bails that in a different scenario, if you move them slightly to the right, how we were looking at them on camera, they're not going to get stuck on that belt, and they're probably getting pushed in, and we're talking about a game 3 right now. But it comes down to those tiny margins when the teams are closely matched.
And we see so many of these things where they're a second earlier or just a second too late, or just needing a single bail to go in the dying moments, and it happens much more than you would think it would.
You know what though, I have to say, like I feel like we've been talking about the Fent Baylor quite a bit today and the power that it has. And it also showed its power there because Manitu didn't have it, and so they had to stay out later pressing bails to make up for the deficit. And that caused them those precious seconds at the end that if they would have had more time to get in with the same amount of bails, we'd be talking about a third game right now. So it's that Fent Baylor continues to show why it's so important. This was in the first match when Dennis got stuck trying to bring the Anderson loader in towards the end of the round, and that pretty much sealed Manitu's fate in game 1.
It did. You see, in this second game, Manitu just don't go for the Fent Baylor at all. They just leave it completely and leave it open to MyInsanity, and it is just such a powerful thing. That's a lovely pickup there from PB400. Absolutely gorgeous. We're not going to replay those final moments. I love it when it's that close and when it's that desperate at the end that it was with Manitu there. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. You're just unable to get that last bit in there. So it's going to be Manitu playing against Pöttinger to keep their dreams of making the grand final alive.
Right.
But first, we're going to have Horman versus MyInsanity.
Yeah, fourth versus fifth.
Fourth versus fifth.
One
of them
will
is going
advance
through
to the quarterfinals. The other will drop to the losers bracket, and will have to win a matchup against the winner of the match you just talked about between Pöttinger and Manitu. But a great chance for both of these teams, and this is the highest matchup we've seen combined between ranks of teams this weekend, fourth versus fifth. Of course, like the first place team was matched up with 16th, second with 15th, third with 14th, and fourth with 13th. And then the rest of the teams in between were randomly drawn into groups. So it just so happened that MyInsanity was put up in Herman's group in Group D. So we've got 4 versus 5 here. And winner will advance to the quarterfinals. The loser will still have to win another set of matches to make it to the quarterfinals. I can't really call a winner in this one. We've seen Horman play really well and be on the doorstep of winning tournaments recently. But they've had trouble at times kind of getting over the cusp of, getting to the top level of a tournament. They've had 2 runner-up medals now, but they have yet to win a tournament. Having said that, MyInsanity never has made it to a final of a tournament, so pretty evenly matched teams, but maybe the experience that Horman has will reign supreme. We'll see.
I'm having a look at what's getting banned, and actually both teams are being impressively disruptive in their bans. MyInsanity especially, that is some good money from them. That absolutely affects how the gameplay of these two is going to go. Yeah. Horman again keeping the Fent Baylor, making sure that they have that Baylor, definitely. If they want to win this, I think part of what they're going to have to do is going to try and capture the Fent Baylor and stop MyInsanity getting it. That way, they've not only guaranteed themselves having it, but stop MyInsanity having it.
Right. Not a bad shout. Have they been ignoring Archimedes? Is that where they're making up the other point, Horman, or are they picking different equipment?
I think they're picking. No, it might be that they're picking the Deutz, the Fent favorite as well. That's
both
2.
of those are 3 points. The Manitu is 2 points. Yeah, no Archimedes. It looks like this time around. I think they're ignoring
Archimedes,
which is what we've been kind of crying out for at times.
Yeah.
Archimedes, I feel like, is only really important if you have grain multiplier. And like we saw, I think it was a game earlier today, someone grabbed grain multiplier, but the other team got silo closed. And then all of a sudden, it was a rush at the end of the window for grain multiplier to get all their grain in. So Archimedes does come into play in that moment, but it doesn't really have an impact on normal grain unloading, because both teams are going to have, you can only take 30,000 liters in the Horsch at a time.
The 2 places that Horman are saving their point to get that Baylor is they are not picking such a powerful tractor. So they've not got a care wheel tractor, and they've not got a second big tractor, which means they're only spending 2 points on their second tractor, not 3, and not taking that Archimedes. MyInsanity have got that Fent Baylor, so this is going to be interesting. We've got 2 teams facing off against each other. both with that Fent Baylor.
Yeah.
It's going to be a much more even fight. And I don't think Archimedes is going to make a massive difference. Far more disruptive play here coming from MyInsanity banning those small tractors.
Having a look at Nightos bringing in the Fent Baylor with the Deutz-Fahr tractor. Sure, Jan is not far behind doing the same thing for MyInsanity. In fact, probably slightly ahead. And they didn't reserve the Baylor, so that's impressive.
And Jan,
pretty
look at that.
He missed the drive-by, though, MyInsanity. So Horman looks like they might have an advantage here. 114. Ooh, and that missed. Oh, no, Jan.
He's got to go all the way round.
That tractor is not easy to maneuver, and he's missed this time. And
no.
That's probably in such a bad spot that you should just leave it and go at this point. He's going to try from this side again. He's not going to get it right. He's got it wrong again.
No, he's got
a lot of time wasted here. 92 points. Goodness, that could have been pretty even. But a significant advantage now for Horman early on, and a mistake by MyInsanity early.
And he's out of the Baylor and switching over to the fence. So this is the difference that they have, is that they are not taking the tractor off the Baylor to get the overloader trailer. They are actually switching tractors to do it. I think this is going to be quite a close match between these two. They are very well matched at the moment. That first bale, those 18 points difference. No, actually 22 points difference. So it's more than a bale. That could be a big decider here.
Weatherman in YouTube chat says this is by far the best set of matches I've seen. Almost everything is close. Yeah, really closely matched teams. I mean, there's a gap between these two teams and the other two, but those two teams are really close in the table too. And really, at this stage, these teams are very closely matched. And it comes down to just the right moments, a mistake or two made, maybe even just a slight edge in individual skill that sets teams apart. So we've seen a lot of good matches today, and these two teams especially neck and neck in the Season 3 standings. So I'm not sure what to expect.
Horman currently have the edge. They've got a 1 bale advantage, and they have that 22-point lead. So yeah, at the moment, if this bale went in that they've got a 42-point lead, which is not to be sniffed at. Actually, we've seen most of the games today have been won with less.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see where this ends up at the end with that kind of statistic sitting there.
Don't forget about the giveaway for Farming Simulator 22 going on this weekend as we have our first technical break of the weekend. And this is, I mean, we're doing an online tournament. So this is bound to happen at some point. It's really impressive that it's taken us to the final group.
We've lost a member of MyInsanity.
But yeah, don't forget about the giveaway. Farming Simulator 22 being given away. The link is in Twitch chat. It's pinned on Facebook and YouTube. You still have time to go enter. If you enter on Gleam, don't worry. You don't have to be here when the winner is picked. You'll be contacted via email. So MyInsanity now has 3 minutes to get back into this, or in the group stages here, they'll have to play a player down. So we'll see if they can get back. Hopefully they can. But that's the risk that happens with the online tournament. You know, that's why ideally we would be having an in-person event here, but that's just the world we live in at the moment and what we have to deal with. Got to be willing to adapt. So for the moment, have another look at these two awesome guys, Klaus and Steven, the German broadcasters. Klaus is the lead of the FSL team, as well as doing the commentary today. And they are at the studio in Germany, where the broadcast team is also running the broadcast for us. You see that awesome collector's edition with the beacon sitting on the table? Looking lovely.
That is a thing of beauty. Can't wait to have
here we
that in
go.
my hands.
PB is back in for MyInsanity. We're good to go, and I'm thankful for that. We're having a look.
And I'm actually quite pleased that the way that the technical breaks now, we found a way to reconnect somebody.
Right.
Is very good rather than having to restart the whole thing. Is very good.
So there's Jan for MyInsanity at the silo, flipping that multiplier in the advantage of MyInsanity for now, at least. It doesn't look like Horman are ready to bring any grain in. Nitos is in the baler. Their grain cart might be sitting at the silo. I think it is. We saw a shot of it when we came back from the break. So he might be working towards it with the baler, and then he's going to hop out and go over there and flip this multiplier back to even.
And the advantage of that is that they are out there. They are just making bales. Nitos already has given Horman a 5 bale advantage. So
yeah, and
that actually is something that we don't consider. That if they leave that overloader there,
yeah,
the person bailing could just go out and make bales.
Bail
They don't
towards
have to
it
worry
as well.
about coming in and out.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about MyInsanity scoring points right now with the 3-1 advantage because MyInsanity have 0 bales pressed. So just keep pressing bales in the area of the silo, and then he can easily run over and dump their grain when he's ready. The one thing you'll have to keep an eye on, though, is he can't wait too long because he'll need to be back to empty them out again.
And Lars switching around. It's up to a 9 bale advantage. We're wondering now. This is an interesting thing. I don't think Cortiva were using this method. I don't think they were emptying into the trailer, if I remember correctly. So this would be a way to beat Cortiva at their own game.
Caroline, thank you for that raid, by the way. We appreciate everyone's support this weekend. All right, we're seconds away from the 8th minute drops. This could be a stroke of great luck for Horman if grain multiplier drops here at the 8th minute, and they've waited to deliver any of their grain.
Yes. Yeah, they're 10. They've got a 10-point bale advantage. That is just huge.
And it is Bridges raid. There's grain multiplier, so
there's
if
grain
Horman
multiplier. Oh man!
And Nitos is near the barn, so he'll probably go pick this up. I would imagine. He's headed over there now. He has the baler up in that side. We can see him in the distance. And then Neoprince taking the full ideal. They already have a full grain cart. This is going to be a huge moment for Horman.
This is massive for Horman. Yeah, they've got both combines there.
He's not grabbed grain multiplier yet.
And they've got the grain multiplier.
Now both teams have it.
There we go. That is...
MyInsanity already delivered 30,000 liters of theirs, though. So this is advantage Horman, definitely.
This is what that I've been saying quite a bit. If this comes up and you're using the empty the combines into the overloader method, you give yourself just a massive advantage.
MyInsanity, though, does have an extra 2 decimal points at 1.7 on their multiplier. So let's see how much this kind of levels out the advantage that Horman are going to get. Horman with more grain, MyInsanity with the higher grain multiplier drop. So it's actually currently 2.3 to 1.7, but Horman have 16,000 more liters of grain. They need to get it in, though, in the next 30 seconds.
And this is where Archimedes,
here it goes.
Horman not having Archimedes might come into play. We will see if they've dropped all their grain when this ends.
There's 5,000 liters outstanding it has to be in that harvester there. I think Neo Prince is switching into the New Holland now. He's not going to have enough time. He switched back.
He's got to get.
Oh, just
there
in time.
He's got it. He's got it inside
and
it.
It's
and
2.2.
It's going to be a 2.2.
Ooh, just in time with 5 seconds to spare. Well done.
But if they've got any more sitting there, which they might, this could go higher.
It says 0 grain to 0 now.
They've delivered it all. They have got it all in.
But
that
4 extra points per bale now for Horman.
And they've got 8 extra bales.
Yeah, that is
if they get all
not
these bales
good news
in,
for MyInsanity.
MyInsanity is sunk.
And MyInsanity had,
and
you know, they had the rough start
blinder.
too with first bale, so it's been a bad. Oh, he's gonna go for the chuck into the top. Let's see if he does it. No, rejected. That is risky to do without easy stack, to be honest. Very risky.
Yes. yeah.
But you know what? If you're going to bring a couple in with the telehandler at that point, why not try to score them right away? And if they fall, then you still have time to come back and pick them up later and you get back out to the field. Not the worst thing, but definitely risky and going to be tough to pull off without easy stack widening the doors there.
And Neo Prince heading in. Oh, lucky that second bale did not fall on there. And the flow is now in there and putting bales on with that telehandler.
This lead is going to just start. He's going to go for it again here, PB. Oh, completely missed that time.
What the heck?
I'm wondering.
So much karma.
I'm wondering if MyInsanity realized that they're up against it in this first one, and so he's just using this as a way to practice that, or not, because it seems a very risky thing to do when you're trailing, especially.
And look at that. Horman already pulling away. The number of bales haven't evened up yet.
Please, I hope someone clips that second one, because that was hilarious. That was great.
Horman also got the super drop for a single bale.
Oh, nice.
But they've denied the super drop for MyInsanity as well.
Yeah, bale withering for 1 bale. Rude. Horman, rude. Insult to injury here. It looks a close game right now, but over these next 3 minutes, that lead is going to just start to increase every time a bale goes in for each team. It's just 4 extra points for Horman. They've got extra bales already, so it's not shaping up well for MyInsanity. Going to take an absolute calamity of errors by Horman for them to not win this first of the best of 3 here.
Face plant into the barn.
I love it. We're seeing the comments in chat now from early. Dirt. Yeah. It's dirt time. Face plant into the barn. Plots into the wall. Love it. At 378 to 336.
Oh, he has picked up that extra one that he doesn't want to.
It looks close, but look, 5 extra bales for Horman and 4 extra points per those 5 too. So Horman are still out there. They've got enough time to get these in.
Yeah.
I think that he's done collecting them now. He's bringing them in.
He may dump these off and get them collected in, and then go and get the rest, because that will give him enough time to get them in time, I think.
I think the rest are already there. Oh, nope, there's one. Ooh, he's driven over it. Okay, that could have been disastrous. If he gets that tractor stuck on the top of that bale where it can't get any of the wheels on the ground. I'm speaking from experience, by the way. It's happened to me playing in the FSL arena.
I don't know why. There was a bale right by him when he was coming in there, and he didn't grab it, and I don't understand why. You know, it was a very small...
They really... There's one good thing we know about MyInsanity now. They really can hit the broadside of a barn. Not a dad joke. That's your best work all day, all weekend.
I think that barn is fairly square-shaped. So is that the broadside?
Your best work of the weekend, though, by far, Feldon. Well done. Cheers. Oh, man.
Oh man,
5:54 to 5.
just...
I mean, it looks closer than it should be with a minute to go, but look, 6 extra bales for Horman, and the multiplier advantage scoring 4 extra per. Now they're in the lead,
those
and
bales
at this point,
are on the way in. We know less than a bale trailer's worth of bales out there, so they are on their way in.
We did see Manitu though,
that.
having the bales but not getting them in, costing them. So the same thing could happen here. Neo Prince has 2 on the front, and he's going to try to bring them in. Any sort of error here going across. See? A little bit top heavy as well. A little bit shaky by Neo Prince, but he handled it well. Horman 730 to 642.
You can see that. Look at that. Horman pulling away.
That will do it for the first of the best of 3 here. Horman are going to take it, and they'll be 1 win away from the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that is insurmountable at this point. Horman
all
not
said and
needing
done.
To get the bale.
140-point win. 140-point win for Horman. Great round from them. Great control of the multiplier. What happened though? MyInsanity went and delivered 30,000 liters of their grain too early, and Horman waited until the 8th minute to see if grain multiplier came up. It did indeed. And that gave them the advantage. Look at that. Same amount of bales into the top and the bottom. The difference was the multiplier, giving them 4 extra points per bale.
And that is what we've said about this tactic that Horman are using. And I will point out as well, Horman managed to successfully apply it without having Archimedes.
Right.
At this point, Archimedes is completely pointless. Yeah,
it's only useful in like minor scenarios where the clock is against you and you're trying to deliver grain, in my opinion now. But teams still seem to love it. They pick it a lot.
They do. But I think it's much, much more important to make sure you either ban that Fent Baler or you
get the Fent Baler or reserve it, right?
Get that Fent Baler. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's working out well for Horman. They're one win away from the quarterfinals. MyInsanity needs to win here to force the 3rd game of the best of 3, or they're dropping into game 5, and they'll have to await the winner of the first game from the losers bracket. And that match will take place in probably about an hour and a half, hour and 15 from now, depending on how this next one goes. So still a little bit of ways to go. We got probably about an hour and a half minimum left of the FSL today.
We will see if Horman can make this 2 games to send themselves through to the final, or if it's going to go to 3 with MyInsanity. I don't know. It's Horman were dominant in that, but they did have the power-ups and things go their way. So,
yeah, this has been a fun matchup. I think it'll continue to be.
I'm really, I really don't know which way this is gonna go. Horman were playing better there, I think. If I'm reflecting back on it, I think Horman had, even without the power up going their way, had the better game there. They had far more bales than MyInsanity had, and it just went. They just seemed to be able to produce more and get themselves in a better position, so that when things did come up right for them, they were able to then capitalize on that.
The other benefit in waiting, Alex, the other benefit in waiting to deliver your grain is they got a lot of their bales pressed early, where MyInsanity didn't.
Yeah.
That gives them more time at the end to make sure they're scoring them in the top of the barn. It was the exact same. I mean, it really came down to the multiplier in that situation, but it goes to show that you need to play the waiting games at times. You know, the grain multiplier at the 12th minute drop is not as beneficial as the 8th minute. So if you can wait If it doesn't come up in the 12th minute, there's a very good chance it will in the 8th, and that can flip the tide of a match for sure.
Yeah, completely. And I would say, I think even if you are bringing the grain in at the first point, and then and delivering it at that point, you should still leave your auger wagon there with the tractor, because you want to get back out there and be bailing rather than running backwards and forwards with that grain trailer. You always want to be emptying from combines into that overloader at the 8th minute, no matter what you're doing. Because the time you get to spend making bales is just absolutely invaluable. And it means that whoever's doing that carting at the 12th minute is able at the 8th minute to keep making bales and keep pressing them and keep getting the very things that are going to score you points.
Right. I think we're having a slightly longer delay here in between matches because of that technical break in that last match. So my guess would be that MyInsanity's player, I think it was Jan, who had that disconnect, is probably being given some extra time here to restart everything, make sure that we're going to be good to go for the next match. So happy to just kind of hang out here and chat with you guys. Don't forget about the giveaway, of course. That's one thing we can say. Don't forget about Farming Simulator 22 coming out in 7 days. I don't know how you could. Just over 7 days, I should say. I think we're about, what are we? A little less, about 7.5 hours or so from when the game will be unlocked. What time is it in the UK, Alex?
It is currently 4:25.
Yeah, so it'll be at 11, so about 6.5 hours then. 11 your time, midnight Central European time for the Giants eShop version. I think it varies on other platforms. You'll have to check if you're getting it on Steam or Epic Games on PC, or with the Microsoft Store or the PlayStation Store if you're getting it on consoles there.
I suspect a graphic or information about exactly when it will drop may be shown this week, because something similar happened for FS19 and went down very well. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, and preload starts on Saturday for those of you getting it from the Giants eShop. So you won't be able to play it until it releases at midnight Central European time on the 22nd. But you can start downloading it at some point. Saturday will basically flip the switch. You can get the game downloaded and it'll unlock for you at midnight Central European time on the 22nd. So you can start playing right away.
Would be awesome.
So we're still.
I wonder how many people are staying up late on Sunday night.
I have, the one advantage of being over here is it's coming out at like 4 p.m. local time is when it'll unlock. So, I mean, of course, it doesn't benefit me as much as others, obviously. But for people in North America, you basically have all of Sunday evening to play, and you don't even have to stay up late to get several hours in, which is nice. All right, we're back underway here. So Horman, one win away from the quarterfinals next month of the Season 3 championship. The loser of this, if MyInsanity doesn't force the third game, they'll drop into Game 5, and we'll await the winner of Pöttinger and Manitu, which will be the matchup immediately following this one. So still 2 quarterfinal spots at large in this Group D to decide. If Horman win, they're going to be the 7th of the 8 teams confirmed for next month's Season 3 championship finals.
And both teams banning stuff that is disruptive. This is great play from both of them. I'm really impressed with both these teams in the way they're playing. They are playing the FSL in a way that is tactical. These are
probably the two best teams in the FSL that have not won a tournament. And that's not just because they're 4th and 5th. I mean, that's a big part of it. That's how they got there. But it's just always been missing that cutting edge when they come up against the top teams in the later stages that usually costs these teams from advancing further. But they're two really good teams, and especially up against each other, are very evenly matched. Horman came very close twice recently to winning tournaments, but just seemed like the pressure would get to them in the final. I think they took Trelleborg and won, like it was either Trelleborg or Valtra that they won the first game. And in the second game, they were one mistake away from winning that tournament and made the mistake late in the round and then ended up losing 2 games in a row and finished runners up. So 2 very good teams that very well could, if they hit form at the right time, all they need to do is get to the quarterfinals, and they have every chance of winning the entire Season 3 championship.
So here we go. Kicking off. Who is going to take this? And MyInsanity force a third game. And MyInsanity has... Well, Jan's got a better start, but it looks like the flow is going to make it to the New Holland, and he has. And MyInsanity have got the Fent Baylor, but that's all right as Horman have one reserved.
BB hopping in the ideal.
So the New Holland and the ideal for Horman, both ideals for MyInsanity. And Nitos already has that first bail and is heading in. That's quick.
Jan makes it up for the distance he has to go. He probably should turn off the Baylor and he'd go a little bit faster, though. Sounded like that Baylor was still running.
Yeah,
look at the path that Jan takes makes up for not having the Baylor reserved, and it's good, and it evens things out. He takes a very smart path. So advantage Horman by a point.
127 to 126.
A lot closer though than the first round. No mistake there on the first bail like we saw in the first round.
Slightly more grain at the moment for Horman than for MyInsanity, but that would be because Horman are running the New Holland Combine.
Definitely. And I'm wondering, I hope that MyInsanity has learned from the error of their ways, and they're not going to deliver grain here early. Now, if grain multiplier drops in the 12th minute, and you've got some ready, by all means, take it now. But don't deliver 30,000 liters of grain and gamble that grain multiplier isn't going to drop at the 8th minute if it doesn't drop at 12.
And MyInsanity have disconnected the Deutz from the Baylor. Admittedly, they have 2 large tractors, but yeah, I think 2 large tractors is
Whoops.
Caused a little bit of a problem there. But yeah, I don't think they need 2 large tractors, and this is one of the places they're falling down a bit, I think. It's a bit of a wasted
That was a tight squeeze through there.
That was.
Well done. Great driving by both of them.
And look at that, Neo Prince bringing in front so that they are in the perfect place then.
So no grain multiplier.
Second car.
Both teams are going to go for something here. It looks like both will go for bail drop. So one bail moved close to the barn for each team. Not a bad one to get when you're nearby in the 12th minute. Just saves you from having to bring that one in later on. But now, so MyInsanity hasn't delivered any grain yet. Both teams are pretty close in the grain amount. So MyInsanity needs to make sure they're not going to make the same mistake again.
What is... I'm fully expecting Horman not to drop their grain at this point. Is MyInsanity going to, though?
I don't know. It cost them last time. But if they go and deliver it now and grain multiplier doesn't show up, then it's fine. But that's a risk you have to take if you're going to deliver it now.
I see no advantage to delivering it now at all, to be honest.
No, there's not really. Unless you're ready to take bales in, which I doubt they are. They have 3 press. And they're going to deliver it.
They're going to deliver it. Which
so
means he's sitting there
again.
not pressing bales.
And if grain multiplier doesn't show up, then Horman have the advantage again, and it's going to be Horman going through to the quarterfinals, and MyInsanity will drop into the losers bracket and have to win another matchup later on. I guess we'll see at the 8th minute. Now, if it doesn't show up, then it's fine, but still, like you said, what is really the advantage? Unless you're just trying to avoid bringing your combines in. But it's still a gamble.
And I don't see the advantage of not bringing your combines in. It's not like you're getting out there with a second baler because you're not bringing your combines in. You know, there's nothing they're doing that makes up the bale disadvantage.
Right. Which is now 4.
The way they're playing
their bale disadvantage is 4. And if grain multiplier drops, they're at a grain disadvantage now.
Yeah. And look at the distance Jan is having to run to get this as well. All of this is wasting his time.
Right.
Where Horman are just making bales. And they're now at the 6 bale advantage.
Now
7 bale advantage.
Crazy.
That's...
And you know, Nightos is doing the same thing as last time too, where he's down in this area. We're a minute away now from the 8th minute drop. So let's see where this is going to show up and what it's going to be. Now, if grain multiplier doesn't show up, MyInsanity have dodged a bullet here. If it shows up, they're going to be up against it again. And here comes DeFlo now with the New Holland with further grain in it. So not only do they have a full 30,000 liter grain cart sitting there, the New Holland holds 14,500.
But the other trouble they've got, so MyInsanity are now emptying 2 ideals into this grain cart. This grain cart does not hold everything that these ideals have.
The ideals hold 17,100 and the grain cart only holds 30, so you're losing 4,200 liters that you can't bring in this way. This is why you see a lot of teams doing the grain. So they have avoided the grain multiplier this time. It's herbicide and speed limit. So they've gotten a bit fortunate with that. But at the same time, now Horman are going to deliver their grain. And for a brief moment still, Horman should have the multiplier in their favor with enough bales to fill up the Anderson loader and bring in.
I'm not sure Horman are going to worry too much about the slowdown. They might go and pick it up. But at the moment,
their concern right now needs
to
be getting bales in. Like, they need to get bales in when this multiplier is in their favor, which it's about to be. They have picked up slowdown. Both teams have picked it up now. What's up, 3-seater? Good to see you again.
There's the bale, drop bale, and here is MyInsanity trying to score some extra points.
Yeah, it's actually in their favor, which is surprising.
They are going to get 2 bales in at 24.
Oh, they delivered all their grain in the meantime, so it's now 2.3, 2.2. They've scored one of them, or did they get both?
They've scored both of them, I think, at this point. And
it's still in their favor. There's only 3,000 liters of grain there for Horman, but that should be enough. Yep, and we're at 2-2. So, okay, good bit of play by MyInsanity then. They got a bit fortunate that the grain multiplier didn't drop. It went in their favor. They scored some points when they had the advantage, so that's given them a little bit of a cushion. The problem is it's back to even, and they have a 5 bale deficit.
Yeah. And now it's going to be down to, can these teams get these bales in? Are there going to be any combo bonuses? Look at the flow, bringing in those bales with the telehandler.
I like the telehandler running the Anderson, to be honest. It looks nice, and
I do. It makes sense. And the other thing is, because Horman are running a bale stacker on the front of the Anderson, they can bring more bales in at a time.
Right.
You know, they have the ability to bring more bales in all the time. Which is just so much better play. And it's a play that we haven't seen a lot of recently because teams have been going for other stuff. But it's...
here goes PB. And this didn't work out so well. And it still didn't work out so well. I think we might want to retire that move when a spot in the quarterfinals is on the line. We might want to get rid of that attempt. Too much at stake here. Style points do not count as he catches a little bit of air going off the bridge. Horman bringing a bunch of bales in. If I were Horman there, I would have dumped those into the bottom and take the extra combo points, because I don't think MyInsanity is at their barn at all. But they're going to lay them on the ground.
I think there will come a point. Well, I don't know if in this season, but I think that is something that's missed on. You know, check the map, see if your opponents are at their barn. If they aren't, throw them all in the bottom. You will make more points doing it that way with 14 bales.
Yep.
Not massively more, but you will still make more points.
Slight lead for MyInsanity. 4 minutes ago. I would wait if I was Lars to unload this in case bottom boost is the super drop. He's going to start unloading it, though.
It spawned, and he's unloading. It's a bale withering.
Now. All right.
And Horman are out there after it. They will grab it.
That could be helpful to close this gap. They have a 4-bale advantage now, which is
there's the
80
bale.
points.
That's where it's gone
They would win. So right now, bale for bale, they would win if they get all their bales in, Horman. They would be advancing to the quarterfinal. Will they get them all in, though? Let's see. 3.5 to go. MyInsanity has pressed another bale in the meantime. So has Horman. So they're both out there still pressing bales.
And up this goes. Yeah, neither team, because both teams have lots of bales there, neither team heading for a combo at the moment. It really is bale for bale. Some really good camera angles coming in now.
The team, it shows that the FSL team has grown as well, because this has been, it's always been good camera work, but this has been top notch this weekend. So
it has.
Thanks for the love in the chat for the crew, and also we send our love to them as well, because they're doing a fantastic job. Makes our job easier too when the camera angles are like that.
Horman's still trailing. Amazingly, they're still trailing. But another trailer worth coming in right now. .507 to 532. This is such a close game. I was 10 minutes younger when I noticed the stats are on the bottom left. Brilliant, Todd. And that is MyInsanity. There are more bales here now, right now, for Horman than for MyInsanity. And Horman were about to take the lead.
This is close. This is going to be closer than I thought, to be honest.
Now, Horman have now taken the lead. They want to get every one of these bales in the top.
Right now, those 2 bales that MyInsanity scored when they had the multiplier in their favor is giving them a chance at winning this. They have more bales than Horman now, too, but they have to get them in. They're bringing them in a couple at a time. And we'll see if they... Oh, there goes one off for Horman.
Dropped a bail.
There is a minute to go, so enough time to get it back. But anyone falling... Oh, there goes another one, though, for Horman. Oh, that's bad news. That might be... That's good news for MyInsanity. Bad news for Horman.
MyInsanity now pulling away with 40 seconds. All right, 6:27, 6:67 to 7:02. MyInsanity bringing more bales in.
I think we're going to see a game 3 unless something crazy happens here.
I would agree. This is...
MyInsanity, though, might have to put these into the bottom.
As well. 18 seconds. Lars needs to get those in. There's enough time for these bales to go in for Horman.
Oh, look at the telehandler
Is there
coming
enough
in
time
handy
for them
there.
to go on the conveyor?
Oh, this is going to be close. I don't think those are going in for MyInsanity. One fell off for MyInsanity.
Horman are leading. MyInsanity leading.
MyInsanity won it.
MyInsanity take it.
Wow, game 3. Here we come.
Oh, man.
Well done, MyInsanity.
That was so close.
Those two falling off for Horman at the end would have done it. I mean, they may have got those two back in, but it kept them from getting 2 other ones delivered. And they had to put some into the bottom there at the end, too. And that just doesn't get you enough points to make up that deficit. So well done, MyInsanity. We're going to a best of 3 to determine who goes to the quarterfinals and who drops into the loser's bracket. The loser won't be out completely. They'll still have a chance later on to advance to the quarterfinals, but one of these teams now, a huge opportunity in the 3rd of the best of 3 to advance as the 7th team into the last 8 of the World Championships.
We said coming into these that this looked like it was going to be a close game between these two, and yeah, it is a close game between these two. Absolutely incredible match.
Yeah, great stuff so far from these two. Absolutely. I mean, not only are they neck and neck in the standings, but they're neck and neck really in their style of play and their execution as well. So lots of fun stuff between these two for sure.
Wow. So we have one more game between these two. We'll decide which of them is going to make it through to the quarterfinals.
Interestingly enough, the team so far in this matchup, the team that scores over 800 points has won, and the other team has been in the 700 range. Granted, there's a little bit of gap in between those scores, so it's kind of generalizing it. But look for the target in this 3rd one. I would bet if they stick with the same strategy, keep an eye on who's getting closer to 800 points. That might be a good tell of who's going to come out victorious here.
Yeah, definitely the way to watch that, because it's 800 is definitely the sort of, it tends to be the winning number in most of these games. You know, if you're seeing a team getting 800, invariably they tend to be the winning team. I've had a couple where we've had some really high scoring games where we've had one getting 900 and the other 800, but in general it has been sort of an 800 taking it. I'm just looking at this bracket and seeing what we've got. Yeah, so a 788 from Horman and an 874 put them through from Pöttinger.
Yeah,
and two 800s put MyInsanity.
The only time really that you're seeing like 1,000 and above is that comes down to like combo points on top of what you're scoring. A bottom boost can really take those scores up high for sure as well. But you're definitely right about that. 800 when it's closely matched teams is a pretty good target to hit. Oftentimes that is kind of the range you need to be in. We'll see what happens in this one, but one of these teams is one win away from moving on to next month's quarterfinals, and the other will have to wait to see who the winner is between Manitu and Pöttinger, and then they'll be taking them on for a chance at the 2nd spot from Group D. So we've got one more game here, and a minimum of 4 more are still to come. Could potentially be 6 more to come after this if both of those go to the third game. So, wow, this has been crazy. Similar setups, it looks like. We're going to ban, MyInsanity's banned the Lintrack 130. Horman has banned the Case Puma 240. The Fendt 724 Vario narrow tire care wheel, whatever you prefer to say, tractor is gone as well. Banned by Horman, so the 2 preferred narrow tire tractors are out, and then the 2 tractors with the manure forks that allows you to grab multiple bales. You can get 3 on that if you line them up right, compared to 2 on the normal loaders. Both of those are out now as well, but both telehandlers are still in play. And Horman, yet again, reserving the Ideal Harvester and the Fendt baler. Transport Company and the Ideal for MyInsanity. Transport Company for Horman as well. And you can bet that MyInsanity will probably use Archimedes. Horman won't, to make up that point. Deutz far and under pressure, pretty much what we'd expect. Jan, same setup. Gamer Dragon is ridiculous how close some of these matches are. You are correct.
I'd be very surprised if either team changes their setup here. These setups have worked so well for both teams. I think the only change in tactics is MyInsanity probably need to not dump their grain.
Yeah, they got away with it that time, and it worked out in their favor because they actually, because the grain multiplier didn't show up, they were able to time a window where they had the advantage, and that won them the game, really. The 2 bales that they scored with those extra points and that tiny little window. But that's a big gamble to take, for sure. I don't expect MyInsanity to deviate from it, though. I think they'll stick with the same strategy because they'll say, yeah, we lost the first one, but we won the second one, and we got to hope that the drops fall in our favor again. So we'll see how it plays out.
It was MyInsanity. It was actually MyInsanity doing something that we've screamed at teams here to do. When you have the multiplier in your favor, score with bales. And this is why MyInsanity were able to win that last one. They went and put 3 bales in when they had the multiplier in their favor. And as a result, they won that match by fewer points than they scored when they had that multiplier available to them. Lars running a little bit into the crop there before he gets the header down, and Nitos here as normal doing that absolutely flawless first bale pickup. He does have to drive the whole way down the map, but that Deutz is actually quite a fast tractor. Meanwhile, Jan is coming in with the John Deere baler this time. They have not gone with that Fendt baler, and I think that actually is going to cost them if they continue to use that. Did Horman manage to grab the Fendt baler and stop MyInsanity from getting it? 132 first bale from Jan there. Maybe Jan grabbed it to get those extra points. But yeah, Nitos backing in and getting 120. So 12 points difference.
Oh, nice.
In this first bale.
Good start for MyInsanity.
I don't know why MyInsanity have gone for that John Deere baler, though. That to me is
maybe
not
he did
a wise
do it for
choice.
the extra points now, and he's going to change his mind. Maybe where was the Fendt baler? Was it far away? Were you able to see it?
It must have been. Well, either that, or Horman took the chance to blitz off the podium, going, we need to take that out of play. So yeah, that is an interesting one. Have Horman managed to sort a very nice bale advantage here?
Currently, though, MyInsanity has pressed more.
They have. I think they've gone a little bit further with it because they do press more to begin with because they do that strip through the middle of the wheat, which is longer than the bit that The Horman do, because Horman do just enough to get that first bale.
Look at
And
this,
now
two
taking
ideals.
the load.
Jan with the dumping some grain there though. The Flo and
I don't think
Nitos here.
those ideals aren't a massive advantage unless you're taking them up to the sell point.
Well, if I'm Herman, I'm getting silo closed near the end of this window because MyInsanity want to go deliver it, but maybe that would actually help MyInsanity. I don't know.
I would very tempt. Well, it depends if MyInsanity then follow the tactic they're on, or whether they then changed tacks.
I don't
Lars
really expect.
is heading over,
Lars is
though.
headed this way. He'll probably go for bail drop, to be honest, but we'll see.
Horman seemed very unconcerned by it. Horman silos closed will make no difference, and yeah, so MyInsanity know not to go for that.
Yeah, MyInsanity has a player close to it now, but 3 seconds. I don't think they're going to make a move for it. They're not close enough. No rest, man. This is Farming Simulator League. It runs on Farm Sim 19 at the moment. We don't have any news really on what it'll look like in the future, whether it'll come to 22 or not. We'll have more to announce about the Farming Simulator League 4th season early next year.
And Nitos, now that he has dropped the trailer off, is heading back. And again, we're seeing Jan bring this trailer back. This just does not seem like a wise idea to me.
Yeah, it worked last time, but again, if this grain multiplier drops in the 8th minute, then Herman are going to the quarterfinals. It's a massive gamble to take. You're betting on the game doing you a favor, and the fact that it dropped in the first game and worked against you and then didn't drop in the second game and worked for you would lead you to believe that it has a good chance of dropping here in the 3rd of the best of 3.
And now the bale deficit has disappeared, and that John Deere baler is sitting there in the middle of the field unused. While Nitos is just pressing bales. Now I really think 2-bale advantage.
Even though MyInsanity won that last round, Herman have a really sound strategy. It's not to say that MyInsanity's isn't good either, but Herman, 4th place team, if they advance to the quarterfinals with the win in this round, they're going to be a tough customer with this strategy, I think. They're doing something different than other teams. They're not going with Archimedes. They're reserving that Fent Baler and the Ideal, and they're just going about their business and making sure they're pressing a large amount of bales.
And the way they're doing it is just so different as well. So these, I can only think that these harvesters now, they're taking them up to 30,000 liters and then doing that.
Right.
They could dump so much more grain, and it's such a weird thing to see a team not trying to maximize their grain output.
Right. If they were to leave it at the barn too, like in that the round that they lost when the multiplier was really against them, they could have evened that up a bit. So who knows? Good morning, X-Man. Good to see you in chat.
Hey, X-Man, welcome along. And the drop has spawned.
What is it? And they've dodged a bullet again, MyInsanity. They've dodged a bullet again. So that could be advantage MyInsanity. This is how it played out in the second matchup here, and it worked out in MyInsanity's favor.
Dump this grain.
Herman need to dump this grain and also score some points with it. I'm wondering if...
what's he...
He's trying to keep it full, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, he needs to. They need to score points now. If they get this advantage in their favor, Herman, they need to score some points with Bales because. But now MyInsanity
nowhere near the barn.
Yeah, but MyInsanity now. This is similar to what happened in the last game, but the problem is the last time they scored Bales. This time they need to try to score Bales again in this little tiny window, but I don't think they'll be able to pull it off. It's going to end up being at 2-2 when all of this grain is dumped for Herman.
It's all coming out. He didn't need to do that. That is a mistake.
Yeah, so last time he did score. Oh, he scored him with the toss.
He did it, man. And he managed.
And at the right time. At the right time, too, with the multiplier advantage. I'm not sure, though, what was going on for Neo Prince, for Herman, why he hopped out and restarted the Harvesters. They were already dumping, were they not?
They were. By the looks of things, they were already dumping. So it's a little bit of a weird thing to have done. But, yeah, an extra 8 points. So let's remember that if they get 8-point advantage at the end.
He's done it again?
Oh, he has got
Okay, well, he's saved the best for last. He's gotten it completely wrong at times. Granted, in that first match, that's when he had that technical break because he disconnected. So maybe it was a little bit of lag he was having, and that little break in between matches has given him time to get things kind of reset. But man,
he's worked out exactly where those bales need to be on the front of that.
MyInsanity is just playing a really good game so far, and with 5 minutes to go, they've given themselves a 160-point lead with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line.
He's got to be very, very careful. If he does the toss now, he's going to give points to Horman. Is he? Oh, he hasn't done it.
He kind of, I don't know if he thought like halfway through that to change his approach or something. He doesn't necessarily need to chuck them straight in anymore. That one's going to fall off. Which country are these players from? We've had a question. Germany, Czech Republic, Switzerland. I think we got a team from the Netherlands in the FSL. I think that's it. I might be leaving some teams out.
No!
Ooh, Lars is now stuck.
That is a disaster.
It could be okay if the super drop is bottom boost. He might dodge a bullet here, but we'll see. That gives Herman a little bit of hope.
That is.
Hey, Dashnet in the chat. Good to see you, Dave. Hope you're having a good weekend.
Hey, Dashnet. Welcome along.
The past tournaments have always been on this channel. There's also the German language broadcast that runs over on Giant Software DE. We have a clean feed that runs during some of the events on Giant Software Clean Feed Twitch channel. We're now also on YouTube and Facebook, on the Farming Simulator Facebook and the Farming Simulator League Esports Facebook.
MyInsanity has evened up the bale deficit, but so slightly by grabbing the one bale withering.
I think the good thing
they are actually on fire.
These tournaments for the group stages, they run later than a normal tournament would because there's just a sheer more amount of games. So maybe if you're, just waking up, if you're in the Western Hemisphere, you're getting to see it for the first time because it is running later into the day that it's going on. We're now at noon Eastern time. A French team, yeah, I think you're right about that, Blue.
Yeah. Oh,
ooh, Bale's falling off. MyInsanity are looking good for moving on to the quarterfinals here at the moment.
They are dominating this at the moment.
And in the 2 games they've won, they have gambled on grain multiplier not dropping in the 8th minute, and it's paid off for them. And they've also been able to score bales when they have the multiplier in their favor. It's not been a lot, but it's enough to give them a gap here. They're up by 200 points. That's going to close a bit, but then it'll also extend back out here in a moment too. 540 to 420 at the moment. 2:15 to go. The 7th of 8 spots in the quarterfinals on the line. The loser is not out of it completely. They'll drop into game 5, which is basically the final of the losers bracket. The loser will wait to see who the winner of Pöttinger and Manitu, our next match, will be. And then those two teams in game 5 will fight for the 2nd place finish in this group and the final spot in the quarterfinals next month for the Season 3 championship.
That pretty much fell perfectly for Horman there. It could have been so much worse, but they have a nearly 200-point deficit to catch up on. And they've got more bales coming in. There are bales here to do this.
Feldon, you work night shifts, though, normally. How do you think I feel? I think that's the joke here with your emote. Love having you in these events, Feldon. It wouldn't feel the same without you here, to be honest. So glad you get to hang out and stay up late with us.
Dropping bales off. And Horman just do not seem to be able to close this gap.
Power Team Esport is our French team, and we've had a comment from one of the players on YouTube. There you go.
Hey.
How you doing, Valo? Bonjour.
And off the back of... Oh, no! Ooh.
Oh, that's going off.
MyInsanity. It's... That gap is closing. But Horman needs bales coming in. They've only got 5
there
bales
isn't a Massey
here.
Ferguson
but
team,
MyInsanity are just dropping bales off the side.
Oh, it's a 40-point lead.
740 to 780.
This is way closer than it should be. 760. 800 to 760.
40 points in this, and the bales
Briefly,
are there.
it's going to close, but oh my goodness, it's going to be close.
Is that going to get in? The flow needs to put that in the bottom.
Oh my goodness, 820 to 820. Herman win the tiebreaker. Herman win the tiebreaker. It's 820 to 820.
Did they?
I'm pretty sure it just finished 820 to 820. And more bales delivered into the top.
More bales! One extra bale!
The extra bale, yeah, 37 to 36. Oh my, are you kidding me?
Oh my lord!
That's how we've decided which one of these teams gets the easy route to the quarterfinal. Oh my goodness.
Bale!
MyInsanity only have themselves to blame there. They had that firmly in their grasp, and bales started dropping off the belt. And Herman have come through big with one extra bale delivered.
Of their teeth, they are.
You have to be kidding me. Goodness me.
God.
I can't wait for the delay in chat to catch up and the reactions we're going to see in chat from this one.
I'm waiting for the chat to see this because, oh my lord.
And MyInsanity, right at the end, we're trying to back the baler up to the bottom and get one more in, and they misjudged it and didn't leave enough time. And that gives the win to Herman. Goodness me, 820 to 820. Are you kidding me? One extra bale delivered. You know what, though? MyInsanity just needs to regroup. And if they play like that, they're going to be very hard to beat in the final of the losers bracket. They still have a chance at getting into the quarterfinals next month. And we've been talking about how close the matches have been in this group. Well, you can't get any closer than that. Goodness.
Oh,
wow.
Man, that's insane.
I can't believe how hyped up do Herman have to be right now that they have pulled that off and secured their spot in the quarterfinals. Goodness. Yeah, second one, Feldon, at least I know of. I can't remember what the other one was, but it's definitely happened once before this season. Goodness me. Well, I'm loving the chat going crazy. It's really funny how like an FSL chat works because like we have good interaction throughout the entire day, but then when these matches are getting intense, it's like silence for a bit, in chat almost. And then bam, suddenly at the end when something crazy like that happens, chat takes off again. I love how excited you guys get, and really appreciate you guys all contributing to the experience.
Chat goes quiet as I start screaming. Basically, is what tends to happen.
Mystic, thanks for sharing that clip. Sorry you got timed out for sharing it. I've shared it for you now. I appreciate it. We'll be right back. 2 more matches to come in Group D. 1 more spot in the quarterfinals to decide.
And breathe.
Have you caught your breath yet? I see Todd says 2 minutes to let my heart rate decrease. I got up and stretched there. I've been going back and forth from standing and sitting during today's events, which has been nice. But yeah, definitely got up and had to stretch on that one because that one got me hyped up too. And Alex, I doubt we see any matches closer than that the rest of the way this weekend. Came down to one extra bale delivered.
It's got to be. So I'm trying to remember. I think it's the number of bales delivered. If not, it's the number of bales delivered into the top.
Yeah, I think you're right. At first, I thought that they had the same amount, and so I think it is first the number of bales. I don't know. Actually, I'm going to dig into the rule book and see if it says, because I'd be curious to know for sure. It doesn't happen often, so it's not something that we're really used to seeing.
We don't easily recall.
Right. So I'm wondering. I'm just gonna see tiebreakers. Though this is for standings at the end of a season tiebreaker, so that's not what we want. Yeah, I don't really see anything like that. I might actually ask the team in the chat.
Because it's like that, and then it goes down to grain after that if it's equal. And it's but it's just so close.
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna get to relive all this now.
There, of course, is a chance in between rounds for teams that advance or don't advance to sit and strategize. Of course, that's part of it. Some teams get more time than others to sit there and think about it. But especially because this is an online tournament, I'd guarantee that these players are sitting in a chat room together when they're not playing.
Yeah.
And they're thinking about what are we going to do in the next one? What should we try to anticipate from our opponents, etc. So we have confirmation that the first tiebreaker is total bales delivered. So that one extra bale for Horman, which, hate to say it, could be the Fint Baylor coming into play. There's PB getting that wrong. PB getting it right in the third game. And honestly, with his tosses in the third round, I thought they have enough of a lead, they're going to win this. But then all of a sudden, bales start falling off the conveyor belt for MyInsanity. And if they had gotten one into the top or even one more into the bottom, they would be going into the quarterfinals. So,
yeah. And PB spent his entire set of matches making sure that that he got that Trelleborg toss, as it was, in the top.
Yeah, so first tiebreaker is total bales delivered. Second tiebreaker is more bales delivered at the top. And that's kind of what I thought. And when I first glanced at it, I thought they had the same amount of bales because I just looked at the top number briefly and was like, oh, that's what did it. But yeah, it was first total bales delivered. So, wow.
Yeah, and look at that. He has just perfected that at that point. And then after that, I think after that it's grain. So if you got the
Lars
same number
got stuck
of
here
bales
too.
delivered, and
let's not forget that too. Like he got stuck in the third round right here, and we thought, might not be the worst thing, but that definitely slowed down the delivery of these bales, and it came down to running out of time at the end for MyInsanity.
Wow. But yeah, third level of the tiebreaker, if it happens to be the same number of bales and the same number in the top, it then goes down to the amount of grain, and you're unlikely to ever go past the amount of grain because
imagine if it ever comes down to the grain delivered. Goodness me.
Oh man,
crazy. Oh, phew. Wild stuff. There we
have it.
I just, I feel bad for the people that peaked early today watching the FSL because they have missed out on the best match of the weekend right there. I mean, that one goes down in history as one of the best and closest matches we've ever seen. And especially when you consider what was on the line there. It was 1-1 in the best of three. And
you know what we were saying about teams being in a chat room? MyInsanity are in the same room, and they've tweeted out what happened at the end of that last game. So if you want to see that, head over to Twitter, to the Farming Simulator League Twitter, because they retweeted, and I've retweeted that out.
Yeah, MyInsanity are like a proper esports organization that competes across multiple esports, and we're really lucky to have them in the FSL. They're a really strong team. I think that they've got to be favorites no matter who the next opponent is coming up. And we're about to find out who that opponent will be for MyInsanity in the final of the losers bracket. So we've got Pöttinger versus Manitu. So Pöttinger falling short earlier against Horman. Manitu getting beaten by MyInsanity in the first matchups of this group. But one of these teams has a chance now. One will advance to play MyInsanity, and then both of those teams will square off for the final spot in the quarterfinals next month for the Season 3 championship.
It's that is just the most insane ending. We have close games, but the ones where it's a draw are just mad.
Yeah. Not only did MyInsanity participate in that last match, but MyInsanity was challenged by the ending result.
At this point, I wish to predict Manitu are going to win this match, because Pöttinger have gone and banned the New Holland.
I was like, where's he going with this? And then I looked at the screen right as you said that, and I was like, oh, I know where he's going with this.
or maybe I should be predicting.
Yeah, reverse psychology is usually the way it goes for you.
Chalice.
Definitely. All right, so we've got at least about an hour left. Could be slightly more if we have two best of threes. Pöttinger sticking with the herbicide strategy. They've reserved the Case Axial Flow 9240 and the New Holland baler. Transport company in the case for Manitu, meanwhile, and they probably won't reserve a baler. Indeed, they don't. So with herbicide, as your team perk, you do save 2 points compared to Transport Company, 3 versus 5. So they've
Which
kind
they
of
get
made
to
that
put
up with
into a Baylor.
Yeah, they've kind of put that into the New Holland Baylor, but the New Holland Baylor does cost 3 as well.
It does. And the
so-
trouble is they have to reserve a Baylor. And they have to reserve a Baylor that takes 3 bales. I'm still not convinced the New Holland Baylor is the best of those 3. The reason why I think they go for it is because it's faster than the other 2,
Head
but
start.
the other 2 require less.
Head start for Manitu.
Ooh.
Interesting. We have not seen that yet this weekend, I don't think. They didn't pick that earlier, did they? Against MyInsanity?
I don't know. And what are they sacrificing so that they can pick Head Start?
A piece of equipment, I guess? Because they've gone with Archimedes and they've gone with Under Pressure.
They've
They
got 2
went with
largest
Transport
tractors.
Company. They reserved a Harvester.
Where have they got the point to get Head Start? That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the John Deere is 2 points that they picked. The case that they
But
picked
the other
is
2
3.
are both 3.
Yeah. So
Under Pressure.
interesting strategy, though.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I
So
don't
Head
know
Start
where they've
allows
saved
Homer
that
to
point.
just set off immediately. Like if you notice when a player without it gets into a piece of equipment, you know, the engine starts up. There's a little bit of a delay in setting off. But for Homer with the Head Start player perk, he can just hop in and out of equipment and set off straight away.
Bilden, no, he did not pick Archimedes. Yeah, Pöttinger only got
Under Pressure, yeah, and
Under Pressure. That's very weird.
two differing
first
strategies
bale.
here, which is going to be nice to see, like which one prevails and moves on for a shot at the quarterfinals. 122 for Manitu, pretty good. And Stouty just now getting in with that hefty New Holland Baylor. If they get this on time, it's going to be in the 115 range. Ooh, yeah, that's a tough Baylor to fit through there.
Oh,
We saw someone else
a
get stuck with
big
it earlier.
Yeah, I think it was Pöttinger who got stuck with it earlier.
You're probably right. And that's going to go in 100, so a 22-point advantage for Manitu straight away.
Yeah, you see this Baylor, so that New Holland Baylor, it requires, it goes 2 miles an hour faster, but requires 200 liters more than the other Baylors that produce that hold 3 bales, which is what Pöttinger needs in order to get bales back to their
Definitely.
back to their barn. The trouble is, I don't see the advantage of the extra 2 kilometers per hour when you're having to put an extra 200 liters of straw in for every bale.
Right.
You're better off, I think, going 2 kilometers an hour slower but creating bales more often as a result.
I agree.
Your result is you create more bales.
All right, we're seconds away from the 12th minute drop. Let's see how this plays out. I am really pleased to start. We've seen 12th minute drops actually be picked up more this weekend than they had been previously. It's not always beneficial, and if it's too far away and it's not beneficial, definitely not worth it. But teams have seemed more... Oh, it's dumping some grain a bit early there by Manitu. Bridges lowered in speed limit. These probably aren't worth going for this early on. You're not going to be going to the barn to deliver bales at this early in the round, so there's really no need to go to the area of the barn. And these 2 drops, not really beneficial for either team to get. Dennis emptying the case into the horse, and Manitu almost have a full grain cart ready to deliver. But will they do what MyInsanity were doing and deliver it before the 8th minute drops, or are they going to just park it up at the silo and then bring their harvesters in? Let's see. Ooh, so Manitu has picked up slowdown. So Pöttinger are going to be slowed down for the next 80 seconds or so by 20%. Manitu are going to deliver their grain. Oh, nope. They just delivered a little bit, and now they're leaving it. That's not a bad idea either.
To give them a 2.1 advantage.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, because if you deliver that little bit and now Pöttinger wait a bit, then you have a chance to take a couple bales in and score some extra points. But it's a little risk because you've only put a little bit in. And if Pöttinger now, as they are, coming to deliver grain, you're going to force them to empty a little bit of theirs, potentially.
In they come.
The arm is coming out, and let's see if they try to just even it back to 2. He's just going to leave it there, actually. So they're going to take the multiplier disadvantage for now and bet that it won't cost them in the end, which is a good bet because Manitu only have 2 bales pressed. But at this moment, Pöttinger have pressed no bales.
I think the interesting thing about Horman's setup before is the fact that the way they work everything, they end up with tractors in the right place for them. We're seeing other teams running about, having to run halfway across the map just to get the tractor they need. And I think there's a lot that can be learned from the way Horman are playing this at the moment.
I agree. Pöttinger, 22 points behind, but sitting in a decent spot, really. So nothing has gone against them yet. Manitu, though, with a 5 bale advantage, the multiplier advantage too, so gotta be careful. Stouty now, finally Pöttinger will get some bales pressed. Manitu have not scored any bales with this slight advantage. Both teams with similar amount of grain.
6 ahead. Yeah, this Fent baler is a real killer for Pöttinger, because Pöttinger having to stop every so often and go and drop those off back at their barn. They are also, and the Fent baler is just producing bales faster than their baler is. So it's, yeah, they're kind of hit from 2 sides with this.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know, like, this Fent baler is just showing how powerful it is this weekend, and especially when you don't really match it with the same sort of strategy, it definitely seems like an even bigger disadvantage at the moment for Pöttinger. Having said that, here's the grain multiplier now at the 8th minute, and this is when teams like to see it. So you can bet that if both teams can get to this, they're going to grab it. They both have similar amounts of grain to deliver. So let's see how it plays out. Mike is taking the case to the silo to empty it into the grain cart. We've got 30 seconds left, and no one has yet picked up grain multiplier. Here goes Prodex now. He's going to pick up that little bit of straw and surely jump out and go grab it. He's just going to stay in the area and grab it at the last minute, I assume. Surely he won't ignore it. But what about Pöttinger? They've got 15 seconds to get this now.
Yeah, he's just hanging around.
Prodex is hopping
there.
out. Here comes Maxinator. So they are both going to get it. For Manitu, it'll last a couple seconds longer. But I think this is going to just cause the game to stay even here. It's going to end up at 2-2, I think, because both teams had a similar amount of grain.
The 2.1 that got dropped off. I know why Manitu have dropped that little bit of grain in there. They turn up. It means that the grain trailer isn't 100% full.
Yeah, and then you
which
can start
means they can immediately start emptying the combines.
Yeah, good call. That is smart. I didn't even think about it when they did it. But yeah, it does allow you that you don't have to hop out. You can just start in the harvester, go grab the hop in the tractor, and then just keep it going.
And yeah, look at so that's Pöttinger's that's working, but yeah, Manitu are not emptying grain. Now they are emptying grain.
Yeah, this is going to end up at 2-2, I believe. Although, you know
Or
what?
it's-
It looks like Pöttinger had a 1.6.
Ooh.
Or is that higher, actually?
And that stop. No, there is still.
Is
no,
that a
there's not
1.8
grain
to
there
a
for
1.5?
Manitu.
But it's a 1.8 for
Pöttinger
Pöttinger
have
here.
it.
So they're going to
Oh,
take
man.
a nice lead.
This is herbicide.
I didn't notice.
This is
that...
where herbicide kicks in. A 2.4 with grain multiplier. This is where it's powerful for Pöttinger.
That wasn't
to run
herbicide. That
this
was they had a 1.8 on the grain multiplier compared to 1.5. That's what's made the difference.
Oh, okay.
They had a nice weight on the grain multiplier, and I didn't notice it there till the end. I thought both teams were close enough that it would be 1.5 apiece, but it looks like it was actually 1.8.
That is gonna hurt.
Which is huge. So now it's 2.4 to 1.6. So 8 extra points per bale for Pöttinger, and they are sitting nicely here using herbicide. And they might come out on top in the first of the best of 3. Wow.
That is,
And the question in chat, Sky Arrow asks, is why does Pöttinger get a 1.8 and Manitu gets a 1.5? The drops are all weighted, so the team trailing gets more of an advantage to even things up. So it actually is beneficial early in a round to be trailing at times because you will get those nice weighted drops.
At this, the weighted drop, because look at those bale counts. 8
yeah, the bale
bales
count
to
is
25.
insane. Well, that is a saving grace for Manitu, and I hadn't looked at that number until you said it because, yeah, 8 less points per bale, but at the moment they have 19 more bales.
That is why. It's because of that imbalance in the bales. And that is harsh. We're coming up to the 4-minute mark, though. And we've got drops.
Yeah, so
I cannot see what those are.
People are asking the questions about the weight, and on the stat sheet it says,
"Oh my lord!"
Based on points, bales available, grain available, and time left in the game, this scale affects certain values for a drop, meaning a losing team with less points, bales, grain, etc., will get a stronger drop compared to the winning team. And then there's a big old math equation that I can't explain in words, mainly because I don't understand it. But feel free to go check out the stat sheet.
Boost.
Ooh, Manitu with bottom boost.
And they've got a full Anderson coming in.
Which is good news because they have the disadvantage with the multiplier anyways. So now they're going to get 16 points per bale here, but a good chance for a combo. Oh, it's been countered, though, by Pöttinger. Well done. Well done by Pöttinger to counter that.
That's gotta hurt. I think Pöttinger are coming out on top on this. The multiplier is so much in their favor.
It wasn't just the grain drop. It was the difference in bales, too. Like I said, points, bales available, grain available, and time left in the game. So Pöttinger were trailing in points. They had significantly less bales, and they had slightly less grain, too. That's the biggest weight difference we've seen this weekend. Usually it's been more of like a 0.1, 0.2 difference.
I think that was caused more than anything else by the deficit in the bales.
Definitely, because it was massive.
It was massive. And it played to Pöttinger.
And that counter
so
was
much
good
better.
too, though. If Pöttinger hadn't countered that bale-tastic there, like the Manitu were right back in it. Manitu really still are in it because if they can get these 14 bales in and just put them into the bottom for combo points and it doesn't get countered, they've got a chance to pull this off. 568 to 480, 592 now.
That's what Manitu want to be doing. They want to be beating in full Andersons into the bottom because they'll actually score more points doing that if they don't get countered than putting it into the top, and it's more likely to lead to them winning. But it's one of those things that I don't think occurs to teams.
Well, it's also tough because you have to bet that the other team isn't going to counter, right? But honestly, but Manitu doesn't have a full Anderson loader either, so they're only bringing in 7 of their 11 outstanding bales, one of them sitting there. So there's 3 bales out on the field missing, and that's going to hurt Manitu. The problem right now, though, for Pöttinger is the bales that they have no bales sitting here, and they're just now coming in. Good news is they can bring 3 in with the baler, and they have the lead. 40 seconds to go. Double bale advantage for Manitu at the moment, but they don't have them all at the barn. Here comes a couple more in on the Fenton baler. That's going to fall off. And I think it's going to. There it goes off. So that hurts. They're going to have to put this one into the bottom, which is going to hurt further.
It's closer than expected, but I think this is going Pöttinger's way.
That grain multiplier has helped hugely. Just getting 8 extra points per bale. And it's a 100-point lead at the moment. It's going to be slightly lower than that.
2 bales going in.
738 to 670. And Pöttinger take the first of the best of 3 here in Game 4 of Group D. And that weighted drop with the grain multiplier definitely helped.
I will say that the herbicide setup that Pöttinger are playing works really well if things go your way.
Definitely.
If you get the grain multiplier, you put yourself in a position.
Look at that. I mean,
where
5
you are
less
going to get a large multiplier.
5 less bales total. But they got so many more points per bale. They forced Manitu basically into going for the counter points. If that had happened, then Manitu actually would have won. If Pöttinger didn't counter that bale-tastic, you take 30 points off the board for Pöttinger there, add 50 for Manitu, and Manitu wins that one. So it was closer, really, than I thought it was going to be with that difference in the grain multiplier. But Pöttinger were there and ready to counter, and because they did that, they've come out victorious. So well done all around by Pöttinger. It didn't just come down to that weighted drop, which shows that it's balanced well, really, because if they don't counter that as well, it's a different result. So really nicely done.
You've still got to play well to do it, but it's...
Definitely.
Manitu should use the forklift.
Well, it is their brand, but even Donner Kyle in our scrimmage streams, who is from Team Manitu, one time someone got it by accident, and he was like, "Oh no, what are you doing? You don't want that." I mean, it's just not. It's not very useful in the FSL. Sadly.
The only one that's ever useful in that bracket of ones that cannot be banned was the
Fender free or the
Fiat. Sorry, the Fiat.
Yeah, because it has a decent amount of power. It can actually run 2 of the balers, the Fiat, and it goes faster in reverse. It's not really the best tractor still by any means, but it is.
But if you're looking
free
to
pick.
save points.
Yeah,
150. So it doesn't have a front loader on it. So there's not really anything it replaces. The Voltra G is the thing it would replace, which has care tires on it, of course. But I would and go 60 as opposed to 35. So there's not really a good reason anymore to pick that.
Oh man, it's been a great finish. Like Group C was great today, but Group D has been the best set of matches within a single group in the entire tournament, and I'm looking forward to another one at least from these two.
Always thought this was going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, you had 4 and 5, and then you put these 2 teams who are pretty close in the table as well, and it's just really evenly matched. And Pöttinger now are 1 win away from facing MyInsanity for a chance at the quarterfinals. So Manitu up against it. They need to pull off a win and force a 3rd game of the best of 3 here to keep their season alive.
Cool, another long day for the casters.
You know what though? Today I'm feeling a lot better. I was so sleep deprived yesterday. I was able to sleep well last night, albeit in shifts, a couple hours here, a couple hours there. But I'm feeling good today, and I do have the day off tomorrow, so it'll be nice to just kind of recharge the batteries a bit ahead of a huge week for Giant Software, of course. final week before the game releases. It'll be out in early access on Friday for some of our ambassadors, partners, and other media. In fact, the Silver and Gold Devil partners are going to get an earlier preview. You won't see content until Friday, though, coming out. There is an embargo on that. But yeah, lots of really great stuff around the corner. And then a couple of weeks' time in Switzerland, we'll be back for some more Farming Simulator League with the World Championship Finals, too. So, you know what? I'm happy to see Pöttinger, on the doorstep of having a shot at the quarterfinals using herbicide, because we have gotten so used to just seeing Transport Company time and time again over the last 6 to 7 months or so. So it's been nice to see some variety thrown in here this week, and they're not the only ones that have used it.
No, and they are winning games with it as well. That's the interesting thing today. That is the second game they've won today with it, and it'll be interesting if they manage to go through to the next game with using it as well.
Right. Yeah. Don't forget about the giveaway. Actually, you know what? It looks like it. Oh no, it's got 5 hours left. It hadn't been refreshed. That was from earlier. So yeah, it's going to be going on well past the end of the broadcast. So 5 hours left to enter. Go enter 3,045 total entries. Wow. You have a chance to win a copy of Farming Simulator 22, which will be out in just 7 days and some hours now. Definitely go enter. It's pinned on YouTube and Facebook, and I'm putting the command into chat now, so that link should be showing up in chat at some point, although it was put in there just a bit ago. There it is now. Chucky and Lars will be around, Taz. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll probably be avoiding my phone as much as I can tomorrow. And time to recharge the batteries a bit. Someone from Manitu has taken a tumble down the hill, and it is Homer, and he's having a hard time getting it flipped back over. There, he's finally got it. Is he going for that John Deere baler, or is he going down for the harvester? I think we have briefly lost Alex. His internet connection may have gone on us. So I'm flying solo for a minute. He just dropped straight out of TeamSpeak. So send up some thoughts for Alex. Hopefully he can get back in here quickly, because we might have another cracker of a match here on our hands. Are you on the West Coast, Mighty Quill? That very well could be true. It's midnight Central European time on the 22nd on most platforms, at least on ours, I know for sure. I'm not really sure about Xbox, PlayStation, etc. But our version unlocks at midnight Central European time, so worldwide release could be earlier, could be later for you, depending on if you're either east or west of Germany with your time zone. Welcome back, Sharper Fire. All right, 122 to 107. Some mistakes again by Stouty with a different baler this time for Pöttinger getting that first bale, and it didn't cost them last time. Let's see how it plays out this time. I think Manitu had 122 last time around. They're pretty consistent from them. Manitu have to win this one this time around. Not that I'm counting, says Amanda. Thanks, everyone, on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for joining us today. This has been a lot of fun. We have at least one more in this one. Could go to a best of 3. And then we've got one more matchup, the winner of this against MyInsanity for the final spot in the Season 3 Championship Quarterfinals. It's all good, Taz. Yeah, I've had a lot of messages this weekend during FSL as well, but FSL is the focus this weekend, so I've not been responding to a lot of DMs and emails because I've had my hands more than full with the FSL this weekend. Yeah, there he's back. He's back.
I'm back.
I had worked 11
Sunday
hours
night,
yesterday, and it was only noon. What'd you say? What happened, Alex? internet went?
My internet just went womp. It just dropped out completely. So apologies for that. I am back. Oh. Right, what'd I miss?
McCall, that may be true. Sometimes for certain games, Steam does a midnight unlock, but most of the time they do like 9 or 10 a.m. Pacific time, which would equate to noon if it's 9 Pacific Eastern. Noon Eastern it would equate to. So our first drops, speed up and bail drop. Yeah, so Alex, the only thing you really missed was, again, Stouty with the case bailer this time, still having some issues with pulling up to the barn for first bail. So that set Pöttinger back a little bit early on, but it didn't cost him last time around. So we'll see what happens this time. Both teams going with speed up here. Incredible mess. Come back, VF. We'll behave. Yeah, Todd, I get why it's jarring to see the crops destroyed, but at the same time, it's all about speed and not precision. It does go against everything you know.
Everything just went quiet, and I'm sitting here going, have I disconnected, or have I lost the feed, or what's going on? And then you get the thing where everything just is... Right. Skype ends the call and TeamSpeak disconnects and Twitch tells me that there's no video feed and I'm going, okay, that's what's happened.
Eddie in Facebook, hello to you in the Netherlands. Glad you're here with us. Cool, Mighty Quill. So Xbox is doing a midnight launch on the digital store, it seems like. I had been looking for that to be like shown on the Xbox, but I hadn't seen it show up yet. So that's really cool to know. Thank you for that bit of info. Yeah, we've kind of, like, even as Giants employees, we've kind of been up in the air because obviously for our own version at the Giants eShop, our platform, we can control that, whereas, we have to rely on the developers, the creators of these other stores like Microsoft, Sony, and Valve, etc., to make that decision on their own. So each platform could potentially end up being different. Lufkin, East Coast of the U.S., if you have our version or if you have it on Xbox, it sounds like, should be unlocked around 6 p.m. Eastern time. Depends on the platform you're getting it on, though, as I was just saying. All right. 3-1 multiplier advantage for Manitu at the moment.
And started coming in and hooking up to that case baler with that tractor. That is not going to be good, I don't think.
Yeah, that's 200 horsepower. With that tractor, though, it's 270, so more than enough.
Yeah, so that should be fine.
So
some slightly different tractor selections.
I don't want to answer a lot of FS22 questions, but there was one about can we do more than one contract? And was it your stream that was asked and I figured it out?
Yeah.
You can select up to 3 at a time now. You can't just select them all, but you can do up
good.
to 3 at a time.
I think that is a good balance.
Yeah, it's a reasonable
between what
number.
we have in FS19 and
well, if you're on multiplayer, then I would assume multiplayer is probably 3 per farm. So if you have 4 farms, like that'll add up quickly too. So you got to think about things like that. But yeah, back to FSL. That's the important thing in hand here. 122, 107.
Sudden death situation.
Ooh, direct delivery and bail multiplier here. I'm curious to see what teams decide to go with.
You would think bail multiplier considering where they're at.
But are they ready to deliver bales is the question. Because it's only good if you're ready to deliver them. I think that bail multiplier would benefit Pöttinger more than Manitu because they can bring them in on the back of the baler.
Yeah.
Not that Manitu can't do that, but Pöttinger don't have a choice. Manitu are going to go, well, yep, he's going to get it eventually. He's just playing the long.
They are waiting last moment.
I don't know if ghost mode is on or not, but I don't see Pöttinger anywhere in the area. And they've got 8 seconds left to grab it. So this could be a huge moment if Manitu can score some points now. with the Bale multiplier, and the chance for Pöttinger to get it has gone. So
it has gone
27
the other way,
points.
though, but that is 27 points.
And another 27. So a good moment of the game there for Manitu. And Pöttinger were just not ready to deliver bales.
That is, that is not going to help Pöttinger at all.
That's awesome, Taz. You gifted FS22 and Season Pass to Ola.
Aww.
Very kind of you. I'm loving the love and support
nice.
I'm seeing from the community. Like, I know, how many copies have you given away at this point, Alex?
So far, I'm up to 5 copies I've given away, plus another 3 I'm planning to give away, and maybe a few more.
So many of our ambassadors and partners have been doing this as well, gifting 5, 10, copies, even more, I would imagine. And I've seen it all over the place. And I just love to see how, people that have been successful with their content because of Farming Simulator, they could have chosen to keep everything for themselves, but they're giving back to the communities that have, gotten them to where they are today. And that just is another sign of how great the Farm Sim community is, because it's very supportive. It's about helping each other out. And we all know that the game isn't as fun without our friends playing it too. So, giving more people chances to get it and play it is amazing.
I've said to my brother, because I've got extra copies and things. I've said to my brother that I'm going to give him a copy and send him over a code so I can get to play with him, which will be so much fun. And things like that as well. So,
right.
As well as giving away, there's a couple of other copies that I'm gifting out as well.
I love it. I really do. And it really is an honor to represent the community for Giants as a community coordinator for me, because this community meant a lot to me before, when I was a streamer, and this game means a lot to me. So it's awesome to see it from this perspective, because I get to meet so many more people now, and the community is just overall so amazing. You guys are awesome. Even if you bug me with questions in my DM once a day or more, like Taz. Just kidding, Taz.
I before you even said it, I knew exactly who you were talking about.
To his defense, modders, I understand why modders have more questions than anyone else, They see things from a different perspective.
He is going around and stalking you around streams. So.
Dashnet, Dave, you've given 24 away so far. That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
I love the love that I'm seeing, people just giving back. It's really cool of you guys to do that, because you don't have to. It's a decision you've made to give back. We've got Lord Baylor as our super drop. Frozen Chicken made the comment, please no unfair multiplier. If you notice that last game, though, it made it interesting. It gave Pöttinger a lifeline, and they still had to counter that Bale combo to win. So really, I think the weight is set pretty fairly on the multipliers, as long as both teams are getting it and executing well. It makes things interesting.
I would also point out at this point, Pöttinger are in the lead.
Yep.
They have a massive deficit in bales, but that's partly because they're bringing in bales and immediately putting them on the conveyor, whereas Manitu, because of the way they're doing it, they're collecting bales out in the field and then bringing a whole load in at once.
Farming nerd hugs. I love it, Rika. You're not wrong, Alex. That's a very good point. They don't really have a choice. It's both the downfall and the advantage, I would say, of herbicide. You have to bring them in. You can't leave them out on the field, really, especially later on in the round. You leave them out in the field and make yourself have to take too many trips, and you're in trouble. Oh, I love it. You guys are awesome. I'm glad that we have at least 3, if not more, matches with you today. I am looking forward to the rest after the tournament, but it's always a blast hanging out and chatting with the community and watching some awesome FSL action. And we've had some crazy matches today.
Oh, man, we've had some insane matches today.
487, now 507 to 416. Definitely with the difference in 13 extra bales out there for Manitu. If they get all of those in, that's more than enough to win. But they've got 2 minutes to get them in. True, Feldon. Forgot about that one. True. Yeah, I'm not, honestly, I don't know exactly how manual shifting will work, but you guys will find out here soon enough. Not much longer to go. Obviously, news will come out this week for 22 ahead of the launch. Then you'll see the influencers start to create content on Friday for it. So there'll be plenty of stuff answered in those streams and YouTube videos as well. That's awesome, DJ Merlin.
Look at that. The Manitu beginning to pull away, just having so many more bales to play with than Pöttinger do.
Yep. And they should, as long as they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to force a game 3 here. Pöttinger in the lead briefly, about to go back to Manitu.
This is where the trouble is for Pöttinger with their strategy, is if the bonuses and things don't go their way, if they don't get stuff from that, they end up being in this deficit and having to work that much harder.
Yep.
726 to 537.
736, 746, 756. Manitu putting some into the bottom.
Bales are not there for
and they've scored all of their bales, and that'll do it. We're going to a third game here. Well played by Manitu with their backs against the wall to force the third game. Good morning, Spencer, and thank you, Brian, for the compliment. Alex and I appreciate all your guys' kind words about our commentary. We're always looking to improve. We know it will never be perfect, but we're learning as we go, and I like hanging out with Virtual Farmer, a.k.a. Alex here. I guess I should say Alex, a.k.a. Virtual Farmer, but most of you know him the other way around more. It's a pleasure. We've been doing this since like April, I think was my first official one.
We have? Yeah. It has been an absolute pleasure, Kermit.
Thank you. You'll find out, Taz, on that question. You'll find out. Within the next 7 days, you'll find out. That's all I'll say.
If it isn't announced, I am going to be all over it. I'll say that now.
All right. Well, I think it's fitting. Like I'd have to look to double check this, but just off the top of my head, I feel like we've had the most games go to 3 games in one single group within this group itself. Like it has been I'm super close throughout. It's been wild. Let's have a look.
I'm pretty sure that's simply because it is coming up to 6 p.m. and we haven't reached the final game yet.
Right.
The final match yet.
Yeah, so Horman and Pöttinger, the very first match in this group went to 3. Manitu MyInsanity was done in 2. Pöttinger Manitu done in 2. But then Horman and MyInsanity went to 3. And now this one is going to 3. So I do think that my statement there holds up.
Oh yeah, and we had a couple this morning from Group C that went to 3 as well.
Right.
So
this group is so closely matched, and it shows. It's just been a very entertaining group. We didn't save like the highest ranked teams for last, but I feel like we've saved the best competitive group for last here. And honestly, the winner of Pöttinger and Manitu already lost to MyInsanity in 2 straight games, but one of those games they lost by 21 points. So, I don't really know what to predict. Either of these teams, one of these teams is about to win and advance to play MyInsanity. And you would think MyInsanity has played really good. They almost went through over Horman. It came down to that tiebreaker with more bales delivered for Horman to send them through. So MyInsanity has to be the favorite, but I would not be surprised if the winner of this one goes on to the quarterfinals as well.
When will you get video coverage like the Ellerman and Richter? Are those the Polish YouTubers.
He's meaning like Klaus and Steven here, the two German casters.
Oh.
So normally we would be there in person, but COVID has impacted that for season 3. It's just the unfortunate, way that it goes. These two guys are local to Germany. Klaus works for Giant Software. He's an event manager for us and also the lead of FSL. So obviously easy for him to get to the studio. Not so easy for me to travel from the US to Germany. And also, even though less distance, not any less complicated for Alex to get there either. However, having said that, we're hoping we can have in-person events again. We're exploring options as well to, get us on screen, but remotely it's just tough to do. It really is.
And if we have if we had video, something like I had a minute ago, where everything just cut out, suddenly causes a whole load of extra problems.
Right, you're right, and then it requires a little bit extra bandwidth. And I know that internet has been a struggle for you at times with your content. So
that may be changing.
Yeah, I heard that good news. I hope it does for you. I hope it does.
I have been contacted them. I'm hoping to speak with them on the phone at some point. They want to do a case study with me, which would be quite cool.
Case study with Virtual Farmer. That sounds terrifying if you didn't know the context that it's an internet company that is trying to bring high speed to your area.
Yeah. What is Manitu doing? Why are they banning those tractors? What is the point?
Yeah, I don't know. But hey, they've kind of been doing it. They're just kind of sticking to it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Both teams are going with the Case Harvester. Not to anyone's surprise, Pöttinger picking the New Holland baler again with herbicide. Homer again going with Head Start. Well done, Chameleon. I think MyInsanity will go crazy if they don't advance today.
Oh, no. The dad jokes are back.
Matza, Manitu have to win for Donner Kyle. I love it, Matza. All right. Well, we're getting close to the culmination of the entire weekend. The winner of this will face MyInsanity in a best of 3 for the final spot in next month's Season 3 Championship quarterfinals. And just getting there is a huge boost in prize money. But beyond that, just getting into the final 8 gives you the best chance out of the rest of the field of going on to win the whole thing if you hit form at the right time. Bednar showed at the last tournament that if you hit form at the right time, that anyone can win a tournament, even if you've never won one before. So for these two teams, that has to be at the forefront of their mind too. We just need to get there. That's all that matters, and we give ourselves a chance. One of these teams will advance, the other season will end.
Pöttinger failed to get the New Holland Combine. And Manitu, wow. Manitu got the combines they wanted to. My village, Chameleons, is on a list to get fiber to the home, which would be awesome. But we do need like a 30% uptick in the village to do it. So I signed up very quickly and then tweeted about it, and then they contacted me.
All right. First bale, 120 for Manitu.
20.
And let's see if Stouty... Okay. Stouty has learned from previous mistakes, and this time takes the easy route and just backs the baler up. Smart move, Stouty, because they've made a mess of it in the last 2 rounds with first bale.
A little bit more grain at the moment for Manitu over Pöttinger. They are, I think they got into the wheat a little bit quicker, and as a result have managed to get a little bit of extra wheat because of it. Then it's waiting to empty now. Early moments, calm before the storm.
The storm has been whipping up fiercely too in these last few rounds. Definitely. I just want to say, like, with these two teams, 12th and 13th, Manitu 12th, Pöttinger 13th, like, one of them is definitely advancing beyond this, and they'll play the 5th place team, but they have a chance to become the lowest seed to advance this weekend to the quarterfinals. LSA is through, and they are currently the lowest seed at 10th in the season standings, going through to the quarterfinals. We've got the top 4 represented already, and we are waiting for one more team to join the 7 that are in, and it has been a fantastic weekend all around for this tournament. It's been a lot of fun.
Mr. Coconut, this is the Farming Simulator League. It is the esports side of Farming Simulator, and it is awesome. Neither team going for that. I don't think it attracts either team. Neither of these teams actually empty their combines at the 12-minute mark. So as a result, empty their overloaders at the 12-minute mark. So yeah. At the moment, Sharpify, we don't know that the next season of the FSL will be in FS22. There's a good chance that it will kick off before a new version of this can be fully developed. So Giants is very much focused on the release of FS22 at the moment, and so yeah, by the time it rolls around, maybe that season 4 is in FS19 for a while.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Well done.
Thank you. I've been listening.
By the way, if you're wondering, you're just joining us so far. Trelleborg, Valtra, and Cortiva, and Horman, our top 4 are through, and joining them are LSA and Bednar, who are 9th and 10th respectively, and Crona, who were 16th in the season 3 6th rather, in the season 3 standings. So now we are waiting on either one of these two teams or MyInsanity to complete the field and be that 8th team. That's what we're looking at the moment. A few more matches to go, and the field will be set for December 5th. Presumably, we're hoping December 5th in person in Switzerland, an in-person event, which I really hope happens, because seeing them in the finals, at least reacting and how much pressure will be on all of those matches, getting to see them at the event would be really special. All right, 45 seconds away from the 8th minute drops. Still too tough to tell who's going to advance here. This has been a great matchup between these two, though.
Really has. Homer coming in now. This is actually good timing from Homer with the 8-minute mark coming up MyInsanity is getting the John Deere into position as well. If they can get these combines in position at the 8-minute mark, and they have somebody out there ready to pick up the bonus, then it can really help them. So we're going to see how things are going now. It's squeezing that John Deere through there.
Nicely done. Ooh, bale multiplier and herbicide.
Bale multiplier.
Manitu have 12 bales already, and Prodax, oh no, he's got the baler. I thought for a second he had the Anderson loader. So the problem is they don't have any loaded up. Herbicide obviously is pointless for Pöttinger to pick up because it's their team perk. Manitu, meanwhile, is delivering grain now that they know grain multiplier is not in play. So Manitu, really, if they grab the bale multiplier and score 1 or 2 real quick, that'd be a nice bit of points, but I don't think they're ready to do that.
They are at a 2.1 multiplier at the moment. If they could get somebody in dropping bales right now, that would be brilliant for them. 2.9 multiplier. They want to pick things up. There's Prodac. He's over there. He's running over and grabbing that bale multiplier.
There it is, just in time. So now he's got to
Does that mean...
Oh, the problem is one of those bales fell off the back, and he would have liked to take that in, I assume.
I don't think he's got anything he can load it up to the top with, and now things are evening up. But Manitu have a bale multiplier, and Pöttinger do not.
Yeah, and a little over a minute left on it for Manitu, so let's see if they take advantage. They're both teams delivering grain. Pöttinger, I think, will get it back to 2-2 here in a moment. Manitu really could do with scoring some points real quick. Now Manitu delivering more grain. And Homer may be leaving it a bit too late because he's gathering a couple bales, and he didn't get it lined up properly to get 3 on there, but at the very least should try to get these 2 in and score it while they can get some extra points. But now Pöttinger ready to put the grain back into the silo. Emptied it from the harvesters into the grain cart. And so by the time Homer gets here, he can still get some extra points with the bale multiplier, but it's not going to be as high as it could have been if they'd been a little bit faster. I don't know if that's... I don't know if it's going to be enough time to get him up the belt. He's got 10 seconds.
11 seconds. He's not got enough time to get it on there. And they've wasted this opportunity.
They're going to get 21 points per bale at the moment, looks like, but they've missed out on the bale multiplier. Left it too late. Did not maximize that opportunity.
And that was the perfect opportunity. When you get something your opponent doesn't, that is when you've got to take full advantage of it. And they absolutely failed to do that.
Yes, they did. All right, 5 minutes to go then. That was a huge opportunity missed by Manitu. They do still have the advantage in the grain multiplier, though. I'm not sure how that's happened, but they're good. Look how close it is for Pöttinger, too. Just falling short. They may have dumped just a tiny bit of grain out somewhere, and that's caused that to happen, but 2 extra points per bale for Manitu and a bale advantage. It does not spell good fortune for Pöttinger the rest of the way. They need the super drop to go in their favor.
This is the second time this has happened today, and it's just a tiny amount missing. You can say that there's hardly any black. In fact, there is no black line there at all. They're probably like 20 liters short.
Yeah, it's not much at all. They must. My guess is that they accidentally dumped some at some point, and that's what's caused it because it's so close. Crazy Tool is the super drop.
And it's Crazy Tool.
I mean, Pöttinger could use it.
Massively useful for Pöttinger.
But it only lasts for 30 seconds is the bad thing. But would be useful for them to cut this deficit. But it does look like Mike's coming for it.
They have then got to get those back. Are they gonna get it just so that the other team can't? They have got it.
Pöttinger needed it. If they have a baler out there now, they might be able to press some more. But the baler sitting there that's Pöttinger's baler there. He left it to go grab it, and it's only going to last for... You would have been better off to just keep bailing instead of going for it there. Neither bailer was running on the field.
I'm right there with you. It will create a bail really quick, but that was pointless. Beyond stopping Manitu getting it, that was pointless, and Manitu did not go for it.
Stouty was in at the barn taking some bales in, and this is the bad part of herbicide. Once your baler is full, you don't want to leave them on the ground. You have to take them into the barn. So Stouty was in with the main baler, and Mike spent the time to go get Crazy Tool and wasn't running a baler. So, and it only lasts for 30 seconds. So if there's not someone currently out bailing, it's pointless to even go for it, unless you're just trying to keep Manitu from getting it. I doubt Manitu were interested, though, because they've already got a nice bail advantage. All they got to do is gather theirs now, and they're going to advance. So gather theirs, get them in, and deliver.
What I don't understand about what Pöttinger are running here is the JCB Fast Track and the Massey Ferguson were banned. I don't understand why they didn't take the Vultra and get a tractor with a front loader on that would run these balers. Because you'll get more bales back every
10
time.
extra bales and the lead for Manitu and the multiplier advantage. This is not looking good for Pöttinger.
They have no way of coming back from this.
And here comes Dennis with the Anderson loader with what looks like 12 more on the back.
If this gets successfully delivered, which he's taking no chances, going round by the land bridge. It gives him a perfect lineup to drop these off, and 1 minute and 20 seconds for these to go in. This is an absolute killer for Pöttinger. These coming.
The only thing that can save Pöttinger now is if Manitu starts having bales fall off the belt and is forced to put them in the bottom. Other than that, it's looking really good for Manitu now as Homer starts to grab the first set of them. Homer's got to be careful here, though. The advantage of this John Deere is it can pick up 4 at a time, but you have to get the lineup of each two, drop them off, get the other 2 on. That was pretty well done by Homer. It looks like all 4 of those will go in. That's more than enough to give them the lead with 45 seconds to go. And something's happened to Maxinator, meanwhile. Spinning around near the advert
He's out there. He's waiting for bales. That's his problem. While Bill's waiting for bales to come in, it just doesn't work. And is this going to be a combo? It's close.
It's really close.
It's very close. Homer should be putting this in the bottom.
Oh, Pöttinger dropped one there. I don't think they're going to get the combo unless they stick one in the bottom real quick.
It's going to be points to Pöttinger for
the counter.
bail combo countering.
So 30 points. I don't think it's enough, though. 707 to 631. 749 to 660. Manitu are going to advance to play MyInsanity for the final spot.
In? It's not really going to matter.
And
there
Manitu does it.
Manitu are through.
Wow. Another good game between those two, but yeah, that bizarre moment where they went for Crazy Tool when Manitu were not interested in going for it at all. They didn't need to. No. And Pöttinger wasted that time. They could have been pressing bales. And when you factor in as well, the multiplier was in the favor of Manitu scoring 2 extra points per bale. You can see why they've won by 131 points here. And it'll be Manitu against MyInsanity for the final spot in the quarterfinals.
Oh, herbicide. I'm still not convinced by the herbicide strategy. I think you have to have everything fall your way in order for it to work. And when it does fall your way, it works brilliantly. It will absolutely mean you win by a margin. Doesn't happen 80% of the time.
Right.
And
you
as
need
a result,
something like you either need bale multiplier in your favor and score bales with it, or you need grain multiplier in your favor right as you're about to deliver grain in the 8th minute, because you have to waste a lot of time that you could be out pressing bales or harvesting even laying down more straw, you have to spend that time bringing balers in. So most teams that run herbicide are, often running 2 balers towards the end of a round so that they can bring a few in, bring a few more in. But that's a lot of time wasted that you could just be pressing bales and bringing them in 14 at a time with the transport company perk with the Anderson loaders. So.
And I think if you're doing it, you need to be running 2 front loader tractors on the front of them as well. You need to be bringing 5 bales in every time, not just 3.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway, we will be back in a moment for the final match of today. Manitu versus MyInsanity. Welcome back, everybody. Ooh, running about the house. Yep, we are here for our last set, or our last match of the day. Pöttinger versus... No, not Pöttinger. MyInsanity versus Manitu. To decide the second team going through from Group D today. Oh, man.
Trying to catch your breath, like literally now, not just from the craziness of the matches. It sounds like,
yeah.
Alex.
Well, I had to run upstairs and check on my wife quickly, and only
she feeling better?
Just made it back.
I hope she's feeling better. You said she has like a chest infection going on. Yeah, we're having replays coming up here shortly for that last matchup we saw, Pöttinger and Manitu. So it was Pöttinger that took the first match. We're going to see the highlights from that first. Actually, this is MyInsanity and Horman we're seeing here. Oh, there we go. Now we switch. We've got Pöttinger and Manitu. So yeah, a little bit of dumping of the grain there.
And this was where it was 1.9, wasn't it? So that little bit that dropped on the ground there.
No, this is the match that was the 2.4 to 1.6 because of the weight of that. It went in the favor of Pöttinger, and it still was pretty close. So yeah, Manitu had to win 2 in a row, and they did so. This bottom boost helped them a little bit and definitely closed the gap. But because Pöttinger were so far behind in bales, they were behind on the points. They had slightly less grain, but mainly the bales. They got that nice little weight advantage on the drop, and it gave them a lifeline. And they still had to counter the bale combo at the end, and they did so to win. But Manitu came out and played 2 really solid games after that and really showed that they deserved to go through, in my opinion. based on how they played in that game. It was really impressive.
And I think it was a certain amount of luck for Pöttinger in that first game. You know, everything went their way, and I think when you're running Herbicide, it kind of has to be like that.
Yeah.
I think the second and the third game demonstrated that. For you to have a chance, it has to go your way, because if everything doesn't go your way, like it didn't for them in the second and third game, Manitu just had such a better game as a result.
Wow. That was a great matchup, though. Pöttinger, pretty good showing.
That was.
And you have to credit Pöttinger, I think, for sticking with Herbicide, because it just, like you said, everything has to go your way. A lot can go wrong. Oftentimes, it gets shot down by teams using Transport Company in this season. So, fair play to Pöttinger for giving it a go. They had a couple of wins, I think. Did they win in the earlier rounds too with Herbicide? I think they did earlier today. But it is Manitu that moved on, and they're playing the fifth place seed, the fifth seeded team from season 3, MyInsanity here. So last spot in next month's finals at stake here. And I don't really know. I mean, MyInsanity has played really well today, and we're unlucky. They made a mistake. They missed getting one extra bail in, or it would be Horman sitting here playing Manitu right now. So based off of that performance, I'd say MyInsanity are favorites, but you never know. Manitu could pull out a surprise here. Rob Riddick over on Facebook saying hello from Niagara Falls on the Canada side. These matches are great to watch. Hello, Rob. How are you doing? Thanks, everyone on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for tuning in today. It's been a lot of fun interacting with all of you across all the multiple platforms. I'm glad you've had fun. Ooh, look at this. Banning the Fent Baylor from Manitu. Oh. And they've picked up on MyInsanity. Have they been listening to us, or they've just been paying attention?
I think... Well, it's Manitu who have banned it, which is really interesting. It's not MyInsanity who banned it. It's Manitu who banned it. But yeah, I'm slightly surprised at that. And it's that Deutz tractor is banned as well. But that is going to even things up as far as book creation goes. It'll be interesting to see what Manitu's plan is with that, because there are now 2 possible bailers that no, actually I think it's more than 2, isn't it? How many have we got that do 3600? So 3600 we got 2 other possible bailers. It's the Case Baler and the Kuhn Baler, both of which run at 20 kmh.
Wow.
I think, though, teams are going to go for the John Deere. I think that will be the baler people fight over now.
I very well
but it's
see
certainly
it. I think you're right.
Things up.
Hey, Prestige, thanks for that little suggestion. We definitely had it listed as Farm Sim on Facebook yesterday, but I don't know how it's not been added there today. Very interesting. I just changed it, though.
Todd, why can't they leave bales on the ground together with Herbicide? Because they don't have something that can easily pick it up. They need a front loader tractor in order to pick it up. And yeah, so they normally have a single front loader that is doing the stacking at the barn. This is why I was suggesting that if you're running Herbicide, you might as well run front loader tractors to get as many bales back as you can. And Lars has been beaten to the New Holland. Meanwhile, MyInsanity have managed to get a second ideal. And look at this. There's a fight going on for the John Deere baler, and they are neck and neck. Who's going to connect it up? Jan has connected it up. Very well played by Mylan. And baler streak.
Ooh.
One more baler. Is this going to be a rush?
Manitu are going to get to this one, it looks like. And
Manitu are going to get the case
precious
baler.
seconds wasted, though, because they had to go all the way back up the hill. But at least they're still... Imagine if it had come to the last match and we had a rush there. That would have been insane. Oh, man. Good bit of play by MyInsanity, though. Some good disruption. Some very good disruption early on.
So, yeah, they are running... So the case baler has a slightly lower work speed, but only requires 3,600 liters per bale, whereas the John Deere that is being run by MyInsanity has a 24 kilometer per hour work speed and a 3,800 requirement per bale. And look at this!
Like a very late first bale for both teams here. It's like, so Manitu...
Both teams coming in at roughly the same time.
Yeah, MyInsanity disrupted Manitu, but they spent so much time going for balers to disrupt them that they also slowed themselves down and getting the bale there. So it really didn't slow Manitu down as much as I thought it was going to.
And Manitu have dropped the baler to go and grab this. And MyInsanity doing the same thing. So MyInsanity running slightly behind Manitu now, despite having forced Manitu to go a further distance to get that baler. The difference, though, is that MyInsanity has 2 bales, a 2-bale advantage over Manitu right now.
All right,
and the first drop is spawned.
There you go. Speed up and bale drop.
And speed up. I think if either team goes for this, they will go for speed up. And in fact, yeah.
Let's see. Homer is going to go for speed up. Definitely looks like. Here comes someone from Manitu. And good call, Alex. Both teams going for speed up, a 20% boost in speed, but since they both got it, not really an advantage for either team.
That is actually quite a significant speed up, though. 20%. I think we'll see teams going for things slightly earlier because of that. For example, I think at the 8-minute mark, combines will be in position well before that 8-minute drop happens.
Now, it was MyInsanity earlier, wasn't that kept delivering grain like early on here?
Yeah.
And it was against Horman, and they almost came out victorious.
Manitu are doing the same.
Yeah, they're going to just deliver it. Let's see now what MyInsanity does. Are they going to deliver all of theirs?
MyInsanity are running... They're running 2 ideals. I don't understand this. They're running 2 ideals, which can't fit in that single bit, and they're not doing the later drop, knowing that it's possible that grain boost might appear.
Yep, and we're 2 minutes away from it potentially showing up as well, so it could very easily be a mistake from both teams, but there's not really an advantage to be had here because both teams have evened up the multiplier and they're close enough in grain at the moment that by the time the 8-minute mark rolls around, they're both only going to have, 30,000 liters worth of grain for the cart. And it's just, I just don't understand it really, why you wouldn't just wait for that multiplier. We've seen it pay off for teams. Having to look at Yan going back to this Valtra. Is there a reason it's a 3-person team and not 4, says Game Bunny? I think that 3 is the perfect amount because while like you kind of have to float around depending on what point of the round you're in, if there was 4, one person would be left with nothing to do for the majority of a round. Like 1 harvesting, 1 baling, 1 kind of floating around between different jobs and or delivering grain. Hey, Prestige, put your money where your mouth is and form an official team if you want.
The interesting thing now will be to see how these 2 balers square up against each other. Already we're seeing a closing in this gap of the deficit.
Right.
Yeah, and look at that. That timing between those bales changing is definitely decreasing from that case.
That drop's going to be perfect for Dennis. Bridges raised and herbicide.
Bridges raised.
MyInsanity are right behind him. Though. Yeah. Lars, I thought was going for 1, but he's actually hopping in the other ideal.
Yeah. Oh, Bridges raised has been picked up by Lars by Jan. Jan picked that up.
Dennis now should go for it as well, really.
They appear to be ignoring it.
He's emptying grain for now. He's got plenty of time. He's close enough.
And there he goes.
There it is. Hey, Southern Trucker, what's going on? So this is the last matchup of the weekend. 1 spot in next month's quarterfinals. A couple weeks away on December 5th is the planned date for that event. 1 more spot in the final 8 remains. The winner of this will take it. It's a best of 3. This is the first of 3. But we have at least 1 more to come up after this. 2.7 to 1.3 multiplier advantage for MyInsanity at the moment. If they can get some bales in real quick and score them, but it's too late because there's Manitu ready to even things back up.
This is very much going to be a bale for bale game. Not much either team can do about that at the moment. Does kind of depend what the super drop is at the 4-minute mark. But we will see what that holds.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Spencer. 4 people around the barn area would be absolute chaos for sure.
I think you'd also end up seeing more
He's lost
another words left in my mind. Yeah.
More disconnects? More technical breaks? That's
no,
what
no,
I was
no.
thinking.
I was thinking more when a team gets all the balers. Which, why have I lost that word?
Oh, a rush? Yeah.
Rush. That's the word I'm looking for. I think you'd see more rushes as well. We haven't seen many rushes, if any. I don't think in season 4.
Yeah.
Season 3.
Season 3, I've not seen a single one in my time doing commentary for sure. From my understanding, it used to be a bit easier and happened more frequently. Was it that you couldn't reserve a harvester or baler previously? Is that what the difference is?
You used to not be able to reserve a harvester or baler. I'm surprised we've come as close as we have to 2 of them this weekend, actually.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams choose to not reserve a baler, so the potential is still there when that happens. But it is very difficult.
We had a harvester rush yesterday that was only averted because the team had reserved a harvester.
Yeah. That's the closest we've come then, but I can't remember the last time I didn't see a team reserve a combine.
Yeah. It's got to the point where the teams rely on having that reserved combine. And we have points in for Manitu.
Virtual Farmer is
21 to
currently
23
desynced.
bales.
He'll catch up to himself surely. Well done, Falcon. Oh, man.
It happens.
Crazy
tool
tool
for 30 seconds.
Well,
this actually would be useful for both teams at the moment. Because the bales are quite even and they're trying to... and they're having to go bale for bale.
MyInsanity has now two more bales outstanding, but they trail 229 to 257. That would be enough to close that difference.
Due to Homer putting stuff in.
So 3 minutes and some change to go to decide who wins the first one, and it'll be one win away from the quarterfinals.
This is so close.
Homer has been really solid with stacking today. He's been doing a fantastic job. Yeah, no, the only one harvester in that round was definitely tough. It was pretty much back against the wall at that point.
And it did happen to Lindner, and thankfully Lindner do have a strategy.
Yeah,
but
Lindner
it led
just went with
to
the
most insane standoff we've ever seen in the FSL.
It was insane. That was Lindner against Vulture, wasn't it? Last night in Group B, or last night. It was like yesterday morning for me. Feels like last night. But yeah, that was a crazy standoff. Felt like we were watching like a Wild West movie. We had high noon standoff between
who is gonna blink first.
Yeah.
And if Vulture had got it wrong at all, then Lindner would have got a huge number of points. Vulture would have gone out, and it would have been the most amazing comeback we've ever
right.
seen.
Yeah, it would have. MyInsanity are looking pretty good at the moment. Couple extra bales now, one extra bale for Manitu, so there's not enough there to make this ground up. So MyInsanity with 1:25 left, as long as they get all their bales in, and that's Manitu we're looking at now with a lot more bales at the barn. MyInsanity needs to get theirs in, and soon. We've seen MyInsanity play really well today, but not getting bales in early enough has cost them, and that's why they're not already in the quarterfinals.
And yeah, MyInsanity pulling away. 55 seconds
They did
left.
have bales in. Good. I thought we saw a shot of them a bit ago, and they didn't. But it must have just been the camera angle, because here is the rest of their bales now at the barn. So they have the bales there to win this first game.
Yep, they got 40 seconds to get every single bale they have on this chin. And it's 4 bales to 4. There is... Manitu do not have the bales to win this.
There's been an oops as well for Manitu somewhere. I think someone may have fallen into the moat or something.
And here we go, last 2 bales for Manitu. They don't have time to get these in. And look at that, MyInsanity is BB going up there. He is. He doesn't need to. This is going to MyInsanity, this first game. And wonderful play from them.
MyInsanity have been really strong. It's just been their own errors that has forced them to go the hard route to the quarterfinals. But a very strong showing, and Manitu is going to have to figure something else out in the next round, because that was them matching MyInsanity bale for bale. There was no advantage in the multiplier. There was no advantage in any sort of drops. No combo points. So they need something to go their way to force a third game, or it'll be MyInsanity, who are now 1 win away from becoming the 8th team into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they either need to pull a little bit of something else up or out, or be a little bit more disruptive. to
Manitu banned the Fent Baler there, didn't they? And it didn't work as well as they thought.
They banned the Fent Baler.
That's what I said.
Disruption was to ban them. Yeah.
Yeah, they banned it. Yeah. Which didn't really work. I mean, MyInsanity didn't seem phased by it. I thought it was a good play when they did it, but MyInsanity reacted well to it.
I think it's a good play if you're up against a team who relies on it and you don't.
Right.
I think Manitu have been relying on it today and didn't really have an alternative, especially after especially after they were forced to use a Baler.
Right. Well, it started with the disruption, didn't it? Where they were left with the case Baler, and that was the only option they had. So it was a near rush by MyInsanity, and while it didn't really pay off on the first bail like I thought it would, because MyInsanity also had to spend the time to get all of those Balers connected, it maybe did throw off what Manitu were hoping to do by forcing them to get a Baler that they maybe aren't used to using and didn't really want to use. All right. Well, at least one more Alex to go, potentially two if Manitu were to win this one. But we're coming close to the end of the broadcast. If MyInsanity wins, that'll be it for the matches today. Don't forget to go enter the giveaway, everyone. You got a couple more hours after the stream's done. There's still time to go enter the giveaway for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. 4 hours left according to the Gleam link. 3,184 total entries. A chance for you to go and get a copy of Farming Simulator 22. All right.
Who is currently winning the vote? Oh, Twitch.
Oh, yeah. On Twitter.
On Twitter. It is currently MyInsanity.
MyInsanity, an esports organization, is going to get a lot of support just based off of that, in my opinion. They're playing multiple esports, and they're also participating in the Farming Simulator League, most importantly to us. Indeed. And they've been putting on a good showing today. I think they would be very deserving of this final spot in the quarterfinals. And, I'm really looking forward to these finals because we're going to have some really, really good teams, as it should be in the quarterfinals. We've got a surprise or two in there, too, which is always fun because they're going to go into the quarterfinals with the same chance as anyone of advancing and giving themselves a chance to win the Season 3 championship. What a story it would be if a team that didn't win a single tournament throughout the season were to come out victorious within the Season 3 championships itself. That would be absolutely fun to see. But of course, you also have Trelleborg as the main favorites, and Valtra and Cortiva and Horman not too far behind as well. Here we go. Manitu starts out this time by banning the Lindner Lindtrack 130. MyInsanity gets 2 picks in a row now. Let's see what they ban. Oh, sorry, Alex.
No,
they switched it up. They did that just to give you a little bit of anxiety there. No. The Fent favorite 515C is out then. What's MyInsanity going to do now? Now, if they fake the New Holland again, that's just going to be cruel. This time, though, the John Deere 6120M looks like it's going out.
I think we're going to see some telehandlers.
Yep, no point in banning one of the telehandlers here. You should ban something else if you're Manitu.
I think Manitu will ban something else, and then we will we'll see a telehandler.
There goes the Massey 7726.
I just know. Why? Unless you're playing Pöttinger and need to ban a front loader.
I mean, what else do you ban there, though, I guess? Pointless to ban one of the tellies and cost points for a Baler or Harvester, which they did the Fent Baler last time, and that backfired.
Yeah.
So. All right, Transport Company, the ideal for MyInsanity, the case for Manitu. Oh, they've switched it up. They've gone with the ideal and Transport Company. No bailers reserved by either team, so probably going to be a mad dash here for the Fant Baylor, I assume.
I would guess that would be. I'm slightly surprised neither team with the Fent Baylor not banned hasn't reserved the Fent Baylor.
We're coming up
That
on almost
does
10
seem a little
hours,
odd.
Richard, that we've been going. It's been a longer day than yesterday, but this is our final matchup.
Yeah.
This could be our final game of the day, too. It could potentially be one more after.
I am still planning to stream tonight, only because tonight is my last opportunity to finish off the realism experiment, to say goodbye to Bessie Beneath. And I don't want to miss that. I missed it last night. I don't want to miss it tonight.
Up there's the telehandlers. One team's gone with the Massey, MyInsanity, and Manitu, naturally going with the Manitu MLT 737. So maybe Manitu will get a little bit of luck using their own team's equipment here with their backs against the wall. A spot in the quarterfinals at stake here. Lose and Manitu's season 3 ends here. Win and they force a third game in the best of 3. And here we go. Yan has crashed into the starting gate and flipped his tractor. So not a good start for MyInsanity here. Homer just gets
the John Deere.
Homer just getting there. Lars now looks like he's going to go for the New Holland. Does indeed. Prodax has the Kuhn Baylor, so they went with that one instead of the Fent. The Fent is that? No, it's the John Deere sitting there.
The Fent
Someone from MyInsanity is getting the New Holland. MyInsanity has gone with the New Holland. No one's gone with the Fent.
Now there's 4 pods and 5 balers. Did the Fent Baylor not materialize?
Ooh, very well could be.
Because that does happen.
Yeah, so MyInsanity's gone with the New Holland and Manitu with the Kuhn Baylor.
Yeah, so the 4 balers that materialized were the Case, the New Holland, the John Deere, and the Kuhn. So in a real twist, it didn't need to be banned. It just hasn't appeared. 126 point first bail for Manitu.
Oh, you had to unfold it there, or fold it back up, rather.
No, he's not stuck. There we go.
Now Yan coming in with the drive-by, 114, so 12-point lead for Manitu. Good start for Manitu, but a long way to go to secure a third spot or a third game here. I'm not sure what to expect. It could come down, obviously, as it can, to the drops. But it's going to be interesting because now, like, MyInsanity is dealing with the New Holland Baylor, Manitu with the Kuhn Baylor, so it might be in the benefit of Manitu to get more bales pressed throughout this round. Both teams last round chose to deliver grain before the 8th minute mark.
So yeah, again, that New Holland baler takes 3,800 litres to make a bale, but it goes at 22 kilometers per hour. Whereas that Kuhn baler takes 3,600 litres to press a bale and goes at 20 kilometers per hour. I think these 2 balers are fairly well matched, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not as good as the Fent, for sure, the Kuhn.
No. I think you're going to end... I think what it's going to end up finding is that the New Holland uses more straw, and that's basically it. I think we'll get a similar number of bales out, though, from the time.
Speed limit and bale drop are the 12th minute drops. So I want to see one of these teams, especially Manitu, might want to consider gambling here that grain multiplier will show up in the 8th minute and waiting to deliver their grain until after that point.
I think that is a good gamble. I do.
With backs against the wall, you kind of have to gamble. You can't. They can't go in the same way it went last time, or they're out.
And you've actually got nothing to lose doing that. Lars is heading out there in the combine to grab speed limits. Oh no, he missed it. There we go. Slow his opponents down. 13 seconds left, and Horman has done the same to Manitu. Oh no, for Manitu to MyInsanity. Current bail advantage is to Manitu. MyInsanity is heading to the bail drop point, the sell point now. Well, it has been a long day. MyInsanity is unloading their grain.
I think Manitu might be waiting here. They dumped a tiny little bit so that they can come with the harvesters and just start unloading immediately. But they are going to wait. They're going to gamble. If that 8th minute mark is a grain multiplier, it's advantage Manitu here with their backs against the wall. We've had a question in chat from Ace Drew Hustle on Twitch. How does this work? I'm new to FS. This is the Farming Simulator League, Farming Simulator's official esport. And there's a tutorial video link in chat that I encourage you to watch once this broadcast is over, which is in the next 15 to 30 minutes or so, depending on if Manitu forces a third game. But in a nutshell, you harvest your wheat, you deliver the grain to the silo to increase your multiplier. The multiplier affects how many points you score per bale, input via the conveyor belt into the upper part of your barn. And both teams, it's 3v3. They have the reverse mirrored images of the same map, so same amount of crop, and everything is identical except being flipped. And speaking of flip, right on Q, Yan has brought the telehandler up to flip the Vultra back over. So now the telehandler is way up this hill, unfortunately for that.
Yeah, it's horribly out of place. That is going to cost MyInsanity time.
Hello, Sean on Facebook. Thank you, everyone on Facebook and Twitch and YouTube for tuning in today. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this broadcast over the weekend. Virtual Farmer alongside with me. I'm Kermit. You can call him Alex as well. You can call me Kerm or Kerminator if you want. Community coordinator for Giant Software out of our office in the US. And Alex here with me. You might catch him streaming some early access to Farming Simulator 22 on Friday. Might is not the right word there. Because you definitely will if you know where to find him.
Yeah. I was gonna say if you come looking for me on Friday, I will be streaming it somewhere. I'm actually
8-minute drop coming up. If this is great, and unfortunately for Manitu, no grain multiplier, so the gamble hasn't paid off. But it's one they really had to take. Homer has gone with speed up for the perk instead. In fact, I don't know if it was Homer, but someone from Manitu has picked that up. So unfortunately for Manitu, didn't work out as well as it could have. But they still have a massive amount of grain to input. And the good news is that in that time they spent waiting, MyInsanity did not score any bales, so they've not taken advantage. Dennis is on his way to the silo with the ideal harvester now, so bringing even more grain in for Manitu. So Dennis and Homer both are there. And if they can also get some bales towards the barn real quick and score them, they're going to get some good extra points.
Those harvesters both look full. So,
yeah, so
Manitu are absolutely using the ideals to their fullest
they have
for here. And that is going to give them extra extra grain. And
they
they're
have a couple extra thousands worth of grain here overall. So it will definitely help, as you said, Alex. And there goes MyInsanity with some bales. If he chucks these into the top, they're going to miss out on some points here. They might want to wait, and he's actually pumping the brakes now. He's thought better about it because and now that he's put him down, though, the multiplier has gone into their favor. That was just all about the timing, just missing by a few seconds.
Should have loaded. He should have loaded those onto that conveyor as soon as he got there.
It's a 2.5 to 1.5. But we're just waiting on Manitu to get the grain out of the harvesters into the auger wagon now, and it'll flip back. So, yeah, definitely a missed opportunity for MyInsanity to score some extra points there. We're on the Farming Simulator page and the Farming Simulator League esports channel on Facebook. Dazzles. Now he's going to go for it, and he's starting to nail it now, but only 19 points. He could have gotten 24 with those two earlier. Big missed opportunity.
This is what I was talking about earlier, though. They've got those two ideal combines, Manitu. They filled both of them up and emptied both of them at that 8-minute mark, and that has given them advantage.
Yep, they have the advantage of if you take them there. Who was it that was earlier today was using two ideals, but then they weren't taking the cart in, and so you're only taking in 30,000 still. But if you take the harvesters to the silo, you can empty the entirety of their tanks, and you're going to have at least a couple thousand extra grain advantage over someone that's using even one ideal and a different harvester with a smaller tank. So it's enough to give you that 2.1 to 1.9, which you're going to score 2 extra points per bale over your opponent. That can add up over multiple bales, big time.
Drop me that message, Richard, and I'll plonk that in the ambassador's feedback bit.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question, Richard.
It is.
I am off tomorrow, so if someone else doesn't have the answer, it might be a little bit delayed. And if I don't get it within the next week, you'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
Because if you tune into VF stream here on Friday, he'll be able to get the answer for you then, too, if he doesn't know the answer by then. All right, Bale Withering is the super drop. And for both teams, it's one bale. I don't know if either team has the time to devote to going out to this. It's kind of far away. And really the focus right now should be on scoring the bales they have. And speaking of, here comes Lars in with a full Anderson loader for PB to load up onto the belt.
It's about, taking the points into consideration, it's about a 3-bale advantage to Manitu at the moment. So this is all about, can Manitu get all of these bales back, and can they load them in as well? They do, we're going to go to a third game.
3 minutes to decide it. Either MyInsanity or into the quarterfinals, or the final spot in the quarterfinals goes to a third game, and that would be befitting of this group, really, if it does.
That really would.
Manitu are in a good position with the bale advantage, with the multiplier advantage, but they're currently trailing, so they have to make up the ground at the moment. A mistake now, bales falling off the top at the wrong moment, costing your team crucial seconds, could really flip this one way or the other. EB doing a nice job with the Massey telehandler, loading these bales up. We're going to see... Oh, Dennis catching some air coming in there with the Anderson loader. Now we're back and looking at Manitu at the barn here. Closing that gap a little bit. It's under 100 points now. 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time for Manitu to do this. They need to not lose their nerve. Homer just needs to keep on stacking.
This is the thing where MyInsanity do not have bales at their barn. They need those to come in. Whereas
yeah, they're already at a disadvantage. They need to score every single one. Manitu, meanwhile, out getting the Anderson loader pretty close to full. I think that they'll just go ahead and bring those in, will Dennis. There's one more ahead of him here that'll grab on the way. Now MyInsanity's come in. That's 8 of the 9 outstanding for MyInsanity at this point. So most of their bales are in. The other one might be coming in directly on the back of the baler. Here we go now. PB for MyInsanity, who still hold a slender lead with just over a minute remaining. That lead's going to extend momentarily. Manitu have to score these bales. Prodax looks like he's going to put this one in the bottom. And with under a minute to go, that's a lot of bales still to get on the belt.
Enough time to get the rest of those in.
Yeah, they're going to have to put some of this in the bottom.
MyInsanity.
But also at the same time, Homer needs really to get these all in via the top to maximize that point advantage. I don't think he can get all 6 of them in. We'll see. There's still 3 stacks of 2 sitting there.
This is so close. Yeah.
One more bale on the back of this.
This needs to go in the top.
703 to 650. MyInsanity lead. If they win, they're through.
Bales there are the bales here for Homer.
Homer has time, but is that one going to fall off? Will all 4 of those make it? He's going to put those in the bottom.
732, 712, 742, 733.
Manitu aren't going to do it.
752.
They couldn't get them all into the top. It's not enough.
Is there anything?
That's it.
No,
MyInsanity through to the quarterfinals. Wow. Really well done. Well done, MyInsanity. What a close one. That was a great way to wrap up the weekend. Fantastic stuff.
And you were right. It's purely Manitu not delivering all their bales. Not a single bale left out for MyInsanity. 2 left out for Manitu. That would have done it. Even delivering one of those into the bottom would have done it. There we go. MyInsanity are through to the finals.
So, MyInsanity joins Trelleborg, Valtra, LSA, Bednar, Cortiva, Horman, and Crona as the 8 teams into next month's, a couple weeks away, not that far away, our finals. Into the quarterfinals are those 8 teams that'll hopefully be taking place on December 5th, an in-person event in Switzerland to cap off what has been an absolutely awesome Season 3. What a day it has been. It's been a long one, Alex, but it's been an absolute blast and a pleasure, and we had some really incredible matchups.
Yes, thank you so much. I have had so much fun again today, and it's been an absolute blast.
It has.
Yeah, that's so incredible.
So that did come down, like Spencer has just said it in chat, and it was a very small advantage. And like they had that one bale that kind of slid away off the fork. The pressure maybe got to Manitu there. If they had got that in, they would have won by 1 point and forced the 3rd game. But it comes down to the smallest margins.
Early on.
Early on, these bales just kind of all over the place.
MyInsanity just not getting the bales right early on. And this is the first game. And just madly bringing those bales in with 50 seconds to go, and to the point where they were desperately trying to push those in. MyInsanity losing that bale, losing that combine, and just
Richard in chat unbox it because the collector's edition sitting on the desk. I love it. I doubt that happens, to be honest. The surprise needs to remain. Not that long now until people have it in their hands.
Richard, as soon as it arrives in my mailbox. And this is the interesting thing in this. This is in the first game. MyInsanity won the first game despite the fact that they were at deficit. They were at disadvantage on the multiplier.
Yeah, thanks guys for all the love in chat, Harv and JK, everyone else. Thank you. We enjoyed doing the commentary.
Thank you very much.
think we're going to have a recap. Like, normal tournaments, we crown a winner, and when there's a trophy presentation, there's really no winner here. All 8 teams that have advanced are the winners, really, of this competition by getting to the quarterfinals. They've already nearly quadrupled the amount of prize money they'll get out of the World Championships, and they've given themselves a chance at getting the grand prize, which the winner will receive 31,500 euros from the prize pool. The total prize pool for the World Championships is 102,000 euros, split across all the teams, all 16 teams. The teams that didn't make it to the quarterfinals, just by getting here and being part of the competition, their work that they put in throughout the season has earned them some prize money as well. So yeah, it was an absolute blast. I'm not sure how much longer we'll be with you guys. I'm sure that we'll be wrapping it up very shortly, though. And Alex, it's been a blast. I mean, from the farming simulator standpoint, I'll say, yeah, we've got about a minute, so I'll say really quickly, I'm sure you're already aware, Farming Simulator 22 out in just over a week and some hours, so not very long to go at all. Us at Giants will have more information to share. All of our ambassadors and partners that get early access and other influencers will have early access starting on Friday, so you'll be able to check out some live streams and YouTube videos of that content. And Alex, it was a pleasure. Again, I look forward to doing it again with you in a couple weeks for the finals. Absolute pleasure hanging out with everyone. And thank you so much, chat, for all the love. You guys have been amazing across all the platforms.
Thank you so much, Kermit. You've been awesome today, and I've had such fun. Thank you to Giants again for having me back to do this Insanity. It is so much fun every single time. We'll be back in hopefully about 3 weeks with the final, which I'm so looking forward to it. There's going to be some cracking games we're going to have.
Yeah, just to run it down real quick before we're out of time. Trelleborg, Vultra, LSA, Bednar, Cortiva, Horman, Crona, and MyInsanity into the quarterfinals for the World Championships coming up in a couple of weeks. Thank you all so much again for all of your love and support.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Until then, keep being awesome.
Goodbye for now, everybody.
Okay, we get to keep going,
the
apparently.
Germans are still going.
More love to all you guys, because the guys in Germany keep going. Okay, bye now, everyone.
Bye, all.